Chapter 428. Training Square the Underworld River was filled with dark mist. Coupled with the fact that the water of the Underworld River was dark black, Zhuowen actually felt a strange atmosphere as he sat in the small boat. Awoo! Woo! Mournful wails constantly reverberated in the surroundings, causing their eardrums to hurt. Looking towards the source of the sound, Zhuowen and the other two discovered that there were actually countless vengeful spirits hidden in the Underworld River. These vengeful spirits were similar in color to the Underworld River, so they hadn't noticed them when they were on the island. Now that they were sitting in the small boat and coming into close contact with the Underworld River, they discovered these terrifying and ferocious vengeful spirits. Hiss! There are actually so many vengeful spirits. No wonder the Underworld tablet warned us not to enter the Underworld River without permission. It turns out that there are actually so many vengeful spirits in there. In this boundless Underworld River, even an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would find it difficult to survive if they were to fall in. The Underworld River was boundless, and the vengeful spirits hidden in the Underworld River were innumerable. Just the radius of a few dozen meters around the boat was densely packed with vengeful spirits. At a glance, there were at least a few 100,000 of them, and this was just a radius of a few dozen meters. The entire Underworld River was so large, so how terrifying would the number of vengeful spirits hidden in it be? Looking at the countless vengeful spirits with their oily green eyes, they scrambled to gather around the boat. Mournful wails rang out incessantly, causing Zhuowen and the other two's scalps to go numb. Fortunately, you didn't directly enter the Underworld River to cross the other side. I'm certain that even a kid like you wouldn't necessarily be able to last an incense stick's worth of time in the Underworld River. You would be swallowed up by these countless vengeful spirits. The undying Underworld King chuckled as he pointed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen laughed bitterly when he heard this. After seeing the vengeful spirits in the Underworld River, he was indeed not confident that he would be able to cross the Underworld River by himself. However, Zhuowen still believed that he would be able to escape unscathed after entering the Underworld River. After all, he still had many trump cards on him. Undying Underworld King, how long will it take to reach the Training Mountain? Zhuowen frowned as he looked at his surroundings that were still far away. Look at how impatient you are. Don't worry, the Training Mountain is on the other side of the Underworld River. There's still about 2 hours. The undying Underworld King grinned. Zhuowen nodded slightly and sat down cross-legged on the deck. Since he still had 2 hours, he could use this time to consolidate his cultivation. After all, he'd only just advanced into the second wheel of the ultimate Emperor Realm. The Underworld River was 9 Underworld Rivers' Underworld River. At the center of the Underworld River was a tall mountain peak. The Underworld River was a mountain peak, was a mountain that towered over the clouds. Clouds was 9. The World River, Underworld River's Underworld River was. Underworld River was Underworld River, was the Underworld River, was Underworld River, Underworld River. The Trial Mountain was extremely large, occupying almost 2/3 of the land. The remaining 1/3 was densely covered by the Black Forest, looking extremely strange and terrifying. This continent was close to the edge of the Nether River. There was an extremely vast plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a huge stone tablet. It was 1,000 feet tall and 100 feet wide. From afar, it looked like a mountain protruding from the ground. It was majestic, magnificent, and lofty. At this time, the square was filled with many teams. At a glance, there were close to 10,000 people. These people were naturally the teams that had successfully advanced to the second level of the Vitality Tower. There were 1,000 teams that had successfully advanced to the second floor of the Origin Chi Tower, and each team had more than 10 people. Together, there were nearly 10,000 people. Fortunately, the plaza was extremely spacious and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Therefore, the plaza was not crowded with nearly 10,000 people. There were 5 groups that were the most dazzling in the square. They faintly became the focal point of everyone in the square. Quite a number of people from the super cities revealed a rich fear in their eyes when they saw these 5 groups. These 5 teams were naturally the 5 superpowers of the prefecture. They were the House of Marquis Qin, the Jade Lady Star Court, the House of Marquis Baichuan, the House of Marquis Yongsheng, and the House of Ruling Sword. Moreover, there were more than 20 people in these 5 teams. All of them were strong and powerful. Are the teams assigned to the Sandstone Island all trash? It's been more than a month, and we still haven't arrived at the trial square. A young man in white with a gloomy expression cursed fiercely in the team of the House of Marquis Qin. If Zhouwen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this white-clothed youth was none other than Lu Yuanhua. Third brother, I heard that the last island is a sandstone island, right? I recall that the Tungjia City team was on the Sandstone Island. The calm LV Yongsheng rubbed his palms as he spoke with a faint smile. Oh, so it's Tungjia City. That Zhouwen's strength isn't weak. Second brother, do you think that Tungjia City can enter the 2nd level of the Vitality Tower? Lu Yuanhua's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of a sinister expression as he spoke with a gloomy smile. Third brother, aren't you overestimating that Zhouwen too much? That Zhouwen does have some ability, but he's like an ant in front of a true ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, the Sandstone Island has 2 high-level cities, Thunder Universe City and Nine Dragon City. These 2 teams aren't simple. Do you think that Zhouwen has a chance to enter the 2nd level? LV Yongsheng sneered. Since it's Nine Dragon City and Thunder Universe City, then it seems that bastard Zhouwen won't be able to enter the 2nd level. What a pity. I originally wanted to teach that brat a lesson in the Vitality Tower, but now it seems that I won't have the chance. Lu Yuanhua shook his head as he spoke gloomily. There will be plenty of opportunities. Once the Vitality Tower is over, I'll accompany you to Tungjia City to eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. At this point, LV Yongsheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. That's true. Once the Vitality Tower is over, I'll let that Zhouwen know the consequences of offending me. Lu Yuanhua sneered as the corners of his mouth lifted. Not far from the House of Marquis Qin's team was the Jade Lady Celestial Court. The Jade Lady Celestial Court's team was composed entirely of women. These women were dressed in light muslin, and their figures were graceful and elegant. In this square, they were undoubtedly an extremely beautiful scenery. In the square, many contestants' eyes were faintly fixed on the Jade Lady Celestial Court's team. In the depths of their eyes, there was intoxication and infatuation. In particular, the perfect figure in front of the Jade Lady Celestial Court's team firmly attracted countless gazes. This figure was the first of the younger generation of the Jade Lady Celestial Court, Luo Xing. At the same time, she was also a top genius on the Green Emperor list. In the entire Muqing County, Luo Xing's cultivation was second only to LV Tao of the House of Marquis Qin. She was only 19 years old, and her talent was even more terrifying than LV Tao's. The reason why her cultivation was weaker than LV Tao's was because her cultivation time was much shorter than LV Tao's. Luo Xing stood there, slender and elegant, like a blooming white lotus. She had a kind of otherworldly temperament that could only be seen from afar. It was this natural temperament that firmly attracted countless gazes. Luo Xing was obviously used to the blazing gazes around her. On her hazy face, there was not the slightest change in expression. Instead, she looked extremely calm and indifferent. Luo Xing of the Jade Lady Celestial Court is really a peerless genius. Not only is his talent monstrous, even his aura has become even more attractive with the passage of time. LV Yuanhua's eyes were intoxicated as he stared at Luo Xing's otherworldly figure nearby and muttered, "Luo Xing is the most amazing woman in Muqing County. Countless people call her the most beautiful woman in the county. Which man is not obsessed with such a woman? But you don't have to think about Luo Xing. In Muqing County, I'm afraid that only my eldest brother is worthy of her. LV Yongsheng shrugged. Second brother, you don't have to hit me like this, do you? Although I know that I don't have a chance with a woman like Luo Xing, I can at least satisfy my desire. I just don't know when Luo Xing will become my sister-in-law. Lu Yuanhua said helplessly. Haha, second brother is only reminding you to act according to your ability. Even I, your second brother, would feel ashamed of my inferiority before a woman like Luo Xing, let alone you. However, there are many beauties in the Jade Lady Celestial Court. That Qing Lian is not bad. LV Yongsheng put his hands behind his back and looked past Luo Xing. Instead, his gaze landed on the green-clothed woman standing behind Luo Xing. She also had an otherworldly temperament. The green-clothed woman was Qing Lian, who was on good terms with Zhuowen. Later, when Zhuowen was almost killed by LV Yongsheng, it was Qing Lian who came to his rescue. It could be said that Zhuowen owed Qing Lian a lot of favors. At this moment, in the Jade Lady Celestial Court team, Luo Xing frowned slightly and glanced at Qing Lian behind her. She said indifferently, Qing Lian, I'm afraid that Rot 10 Armor City won't be able to make it. Although Zhuowen's talent is not bad, his strength and talent are far from enough in the Origin Qi Tower where geniuses gather. Qing Lian lowered her head slightly and smiled bitterly. In fact, when she learned that Zhuowen had been assigned to the Sandstone Island, she knew that it would be extremely difficult for Rot 10 Armor City to successfully ascend to the second level. The teams on the Sandstone Island were too strong. Even with Zhuowen's half-step ultimate Emperor Realm strength, it would be difficult for him to successfully ascend to the second level. Once bitten, twice shy. In the future, when you meet geniuses from these so-called low-level cities, you need to think twice before you act. You should know that the Heavenly Armor Continent has no lack of geniuses, but rather experts. No matter how talented a genius is, if he doesn't grow up, he's just an illusion. Previously, you spent a lot of effort on Zhuowen. At the same time, you also used your authority in the Jade Lady Celestial Court to help Zhuowen a lot. I won't pursue this matter any further. Just take it as a lesson. In the future, I hope that you will act more prudently. Don't let your emotions affect your rationality. Do you understand? Luo Xing said in a low voice. With a bitter smile, Qing Lian replied softly, Senior Sister Luo Xing, Qing Lian will remember your teachings. I won't do it again. Since you know your mistake, that's good. Luo Xing nodded in satisfaction and looked away. Chapter 429. Arrival Dong. The distant sound of a bell reverberated in every corner of the square, immediately attracting the attention of countless people in the square. The bell has rung again. It seems that another team has crossed the River Styx and arrived at the training square. If I remember correctly, this should be the last team. I wonder which city this team belongs to. I remember that the last ascending island in the Endless Ocean is the Sandstone Island. It is said that the competition on the Sandstone Island is extremely fierce. There are actually teams from 4 high-class cities appearing at the same time. 2 of them are the extremely famous Nine Dragon City and Thunder Universe City. If I'm not wrong, the team that has arrived at the square should be one of the 2 teams. In front of the square was the endless River Styx. At this time, the dark fog above the River Styx began to roll. A lonely boat slowly sailed in the black fog. The teams of the 5 major forces in the center of the square also focused their attention on the boat that was gradually approaching the River Styx. They wanted to see who this team that had made them wait for nearly a month was. If I'm not wrong, this team should be from Nine Dragon City. I know Feng Long from Nine Dragon City. That guy's realm is extremely high. He's a guy who can break through to the ultimate Emperor realm at any time. LV Yongsheng, who was in the house of Marquis Qin's team, said confidently, Second Prince, you're quite confident. Maybe it's Thunder Universe City. After all, The Thunder University's Thunder Light Body Tempering secret technique is extremely famous. After cultivating it to the advanced stage, its power almost reaches an unfathomable level. A somewhat discordant voice sounded. Su Tianliang, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. I'm afraid you still don't know that Pang Tong from Thunder University once exchanged pointers with Feng Long. In the end, Feng Long won. Do you still think that the last team will be from Thunder University? LV Yongsheng said with slight displeasure. The person who spoke to refute LV Yongsheng was a young man in a sky-blue robe. He was playing with 2 round balls in his hands. At this time, the young man's mouth was full of ridicule. This person was the eldest son of the Marquis of Baichuan and one of the top geniuses of the house of Marquis Qin, Su Tianliang. His strength was above LV Yongsheng's, and he was ranked around 80th on the Green Emperor list. There are no absolutes in this world. Second Prince, you are so certain and you don't have any concrete evidence to prove it. Naturally, it is difficult for me to be convinced. Su Tianliang looked down and said with an indifferent expression, It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I'm well aware of Feng Long's strength. He's definitely the undisputed number 1 amongst all the quasi-ultimate monarch realm cultivators. Moreover, I'm afraid that Feng Long has already broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. LV Yongsheng didn't really want to argue with Su Tianliang and said coldly, Could it be that the 2 of you are certain that the last team to appear is from either Nine Dragon City or Thunder University? Maybe a Dark Horse team will appear on the Sandstone Island. Within the Eternal Prosperity Marquis group, the tall and sturdy Qin Batian grinned as he spoke with deep meaning. Brother Qin thinks too much. There are only a total of 4 teams from high-grade cities on the Sandstone Island. Among them, there's no need to mention what kind of trash Green Dragon City and Jiayu City are. I'm afraid that even some of the stronger intermediate-grade cities are much stronger than these 2 trash teams. As for the strength of Nine Dragon City and Thunder University, everyone knows that apart from these 2 cities, does Brother Qin believe that the remaining intermediate-grade cities and even lower-grade cities can compare to Nine Dragon City and Thunder University? LV Yongsheng said with a faint smile. I'm just saying. Actually, I also feel that the possibility of this team being from Nine Dragon City is higher. Qin Batian shrugged. Within the house of Marquis Qin's group, LV Tao, who was originally sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, There's no need to argue. When the ferryman sends that team to the plaza, the result will naturally be clear. The moment LV Tao opened his mouth, the entire plaza became extremely silent. Regardless of whether it was Su Tianliang or Qin Batian, they did not speak anymore. Instead, they looked at the calm figure sitting cross-legged with fear in their eyes. Ever since LV Tao had broken through to the ultimate emperor realm, he had become more and more unfathomable. Although Qin Batian and Su Tianliang were not afraid of LV Yongsheng, they could not help but be afraid of LV Tao, the number 1 genius of the house of Marquis Qin. Big Brother's words are reasonable. Now it's all empty talk. Only when we see it will we know. Looking at Su Tianliang and Qin Batian, who had suddenly become silent, LV Yongsheng's face revealed a trace of delight as he chuckled. Creak! At the same time, the boat in the Netherworld River finally reached the shore. The ear-piercing sound of the boat hitting the shore slowly rang out, causing the plaza to become even quieter. Instead, everyone's attention was focused on the small boat in front of the plaza. Under everyone's gaze, 3 figures slowly disembarked from the boat and entered the plaza. Why are there so few people? Only 3 people. That's right. There are at least 6 or 7 people in an intermediate city, and at least 8 people in an advanced city. Why are there only 3 people in this team? Could it be that a few people died in the first level? It should be. In the endless ocean of the first level of the Vitality Tower, the difficulty of the thousands of islands is different. Some are simple, some are difficult. I'm afraid that the trial in the Sandstone Island is much more difficult than usual, so it's normal to lose a few people there. That's not right. Why don't I know these 3 people? They're not from Nine Dragon City or Thunder Universe City at all. I've seen the members of these 2 cities. They're not from Nine Dragon City at all. Zhuowen and the other 2 slowly walked into the plaza. When their faces appeared in front of everyone, it immediately caused a commotion. It's actually Zhuowen? How is it possible? How can Rattan Armor City compete with Nine Dragon City and Thunder Universe City? LV Yongxing and Lu Yuanhua's faces instantly stiffened. They stared at the young man in front of the 3 figures who appeared at the entrance of the plaza in disbelief. When LV Tao heard Zhuowen's name, his eyelids twitched slightly. He raised his eyes and glanced at the 3 figures in the distance, indifferently, then no longer paid attention. Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongxing had told him about Zhuowen, but he had never paid attention to it. After all, at his level, there were not many geniuses who could enter his eyes. Even if Zhuowen succeeded in advancing to the 2nd level of the Vitality Tower by virtue of his identity in a low-level city, LV Tao still could not arouse too much interest because his vision was not limited to the small Muqing County, but the entire Qingxian Empire and the glorious battle of the 9 counties in a few years. In the Jade Lady Star court team, Qing Lian, who was originally gloomy, saw the tall and slender figure at the entrance of the plaza, and her watery eyes involuntarily filled with a touch of mist. Zhuowen did not let her down. He actually passed through the 1st level of the Vitality Tower and reached the 2nd level. Senior sister, Luo Xing, Zhuowen has successfully entered the 2nd level. I believe that my decision should be right. This Zhuowen should be able to help our Jade Lady Star Court in this battle for the Vitality Tower. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter, staring at Luo Xing's back with a happy smile. Luo Xing was silent for a moment. She stared deeply at Zhuowen and said lightly, "It's really surprising. The competition on the Sandstone Island is extremely fierce." This Zhuowen was able to seize control of the Sandstone Island from the 2 strong teams of Nine Dragon City and Thunder University. It's really not easy, but it's hard to say whether this boy can help our Jade Lady Star Court. If this boy can smoothly enter the 3rd level, then he is really qualified to help us. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Although Luo Xing's attitude was still as cold as water, Qing Lian's face was still full of smiles. She understood her eldest senior sister very well. Luo Xing's usual behavior was extremely cold and even indifferent. It was extremely difficult to make her completely accept something. In the past, Luo Xing was suspicious of Zhuowen. If it were not for Qing Lian's insistence, Luo Xing would not even pay attention to a boy from such a low-level city. But now Zhuowen's performance was obviously enough to enter Luo Xing's eyes. At least, Luo Xing was not as opposed to Qing Lian as before. It was this slight change in Luo Xing's attitude that made Qing Lian very happy. Her beautiful eyes looking at Zhuowen became more and more gentle. As soon as Zhuowen and the other 2 entered the square, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people in the square. These gazes were strange, suspicious, envious, and puzzled in the face of so many gazes. Zhuowen was calm and composed, without the slightest shyness or avoidance. However, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying behind Zhuowen's performance was somewhat unsatisfactory. The 2 of them were not as shameless as Zhuowen, and their background was also not as good as Zhuowen's. Being stared at by so many people, their expressions were extremely unnatural. Leading Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, Zhuowen strode directly to the stone tablet in the center of the square and casually found a relatively remote place. At the same time, Zhuowen keenly noticed that several gazes had been fixed on him since he appeared in the square. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen turned his neck slightly and suddenly found the owners of these gazes. One of them was Qing Lian of the Jade Lady Star Court team. As if sensing Zhuowen's gaze, Qing Lian smiled sweetly. Her white face was full of joy, as if she was happier that Zhuowen could come to the second floor of the Yuan Qi Tower than that she could come in herself. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen also returned a smile. Qing Lian had helped him a lot. Zhuowen secretly remembered all of this in his heart. In his mind, he was thinking that he had to find an opportunity to repay Qing Lian's favor. The other two gazes were not very friendly, because the owners of these gazes were LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua. Since Zhuowen entered the square, LV Yongsheng and Lu Yuanhua's gazes were firmly fixed on Zhuowen. In the depths of their gazes, there was a chill and killing intent. They did not expect that Zhuowen could also advance to the second floor of the Yuan Qi Tower. It seems that the heavens are helping me. Since Zhuowen has smoothly advanced, then we can solve this problem in the Yuan Qi Tower. LV Yongxing grinned. Chapter 430. Heaven and Earth Plate, Brother Zhuo. I trust you've been well since we last met. The fact that you were able to advance to the second floor has exceeded many people's expectations. A clear voice came from not far away. Turning his gaze slightly, a group of more than 10 people slowly walked towards Zhuowen. The person in the lead was a young man in his 20s. He was dressed in a white robe and had a refined smile on his face. He looked extremely amiable. Beside the white-clothed young man was a red-clothed woman with a heroic aura. At this moment, the red-clothed woman was also smiling as she nodded towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen was no stranger to this group. It was the group from Broken Rock City. The white-clothed young man was Ouyang Hanxian, the son of Ouyang Yuntu. The red-clothed woman standing beside Ouyang Hanxian was Ouyang Ruoli. These two had fought side by side with Zhuowen and entered the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool together. Speaking of which, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli's relationship with Zhuowen had always been good. However, Zhuowen had left Broken Rock City to prepare for the Origin Qi Tower battle and return to Rot 10 Armor City, so he rarely met the two of them. Brother Hanxian, Big Sister Ruoli, it's not like you don't know me. Advancing to the second floor of the Origin Qi Pagoda was within your expectations. Zhuowen walked up to them and shook his head with a smile. Indeed, with your talent and strength, we naturally believe that you have the strength to enter the second floor. But what I didn't expect was that even 9 Dragons City wasn't your match. It can be seen that your recent progress has exceeded my expectations. However, I can't see through your realm. Have you advanced to the ultimate emperor realm? Ouyang Hanxian shook his head and fixed his gaze on Zhuowen. He knew that a genius like Zhuowen would definitely advance at an explosive speed after entering the Origin Qi Tower. It should be normal for him to reach the first wheel ultimate emperor realm now. I just reached it by luck. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said vaguely. Zhuowen naturally wouldn't foolishly reveal that he had already reached the ultimate emperor realm. He had originally planned to hide a part of his strength. After all, Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongxing had always wanted to kill him, so he had to be on guard. Only by hiding a part of his strength and letting Lu Yuanhua and the others think that his strength was only SOSO could the former relax their vigilance and not completely target him. If Zhuowen directly revealed that he had reached the ultimate emperor realm, it would definitely attract the attention of Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongxing. With the enmity between the two of them, they would definitely kill him in the Origin Qi Tower by hook or by crook. After all, Zhuowen's current progress was too fast. It was so fast that even Zhuowen himself felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Currently, Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongxing were restricted by the rules of the Origin Qi Tower battle and didn't dare to openly make a move against Zhuowen. However, if they knew that Zhuowen had truly advanced, the former would very likely shed all pretense of cordiality and kill Zhuowen at all costs. Brother Zhuo is indeed a heavenly genius. Back then, your cultivation wasn't as good as mine, but now you've already caught up to me. This kind of talent really makes Hanxian feel ashamed of his inferiority. Ouyang Hanxian was shocked when he heard this and smiled. Brother Hanxian, there's no need to flatter me too much. Brother Hanxian, You're the one who's advancing very quickly. If I'm not mistaken, you're already a cultivator at the peak of the first cycle of the Emperor Realm. You're only half a step away from the second cycle of the Emperor Realm. Zhuo Wen didn't want to harp on this topic and hurriedly changed the subject. Ouyang Hanchuan's eyes revealed a trace of pride when Zhuo Wen mentioned him. He had indeed obtained a lot of benefits on the first floor of the Origin Qi Tower. From the intermediate Ultimate Emperor Realm to the peak Ultimate Emperor Realm, his progress couldn't be said to be slow. Guo Xian and Hu Wuying respectfully followed behind Zhuo Wen. They didn't find it strange that Zhuo Wen knew Ouyang Hanxian and the others. After all, they had also heard of Zhuo Wen's deeds in Broken Rock City. Zhuo Wen chatted with Ouyang Hanxian for a while. Then his gaze landed on the huge stone tablet in the middle of the square. He asked curiously, Brother Hanxian, do you know what the second floor of the Origin Qi Tower is about? And what is this stone tablet in the middle of the square for? Oh, it seems like Brother Zhuo doesn't know anything about it? All right, then I'll explain it to you in detail. Hearing Zhuo Wen's question, Ouyang Hanxian was rather surprised. Soon after, he smiled and said, this square is called the Training Square. Tens of thousands of miles away from this square, there is a towering mountain peak that reaches into the clouds called the Training Mountain. It is the main training ground of the second floor of the Origin Qi Tower. Of course, not just anyone can enter the Training Mountain. Everyone must obtain a world imprint to enter the Training Mountain. As for the method to obtain a world imprint, it depends on this world imprint. Ouyang Hanxian pointed at the huge stone tablet in the middle of the square with a smile on his face. World imprint. The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth twitched as he looked at the majestic stone tablet in front of him. This world imprint is extremely mysterious. As long as you infuse the Yuan Qi in your body into it, it will analyze the structure and power in your body and determine what kind of strength you have. At that time, it will bestow you with a corresponding level of imprint. As he spoke, Ouyang Hanxian pointed at the surface of the worldly monolith with his right hand and continued, look carefully at the front of the worldly monolith. There are a total of 3 regions on this front. From top to bottom, they are the heaven, earth, and mortal regions. The heaven region is the highest, while the mortal region is the lowest. Normally, as long as one's strength reaches the ultimate Emperor Realm, one will be able to obtain the mortal imprint. Ultimate Emperor Realm will be able to obtain the earth imprint. Zhuo Wen's eyes followed the direction that Ouyang Hanxian was pointing at. Indeed, Zhuo Wen saw the heaven, earth, and man regions on the surface of the heaven and earth monolith. These 3 regions were separated by purple gold lines. In each region there was a giant word. The words were heaven, earth, and man. Then what's the difference between the heaven, earth, and human imprints? According to what you said, even if one obtains the heaven, earth, and human imprints, they can still enter the Training Mountain. Doesn't that mean the difference between the heaven, earth, and human imprints isn't that obvious? Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered as he pondered. Hee. Since it's divided into 3 areas, it's naturally not without reason. There must be a difference. Ouyang Hanxian revealed a mysterious smile. I'd like to hear the details. Zhuo Wen asked curiously. The second level of the tower's training is very different from the first level. The first level is to seize the Ascension Island and break through the void to enter the second level. In fact, this method is much more relaxed. However, the second level is different. All of the training on the second level is within the Training Mountain, and it's also a knockout competition. The Training Mountain is extremely large, and the passages inside extend in all directions. This time, all of the contestants from our 1,000 teams will enter the Training Mountain and fight one-on-one. The winner will be able to enter the next passage. This process will repeat until you reach the depths of the Training Mountain. Only the winner will be able to enter the deepest part of the Training Mountain. It's said that there are many treasures in the depths of the Training Mountain. There are spirit treasures, elixirs, secret skills, and armor skills. The wealth of treasures inside is far beyond our imagination. For example, some rare earth rank spirit treasures, emperor rank armor skills, 6th grade elixirs, and other rare treasures can be found in the training mountain. Of course, rich rewards are often accompanied by extremely high risks. The heaven and earth imprint is the difficulty of the training mountain for the contestants. In other words, the higher the level of the imprint you obtain, the higher the level of the treasures you can obtain after passing the training mountain. At this point, Ouyang Hanxian let out a light sigh. His eyes revealed a trace of passion as he looked at the heaven and earth imprint. Obviously, he was extremely eager for the heaven and earth imprint inside. Hearing this, Zhuowen finally understood the purpose of the heaven and earth imprint. In layman's terms, the heaven and earth imprint provided the contestants with a ticket to enter the training mountain. Of course, this ticket was also divided into high and low grades. If one wanted to obtain a high-grade ticket, they had to show enough strength. And the higher the grade of the ticket, the greater the benefits within the training mountain. Brother Hanxian, do you think that an earth rank imprint holder can defeat a heaven rank imprint holder? If the former defeats the latter, would the heaven rank imprint just disappear? Zhuowen muttered to himself for a moment before finally asking this question. After listening to Ouyang Hanxuan's introduction, Zhuowen longed for the many benefits within the training mountain. In theory, it's very difficult for an earth rank imprint holder to defeat a heaven rank imprint holder. But there are exceptions to everything. If the former defeats the latter, then the heaven rank imprint won't disappear. Instead, it will be swallowed by the former and become the former's possession. Moreover, the imprints can stack and strengthen each other. Every time you defeat an imprint holder of the same rank, the imprint in your hand will become more powerful. When you gather 100 earth rank imprints, then the imprint in your hand will transform into a heaven rank imprint. Ouyang Hanxian patiently explained to Zhuowen. However, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. Brother Zhua, it seems that you're planning to gather earth rank imprints? That's very difficult. It's better to hurry through the training mountain's checkpoint and obtain the benefits that belong to you. After all, the remaining 1,000 teams aren't easy to provoke. I'm just asking. I also know that it's very difficult. Seeing Ouyang Hanxuan's serious expression, Zhuowen laughed involuntarily. There are too many monsters in this year's Origin Qi Tower battle. Even if I advance to the 3rd floor, it'll be somewhat difficult. Ouyang Hanxian shook his head. Brother Hanxian, since earth rank imprints can be stacked, then can heaven rank imprints be stacked? Zhuowen seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked. Chapter 431. The Shocked Guyu Tianwush. Just as Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian were chatting happily, a golden circle suddenly appeared in the sky above the plaza. The golden circle continuously rotated and slowly landed on an empty space in the plaza. As the golden light receded, a densely packed crowd appeared on the empty ground. There were nearly 1,000 people in this crowd, and at the front of this crowd were 5 extraordinary figures. These 1,000 people looked at these 5 figures with reverence and respect in their eyes. Marquis Liu and the others have arrived. My father and the city lord of Rot 10 Armor City should also be in this crowd. It seems that the city lord of Rot 10 Armor City is with my father and Senior Chiu. Ouyang Hanxian, who was originally chatting cheerfully beside Zhuowen, noticed the sudden appearance of a group of people not far away. His eyes immediately lit up, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Zhuowen, Guexan, and Huwuying also noticed Ouyang Yintu, Qiu Qiu, and Guyu Tian, who were chatting cheerfully in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd. Father, City Lord Gu, Guexan, and Huwuying shouted in surprise when they saw Guyu Tian's unnatural expression in the distance. Then, the 2 of them nodded to Zhuowen and directly rushed toward Guyu Tian. Brother Zhua, let's go as well. Ouyang Yunta spread out his hands in a rather graceful manner. Let's go together. Nodding, Zhuowen, Ouyingyantu, and the others also walked toward the empty space. Aside from Zhuowen, Ouyingyantu, and the others, the other groups in the plaza also rushed toward the crowd with surprised expressions. They all saw their own city lords. Gu Yutian, who originally had a reserved expression, also saw Gu Xian and Hu Wuying in front of him. The reserved expression on his face faded quite a bit. He smiled and said, Gu Xian, Hu Wuying. Now that he saw Gu Xian and Hu Wuying, Gu Yutian's anxious heart finally relaxed. After all, the life and death of the contestants in the Tower of Vitality were predestined. Although he knew that Rot 10 Armor City had successfully advanced to the second level of the Tower of Vitality, it didn't mean that everyone in Rot 10 Armor City was safe and sound. Even if Gu Xian and Hu Wuying both died, leaving only Zhuowen to seize control of Ascension Island, Rot 10 Armor City could still be considered to have successfully advanced. He wasn't worried about Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was very strong, and Gu Xian and Hu Wuying were too weak. Gu Yutian was afraid that Gu Xian and Hu Wuying would die in the first level of the Tower of Vitality. If that happened, it would be a huge blow to him. I didn't expect that the two of you would be fine, haha. Gu Yutian said excitedly as he held Gu Xian's shoulders with both hands. However, he soon discovered that Gu Xian's aura gave him an unfathomable feeling. He couldn't see through Gu Xian's cultivation at all. Xian, are you broke through? You've reached the Heavenly King realm? Gu Yutian was pleasantly surprised. He knew that if he couldn't see through Gu Xian's cultivation, it meant that Gu Xian's cultivation had surpassed his. Lord Gu, your son isn't just a Heavenly King realm cultivator. He's a genuine half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Ouyangyantu suddenly smiled as he stood behind Gu Yutian. What? Half-step Ultimate Emperor realm? Xian, you were only at the peak of the Earth King realm before you entered the Tower of Vitality. It's only been a little over a month, and you've already reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm? Isn't this a little too fast? Gu Yutian suddenly stuttered as he stared at Gu Xian in disbelief. Lord Father, I have indeed reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Lord Ouyang didn't lie to you. Moreover, Wuying has already reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Gu Xian nodded and said seriously, What? Hu Wuying has also reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm? A little over a month ago, his cultivation was lower than yours. He was only at the peak of the Earth King realm, but now he's also at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm? Gu Yutian hadn't even finished digesting the news that Gu Xian had reached the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm when he received an even more shocking piece of news. His right hand trembling, Gu Yutian stared at Hu Wuying, who was standing beside Gu Xian. As expected, Hu Wuying's aura was extremely vast. It was no different from Gu Xian's. Good, good, good. The excitement on Gu Yutian's face was at its peak after he said the word good 3 times in a row. He looked at Gu Xian and Hu Wuying with a burning gaze. Looks like there's hope for the rise of Vine Armor City. With the two of you and Zhuowen, Vine Armor City will have 3 ultimate half-step emperors, ha ha ha. Gu Yutian's face was filled with gratification. He knew better than anyone what 3 half-step Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators meant. Rot 10 Armor City was already comparable to a high-ranking city. In fact, it might even surpass an ordinary high-ranking city. However, Gu Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lord Father, the two of us can't compare to Zhuowen. Zhuowen has already broken through to the Ultimate Emperor realm after entering the Origin Qi Tower. His strength has already undergone an earth-shattering change. Gu Yutian, who had been laughing heartily, widened his eyes when he heard Gu Xian's words. The smile on his face froze, and his lips trembled. He picked at his ears and said shakily, Xian, what did you say? Say it again. Say it again. Brother Zhua is extremely talented. After entering the first level of the Origin Qi Tower, He successfully passed through the heavenly tribulation and reached the ultimate Emperor realm. Now, Brother Zhuo's strength is comparable to some of the other monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, the reason why the two of us have improved so quickly is all because of Brother Zhuo's help. Gu Xian smiled as she repeated herself. Gu Xian's words were ambiguous. He didn't directly say that Zhuowen had already reached the ultimate Emperor realm. This was because before coming to the training field, Zhuowen had already warned the two of them not to reveal his true strength, even if this person was the city lord of Rot-Tan Armor City. Although they were rather confused by Zhuowen's request, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying naturally agreed because they trusted Zhuowen. Zhuowen has actually broken through. He's reached the ultimate Emperor realm. Doesn't that mean that our Rot-Tan Armor City now has a truly powerful ultimate Emperor realm expert? Guyu Tian was so excited that he was speaking incoherently. Although he had guessed that Zhuowen would very likely reach the ultimate Emperor realm in the Origin Qi Tower, he also knew how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. The difficulty of reaching the ultimate Emperor realm from the half-step ultimate Emperor realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary cultivators. Therefore, he didn't dare to think about it, even if Zhuowen's talent was truly monstrous. However, now that Gu Xian's words had confirmed his guess, the surging excitement in his heart finally reached its peak. At this moment, he was almost speaking incoherently. Even Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou, who were standing behind Guyu Tian, revealed a trace of shock when they heard this news. After all, Zhuowen and the others had only been in the Origin Qi Tower for a little over a month. To reach the ultimate Emperor realm in such a short period of time, this speed was truly too fast. Seeing Guyu Tian, Ouyang Yuntu, and Qiu Chou's expressions of shock, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride. They muttered to themselves. If they told them that Zhuowen had already reached the second wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm, what would Guyu Tian and the others' expressions be like? Lord Gu, congratulations! It is truly a blessing for your Rot-Tan Armor City to have a monstrous genius like young friend Zhuowen. Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou both laughed heartily as they congratulated him. The two of you are right. It is truly a blessing for our Rot-Tan Armor City to have Zhuowen. Although he knew that Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou were only so polite to him because of Zhuowen, he didn't dare to slight them in the slightest. After all, the two people in front of him had a much higher status than him. City Lord Ouyang, and Senior Qiu, long time no see. At this moment, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of Guyu Tian and the others with Ouyang Hanxian. He had a warm smile on his face. Zhuowen! Guyu Tian, Qiu Chou, and Ouyang Yuntu's eyes all lit up when they saw Zhuowen arrive. They couldn't help but reveal smiles on their faces. This was especially true for Qiu Chou and Ouyang Yuntu. After sensing the surging aura on Zhuowen's body, they couldn't help but nod their heads. Gu Xian hadn't lied. Zhuowen had indeed reached the ultimate Emperor realm. His aura, which allowed him to manipulate the power of heaven and earth at any time, couldn't be faked. Moreover, Qiu Chou's sharp senses also discovered that the aura within Zhuowen's body was very strange. It was actually a bit stronger than an ordinary ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. This made Qiu Chou frown slightly. He was quite puzzled. Although Zhuowen had done his best to conceal the aura of an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, Qiu Chou was still a peak ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. He could still detect some abnormalities from Zhuowen's aura. However, Qiu Chou didn't take it to heart. He wouldn't ask Zhuowen about it for no reason. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Zhuowen! Guyu Tian, really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, our Rot-Tan Armor City wouldn't have had the chance to enter the second level of the tower. And Guyu Tian, am just a nobody. I wouldn't have had the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with so many experts. And if it weren't for you, Gu Xian and Hu Wuying wouldn't have been able to reach the half-step ultimate Emperor realm so quickly. Zhuowen! Guyu Tian, really have to thank you. With that, Gu Tian bowed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen had done far too much for Rot 10 Armor City, but they hadn't helped Zhuowen at all. This made Gu Tian feel extremely guilty. Zhuowen smiled faintly. With a wave of his right hand, a surge of origin energy lifted Gu Tian up. Why are you treating me like an outsider, Lord Gu? Rot 10 Armor City isn't just yours. It's also mine, Zhuowen's. It's where I was born and raised. It's my hometown. If a person doesn't even care about their hometown, do you think they're still human? With that, Ouyang Yuntu and Cho looked at each other and nodded with praise. Although the youth before them didn't have broad shoulders or a sturdy body, he used his not-so-broad but extremely straight spine to prop up a lowly city like Rot 10 Armor City. He even raised it to the same height as many high-ranking cities. Chapter 432. Top geniuses of the younger generation. After the hubbub, the training square suddenly became much quieter. At this time, the 1,000 teams had found their respective city lords and were neatly lined up in the center of the square. They looked at the 5 extraordinary figures in front of the square with reverence. These 5 figures were naturally the leaders of the 5 superpowers of the prefecture. Lu Nantian of the House of Marquis Qin, Master of the Meteorite of the Jade Lady Star Court, Su Chong of the Marquis of Baichuan, Qin Ya of the Marquis of Yongsheng, and Xianyuan Li of the Imperial Sword Sect. Among them, the teams of the 5 superpowers were lined up in front of the square, enjoying the admiration of the other teams in the square. However, this was also something they deserved. After all, the 5 superpowers had more geniuses than the other forces in Muqing County, and they were also much stronger. They represented the top battle strength of the younger generation in Muqing County. No one in the square thought that there was anything wrong with the 5 teams standing at the front of the line. On the contrary, most of the geniuses in the square looked at the 5 teams with fear and reverence in their eyes. Lu Nantian stepped out from under the huge firmament monolith. His sharp eyes swept across the teams in the square, and he said loudly, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the first level of the Vitality Tower!" There are hundreds of thousands of teams participating in this year's Vitality Tower battle. The fact that all of you can stand out from these tens of thousands of teams is enough to prove that all of you are 1 in 100 geniuses in Muqing County. At this point, the nearly 10,000 cultivators in the square showed a pleased expression. If these words came from other people's mouths, they naturally wouldn't feel anything. However, who was Lu Nantian? He was the #1 expert in Muqing County. Hearing such words of praise from such a peerless expert naturally made the nearly 10,000 geniuses in the square feel very pleased. However, this is only the first level of the Vitality Tower. You all know that there are 4 levels in the Vitality Tower, and each level is more difficult than the last. This is the training square, and in the depths of the square is the core of the 2nd level of the Vitality Tower, the Mountain of Trials. The Mountain of Trials is the test of the 2nd level of the Vitality Tower. As he spoke, Lu Nantian's right hand pointed at the towering mountain behind him. His expression was extremely calm and solemn from beginning to end. Everyone in the plaza looked in the direction that Lu Nantian was pointing at and naturally saw the vast and majestic training mountain. Many of them had pensive looks in their eyes, and some even had excited expressions. It was obvious that many of them had some understanding of the training mountain. I'm sure everyone is familiar with this training mountain, right? Spirit treasures, spirit herbs, secret skills, armor skills, and various other treasures. The training mountain doesn't lack anything. Even the extremely rare Earth rank spirit treasures, royal rank armor skills, ultimate secret skills, and grade 6 spirit herbs are all here. As long as you're strong enough and brave enough, you'll be able to obtain more. Whoosh! A commotion immediately broke out in the open ground when they heard these words. A noisy uproar also sounded one after another. Actually, only the geniuses from the super factions knew the details regarding the trial mountain. However, there were very few high-grade cities, middle-grade cities, and low-grade cities who knew about it. Therefore, when they heard Lu Nantian mention that royal rank armor skills, earth rank spirit treasures, and other peerless treasures that couldn't be bought in Muqing County could appear in the training mountain. It naturally caused many of the geniuses' breathing to quicken as their gazes blazed. This training mountain actually has so many treasures. It's really a treasure trove. You'll need to be alive to obtain the treasures. Didn't you hear Marquis Lu say that the dangers inside are even more terrifying than the first level? High rewards are always accompanied by high risks. If you're afraid of everything, how can you progress in the martial Tao? A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Nantian's face as he gazed at the bustling plaza. After gesturing for silence, he continued, "Opportunities are accompanied by risks. Moreover, the training mountain isn't a place that just anyone can enter. If you want to enter, you'll need to obtain a world imprint." With that, Lu Nantian pointed at the huge world imprint behind him and said, "This is the world imprint. It contains countless world imprints. All you need to do is channel your energy into the world imprint as much as you can, and the world imprint will automatically analyze your strength and give you a corresponding imprint." The world imprint is split into 3 ranks. From high to low, they are the heaven imprint, earth imprint, and human imprint. If you want to obtain a world imprint, you'll need to be at least a half-step ultimate emperor. Moreover, the higher the rank of the world imprint, the greater the benefits you'll obtain after entering the training mountain. With that, Lu Nantian scanned the plaza solemnly and said, "The world imprint is actually a pass to enter the training mountain. If no one has any objections, we'll begin the test on the world imprint in order." With that, Lu Nantian focused his gaze on the 5 young figures at the very front of the group. These 5 figures represented the top prodigies of the younger generation in the Muqing province. Lui Tao, Luo Xing, Su Tianliang, Qin Batian, Zhu Qi, and LV Yongsheng. The 6 of you are geniuses on the Qin Xian Empire's most authoritative ranking, the Qin Xian rankings. At the same time, you're the top prodigies of the younger generation in the Muqing province. The test on the world imprint will begin with you. As soon as Lu Nantian finished speaking, 6 figures slowly walked out of the 5 groups at the very front of the plaza. They were Lui Tao, Luo Xing, Su Tianliang, Qin Batian, Zhu Qi, and LV Yongsheng. The 6 of them bowed respectfully to LV Nantian, then slowly walked to the front of the huge, worldly monolith. These 6 people are the top prodigies of the younger generation in the Muqing province. It's said that Lui Tao has already reached the ultimate emperor stage. He's even ranked 15th on the Qin Xian rankings. How amazing! Luo Xing from the Jade Lady Star Court is also a prodigy. He's the youngest of the 6, but his cultivation is second only to Lui Tao. It's said that he's preparing to reach the ultimate emperor stage. If he succeeds, he won't be much weaker than Lui Tao. Zhu Qi is also very powerful. He's already mastered the imperial armor technique of the imperial sword sect, the imperial sword technique. He's ranked higher than Su Tianliang, Qin Batian, and LV Yongsheng on the Qin Xian rankings. He's also a rare prodigy. In fact, in terms of background, the House of Marquis Qin is still a well-deserved overlord. It's really terrifying to be able to cultivate Lui Tao and LV Yongsheng, 2 prodigies on the Qin Xian rankings. As the 6 of them stepped out, countless people in the square focused their attention on the 6 figures who were walking slowly toward the world imprint. They wanted to see what heights the 6 prodigies, who represented the top prodigies of the younger generation in the Muqing County, could reach under the test of the world imprint. Zhuowen, who was standing in an inconspicuous corner of the square, was also staring at the 6 figures not far away. His dark eyes were filled with anticipation. He could clearly feel that the aura and strength of the 6 people were above his. If he were to fight any one of them with his current strength, he would be defeated. The world imprint is 100 feet tall. That Lui Tao is unfathomable. It's inevitable that he'll obtain the heavenly imprint. He might even reach the limit of the world imprint. Chiu Cho looked solemnly at the calm young man among the 6 figures. Even Chiu Cho admired Lu Yitao's talent for being able to reach the ultimate emperor stage at the age of 23. That's right. Marquis, Lu really has a good son. He's the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in the Muqing County and ranked 15th on the Qingxian Empire's Qingxian rankings. This kind of achievement isn't something an ordinary person can achieve, Ouyang Yunta said with some emotion. Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Roli, who were beside Ouyang Yuntu, were staring at the 6 figures below the world imprint. As prodigies of a super city like Broken Rock City, the 2 of them rarely admired others. However, the 2 of them admired the 6 people in front of them from the bottom of their hearts. The Qingxian rankings was the most prestigious and authoritative list in the Qingxian Empire. Those who could enter the Qingxian rankings were basically 1 in a million prodigies. To the 2 of them, entering the Qingxian rankings was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Below the world imprint, Lu Nantian smiled at the 6 people in front of him and asked, "Which one of you will go first?" "I'll go first. However, let me make it clear first. Brother Yitao must be the last one. If he goes first, our limelight will be overshadowed by him. That would be completely pointless." Qin Batian suddenly stepped forward and laughed heartily. The indifferent LV Yitao lifted his eyebrows when he heard this. However, he helplessly shook his head and said, "Brother Qin's words are a little inappropriate. It should be known that in terms of talent, the strongest amongst us should be younger sister Luo Xing." As he spoke, Lu Yitao looked at the otherworldly Luo Xing with a strange expression. There was a hint of passion in his eyes as he continued, "Little sister Luo Xing is only 19 years old, but she already has the qualifications to break through to the ultimate emperor stage. Even Yitao admires her speed of advancement. If little sister Luo Xing cultivated at the same time as Yitao, her cultivation would have surpassed mine long ago." After Lu Yitao finished speaking, the others nodded. Luo Xing's rise was extremely fast. Before the age of 15, Luo Xing was only an ordinary female disciple in the Jade Lady Star Court. However, since 4 years ago, Luo Xing's cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds. She had surpassed all the prodigies in the sect and become the strongest among the younger generation in the Jade Lady Star Court. It was precisely this kind of legendary rumor that caused Luo Xing to appear as though she was covered in a layer of gauze. She appeared mysterious and distant. Coupled with the otherworldly aura on her body from the beginning to the end, it caused countless men to admire her. "Brother Lu, you're overestimating Luo Xing. Everyone knows how difficult it is to break through from the ultimate emperor stage, from the 4th emperor stage to the 5th emperor stage. Many people have been stuck at this stage for decades without being able to break through. Who knows how long it will take for Luo Xing to break through?" Luo Xing bowed slightly and replied indifferently, "You don't have to be modest. Let's begin the test. Qin Batian, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take the test. Don't embarrass yourself here." Chapter 433. Unstoppable Qin Batian's neck shrunk as he mumbled a few words. He hurried to the front of the heaven and earth monolith. Although Qin Batian looked domineering, he was most afraid of his sissy father. Taking a deep breath, Qin Batian's broad right palm gently pressed against the surface of the monolith. He secretly channeled the heaven and earth energy in his body into the monolith. The golden light was like a blazing sun, spreading out in all directions. Soon after, the crowd in the plaza realized that the originally empty surface of the heaven and earth monolith was starting to emit a dazzling golden light. The golden light was like countless tadpoles, condensing into the words Qin Batian at the bottom of the stone tablet. As soon as the words were formed, they shot up the stone tablet like a rocket, breaking through the human class area like a hot knife through butter, forcefully entering the earth class area. The 3 regions of the heaven and earth monolith added up to a height of 100 zhang. The mortal class region took up the bottom 20 zhang. The earth class region took up the middle 30 zhang, and the heaven class region took up the largest area, a full 50 zhang. It was at the top of the monolith and was extremely dazzling. After entering the earth class region, the speed of the golden light did not decrease at all. It continued to rise steadily, breaking through the 30 zhang range of the earth class region and entering the heaven class region. This Qin Batian is indeed the #1 genius of the eternal prosperity Marquis Manor. He entered the heaven class region without any difficulty. I wonder how high he will stop at? At least above 80 zhang. After all, Qin Batian is also a monstrous genius on the Green Emperor rankings. Above 80 zhang, what a monster. The limit of the heaven and earth monolith is only 100 zhang. To be able to reach above 80 zhang is already extremely monstrous. A commotion broke out in the square when they saw the golden light on the heaven and earth plate with unstoppable force. Whoosh! Finally, the golden radiance on the worldly monolith stopped at 850 feet. At 850 feet, the words Qin Batian condensed. Behind Qin Batian were the words Eternal Prosperity, Marquis Manor, representing the power that Qin Batian belonged to. It's actually 85 zhang. This Qin Batian is indeed a genius on the Green Emperor rankings. The golden light in his body can actually reach 85 zhang. How terrifying! Yeah, the heaven and earth plate is only 300 meters tall, and one only needs to enter 150 meters to obtain the heaven ranked imprint. But this Qin Batian's strength is truly unfathomable, to actually surpass it by so much. Sigh, each and every one of them is a monster. Looks like I'm in a bit of a predicament. I wonder if I can break through 60 meters and obtain the earth rank imprint? When the 3 words Qin Batian condensed on the 85 feet tall worldly monolith, an uproar broke out in the plaza. Many people's eyes were filled with respect and admiration. At the same time, a dazzling golden light shot out from the worldly monolith and entered Qin Batian's right palm. A golden heaven character appeared on his palm. Clearly, this was the so-called heaven imprint. Haha, not bad. To be able to reach a height of 85 feet is still somewhat out of my expectations. Qin Batian laughed heartily as he took a few steps back from the heaven and earth plate. Good my ass. It's only 85 feet, and you still dare to show off. Qin Batian, I think you're itching for a beating. Look at LV Tao. His bearing is so steady, while you're so sloppy. You're really a wastrel. Standing behind LV Nantian, Qin Ya once again spoke, his sharp voice exceptionally ear-piercing. Qin Batian's neck shrunk as the smile on his face instantly disappeared. He dejectedly retreated back to the group. Brother Qin, this child Batian's talent is already pretty good. Furthermore, to be able to reach a height of 85 feet is already very impressive. You're being too harsh on him. LV Nantian shook his head and laughed as he looked at Qin Batian, who didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he returned to the group. Brother LV, don't be fooled by this kid's honest appearance. In fact, he's full of evil tricks. Furthermore, although our family's Batian's strength isn't bad, compared to the others, he's just barely passable. If we aren't strict with him, I'm afraid he'll be eliminated in the end. Qin Ya shrugged as he spoke. Hearing this, LV Nantian didn't reply. His gaze shifted slightly as it converged on the remaining 5 as he asked, which of the 5 of you wants to go first? I'll go first. LV Yongsheng was the first to step forward. He still had some self-awareness. Although he was also a genius on the Azure Emperor board, his ranking was at the bottom. Therefore, he could only brace himself and go first. Since Sheng-Er has volunteered, you can go first. LV Nantian nodded his head in praise. Second brother, use your full strength. Don't hold back at all. LV Yongsheng secretly transmitted to LV Tao as he walked past him. Nodding his head, LV Yongsheng directly walked to the front of the heaven and earth monolith and placed his right hand on the bottom surface of the monolith. Instantly, a golden light shot out from the monolith. However, LV Yongsheng's golden light was much dimmer than Qin Baishan's. The golden light broke through the human and earth class areas like a hot knife through butter and entered the heaven class area in one go. Finally, it stopped at the 80 zhang mark, and the golden light transformed into LV Yongsheng's name. Looking at the result on the monolith, LV Yongsheng frowned slightly. Clearly, he wasn't very satisfied with this result. However, he also knew that there was a gap between his strength and Qin Baishan's, and that it was almost impossible for him to surpass Qin Batian in this test. It seems that Sheng Oi's strength has increased by quite a bit from the first level of the Yuan Qi Tower. Looking at the result on the monolith, LV Nantian nodded his head in satisfaction. Originally, he thought that LV Yongsheng would be able to reach the standard of 75 zhang. However, this result had greatly exceeded his expectations. After LV Yongsheng went down, Zhu Qi from the Imperial Sword Sect and Su Tianliang from the Marquis residence of Baichuan also went up to take the test. Su Tianliang's result was slightly worse than Qin Baishan's, but his golden light also reached 83 zhang. However, Zhu Qi's result was a little unexpected. He actually surpassed Su Tianliang and Qin Batian, reaching 90 zhang. He was only 10 zhang away from the limit of 100 zhang. Such a result naturally attracted the attention of the 5 magnates beside the heaven and earth monolith. Even the countless cultivators in the square burst into an uproar because of Zhu Qi's unexpected result. This Zhu Qi is so strong. In the square, Zhuowen stared at the man with a sword who had just finished his test and was slowly returning to the group. His face was slightly moved. As his name suggested, Zhu Qi liked red. Even the clothes he wore and the long sword he carried on his back were all red. From afar, he looked like a burning flame. However, the only flaw was that Zhu Qi looked cold and indifferent. He had an unapproachable expression on his face. Brother Xianyuan, congratulations. This Zhu Qi is a good seedling for swordsmanship. I can actually feel a sharp sword-like aura from this kid. LV Nanshan's eyes flickered as he cupped his hands and smiled at Xianyuanli. Xianyuanli was grinning from ear to ear. However, he still said humbly, Zhu Qi has been cultivating in seclusion for the past few years. It is only natural for him to have such a result today. Brother LV, you are flattering me. Although Xianyuanli was speaking humbly, his smile was not humble at all. In fact, there was even a hint of pride. This made LV Nantian and the others speechless. Now, only Luo Xing from the Jade Lady Star Court and Tao, or from the House of Marquis Qin, are left. I wonder what their results will be. As he spoke, LV Nanshan's eyes focused on the remaining 2 people in the square. His eyes were filled with anticipation. His eldest son had never made him worry. He wanted to see what his eldest son would be able to leave behind on the monolith after 2 years of seclusion. The other 4 magnates also looked at the remaining 2 people. They all knew that the 2 people in front of them were the strongest among the younger generation in Muqin County. They also wanted to see what their final results would be. Young Master LV, Luo Xing will accept your invitation. Luo Xing nodded slightly to LV Tao, who was standing beside her. Then, she walked up to the heaven and earth monolith. As soon as Luo Xing appeared, many warriors in the square were shocked. They all looked at Luo Xing. Luo Xing was the most beautiful woman in the county. She was also the second strongest among the younger generation in Muqin County. She was beautiful and had a high cultivation level. Naturally, she attracted the attention of countless people. It's Luo Xing's turn now. I wonder if she will surpass Zhu Qi in the end. Nonsense. Lady Luo Xing is a genius second only to LV Tao in Muqin County. She will definitely surpass Zhu Qi, Sai. Lady Luo Xing is so beautiful. I wonder who can be a match for such a beautiful woman. I'm afraid only LV Tao from the house of Marquichin is a match for her. After all, LV Tao's talent and strength are unique in Muqing County. Moreover, both of them have super forces behind them. It can be said that they are well matched in terms of social status. Even LVE Tao, who was standing under the heaven and earth monolith, had a fiery look in his eyes. He stared at Luo Xing's figure. Luo Xing tilted her head slightly. She did not place her hand on the monolith in a hurry. Instead, she carefully observed the monolith. Then, she stretched out her snow-white arms and gently pressed them on the bottom of the monolith. Whoosh! A golden light that was even more dazzling than before surged out from the heaven and earth monolith. The intensity of this golden light was like the scorching sun rising from the east. Many people squinted their eyes. The golden light swept upward like a hot knife through butter. It passed through the human division and the earth division. Moreover, it did not slow down and continued to rise rapidly in the heaven division. 50 feet, 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet, 90 feet. Finally, the golden light reached 90 feet. Its speed gradually slowed down. 91 feet, 92 feet, 95 feet. Chapter 434. LV Tao's strength. Oh my God! She's 950 feet tall. That's insane. Yeah. She's 50 feet taller than Zhu Qi, the #1 genius of the Imperial Sword faction. This result is really shocking. No wonder she's second only to LVA Tao. Luo Xing's result is really amazing. There was an uproar in the square. Even the 5 magnates were shocked. Luo Xing's result was beyond their expectations. Zhu Qi looked at Luo Xing, who was a head taller than him. His face darkened, and he muttered, I didn't expect the gap between me and Luo Xing to widen in the past 2 years. After seeing Luo Xing's result, a rare, gentle smile appeared on the meteorite master's face. Obviously, she was very satisfied with Luo Xing's result. It's true that there are new talents in every generation. Sister Luo Xing, your disciple's talent is even better than yours. Lu Nantian couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Xing is the most talented disciple I've ever taught. Her talent is indeed better than mine. However, she's still not as good as LV Tao from the house of Marquichin, the master of the meteorite said with a smile. You're too modest. Although Tao is the most powerful, the realm of Marquichin is the most powerful. However, the realm of Marquichin is not only a test of strength, but also a comprehensive evaluation of one's potential. In terms of talent and potential, Luo Xing from the Jade Lady Astral Court deserves to be #1 in Muqing County, Lu Nantian said, shaking his head. Haha, we'll have to wait for LV Tao from the house of Marquichin to know the result, the master of the meteorite said, shaking her head. Yes, that's true. Lu Nantian nodded and looked at the last person, LVE Tao. He said, Tao, come over here and take the test. Hearing this, LVE Tao smiled and nodded. He slowly walked in front of the heaven and earth plate and placed his right hand on it. At this moment, LVE Tao's every action naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many people were looking forward to the final result of the test. What would the #1 practitioner of the younger generation in Muqing County be like? Could he surpass Luo Xing's record? Whoosh! A soft sound was emitted from the heaven and earth tablet. Immediately, an extremely dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the bottom of the tablet. It was like the scorching sun at noon, illuminating everyone until they narrowed their eyes. Furthermore, everyone was shocked to discover that this blazing golden light was actually mixed with a strange purple color. This golden light was actually purple gold in color. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the purplish gold light shot from the bottom of the heaven and earth monolith to the top of the monolith at a rapid speed. It was so fast that it was dazzling. It's actually purplish gold in color. The energy that LV Tao left on the heaven and earth monolith is actually purplish gold in color. Why is this color so strange? Purplish gold is the king of all metals. It is a color that is of a higher grade than gold. I'm afraid this means that the energy in LV Tao's body has definitely surpassed gold. It's really terrifying to be able to emit purplish gold light. It seems like LV Tao's ranking will definitely surpass Luo Xing's. Just as the square was filled with discussions, the purplish gold light on the huge monolith shot up like a hot knife through butter. It instantly surpassed LV Yongxing, Qin Batian, and Su Tianliang. Its speed showed no signs of slowing down. LV Yongxing's expression was calm when he saw that he had been surpassed in an instant. However, the corners of Su Tianliang and Qin Batian's eyes twitched violently. LV Yitao's strength was probably above their expectations. He had actually surpassed their records so easily. Whoosh! Without any hindrance, the purplish gold light shot up to 90 feet. It was almost on par with Zhu Qi's result. Zhu Qi, who was standing in front of the Imperial Sword Sex team, looked a little nervous. He was hoping that the purplish gold light would stop at 90 feet. However, his hopes were dashed. Whoosh! The purplish gold light did not stop. It directly passed Zhu Qi and continued to climb. After 90 feet, the purplish gold light began to slow down. 91 feet, 92 feet, 93 feet. At 95 feet, the purplish gold light was on par with Luo Xing's result. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the purplish gold light actually stopped at 95 feet for nearly a breath's time. It stopped? Is LV Tao's result only 95 feet? It can't be. After all, LV Tao is the strongest of the younger generation. His strength is much stronger than Luo Xing's. His result should not be so low. Let's continue to watch. The purplish gold light did not show a corresponding name. It should be more than 95 feet. At this time, Luo Xing, who was in the Jade Lady Star Quartz team, frowned. Based on her understanding of LV Tao, she knew that LV Tao's strength was not limited to this. Thinking of this, Luo Xing's beautiful eyes could not help but converge on the tall white figure at the bottom of the monolith. Coincidentally, LV Tao had turned his head and was looking at Luo Xing with a gentle gaze. Do you want to lose? If you do that, you will only make me look down on you. Luo Xing's jade-like neck shook slightly as she transmitted her voice coldly. Hearing Luo Xing's transmission, the smile on LV Tao's face suddenly disappeared. His eyes were gloomy. He turned his head and stared at the monolith in front of him again. He muttered to himself, "In that case, I will show you my true ability. Luo Xing in Muqing County, no one is worthy of you except me." As he spoke, the power of heaven and earth in LV Yitao's body surged out again. The purplish gold light on the monolith became more vigorous. It immediately exceeded 95 feet and entered 96 feet. It showed no signs of stopping. 97 feet, 98 feet, 99 feet. At this time, when the purplish gold light stopped at 99 feet, it began to tremble violently, as if it was running out of strength. It seems that Tao's result is 99 feet. Lu Nantan shook his head and muttered to himself in disappointment. In fact, with LV Tao's strength and talent, he still hoped that LV Tao could reach 100 feet and break the limit of the heaven and earth monolith. But now it seemed that it was unlikely. 99 feet. LV Tao is indeed the number one person among the younger generation. He is actually 40 feet taller than Luo Xing. He is only 10 feet away from the limit of the heaven and earth monolith. Yes, looking at the way the purplish gold light is constantly trembling, the limit should be 99 feet. This result is already very heaven-defying. The heaven and earth monolith is only 100 feet tall. Below the heaven and earth monolith, LV Tao frowned slightly. When the purplish gold light reached 99 feet, he actually felt an extremely terrifying resistance. No matter how he activated the power of heaven and earth in his dantian, he was unable to make the purplish gold light reach 100 feet. Humph! You want to stop me with a mere heaven and earth monolith? Break! With a cold snort, LV Tao stomped his foot. The origin source wheel in his dantian began to spin wildly. Waves of rich power of heaven and earth flowed through his meridians and into the heaven and earth monolith. Boom! Under the support of the power of heaven and earth, the purplish gold light above the heaven and earth monolith was almost at its peak. In the end, it crossed 99 feet and entered the 100 feet mark. In the end, the purplish gold light revealed LV Tao's name at the 100 feet mark. Furthermore, the words were extremely dazzling. LV Nantian, who was originally a little disappointed, said excitedly, "Tao, really didn't disappoint me." He finally broke through and reached the limit of the heaven and earth monolith. Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, Zhu Qi, and Luo Xing, who were at the front of the group, were shocked when they saw the dazzling name at the 100 feet mark on the monolith. At the same time, the entire square was in an uproar when the purplish gold light broke through the 99 feet mark and reached 100 feet. Countless uproars rang out one after another. In the corner of the square, when the purplish gold light reached 100 feet mark, Zhouwen's pupils shrank suddenly. There was also a look of shock in his eyes. LV Tao's result was really abnormal. He had actually reached the limit of the heaven and earth monolith, 100 feet. He's really a genius. I'm afraid no one here can break LV Tao's terrifying result. Chiu Chou couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Zhuowen and the others nodded in agreement. LV Tao's strength was indeed terrifying. It seemed that the title of the number one expert in Muqing County wasn't undeserved. In front of the heaven and earth monolith, LV Tao slowly withdrew his palm. His expression didn't change. He was still as calm as ever as he returned to the group. Once LV Tao's test was over, the test for the 6 top geniuses of the younger generation in Muqing County had also come to an end. Next, it was time to test the rest of the group. The first to be tested was naturally the geniuses of the 5 super factions: House of Marquis Qin, Jade Lady Star Court, Marquis, Baichuan, Marquis Yongsheng, and Imperial Sword Sect. Everyone in the square was very patient. They didn't feel that waiting for the test was a kind of torture. After all, when the other groups were tested, the spectators could constantly analyze the gap between them and their opponents. This would be very helpful in the battles after entering the trial mountain. The tests were carried out in an orderly manner. Zhuowen, who was standing in the corner of the square, was also silently paying attention to the results of the geniuses of the 5 super factions. These geniuses of the 5 super factions were indeed much stronger than the average faction. Most of them were able to obtain the Earth rank imprint. Only a small number of them obtained the human rank imprint. Among them, Lu Yuanhua of the House of Marquis Qin had actually reached the ultimate Emperor realm. On the heaven rank section of the heaven rank section, he stopped at 530 feet. Chapter 435. Tyrannical Chu City, there were close to 100 people in the 5 super factions teams. Once the test was over, it would be a majestic team from a super city. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that there were actually 50 people in the 5 super factions teams who had obtained the heaven rank imprint. This meant that there were 50 people in the younger generation of the 5 super factions who were at the second wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm. This number was terrifying. 50 people didn't seem like a lot, but there were 1,000 teams in the training field. Among the 10,000 people, only 10 to 20% of them were at the first wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm. As for the second wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm, needless to say, there were even fewer of them. Half of the 5 super factions teams were geniuses. It had to be said that the 5 super factions were indeed the top forces in Muqing County. They were actually able to nurture so many geniuses. Brother Joie, it'll be our Broken Rock City's turn soon. We'll be going first." Ouyang Hanshin smiled and nodded at Zhuowen. He prepared to lead Broken Rock City's team to the Heaven and Earth tablet for the test. "Brother Hanshin, you should be at the peak of the first wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm. I'm afraid you're not far from the second wheel. If you work hard, you might even be able to obtain the Heaven rank imprint." Zhuowen looked sincerely at Ouyang Hanshin. Ouyang Hanshin shook his head when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, a rather arrogant voice rumbled over, causing Ouyang Hanshin and Zhuowen to frown. "A mere ultimate Emperor realm cultivator wants to obtain the Heaven rank imprint? Stop dreaming. Ouyang Hanshin, with your cultivation, you can only obtain the Earth rank imprint." This voice was extremely loud and clear, immediately attracting the attention of many people in the surroundings. Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly, following the source of the voice. He saw a group of people quickly walking over from the crowd. This group of people was full of qi and had a vast aura. Clearly, they weren't ordinary people. Standing in front of the team was a red-haired youth with bare arms. He was tall and muscular, and his handsome face was full of arrogance. Obviously, this person had an arrogant and despotic character. However, what caused Zhuowen's eyes to narrow slightly was that the aura of this red-haired youth was not restrained at all. Instead, it was completely released. The powerful aura seemed to have solidified the air within a 1-foot radius around him, forming numerous cyclones. Many weak warriors simply did not dare to approach this youth. A gray-robed old man stood beside the red-haired young man. The gray-robed old man looked ordinary, but when Zhuowen's gaze focused on the gray-robed old man, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Although the old man's aura was extremely obscure, Zhuowen still felt a terrifying sense of threat from him. Moreover, this feeling wasn't any weaker than Qiu Chao's. Clearly, this old man was a 4-wheel ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, just like Qiu Chou. "Zhuowen, this is the team of the Super City, Tyrant Chu City. They're not a team to be trifled with." As if seeing the confusion on Zhuowen's face, Guyu Tian hurriedly came to his side and explained. Although Guyu Tian was only the city lord of a low-level city, his ability to gather information was not weak. Before the Vitality Tower had opened, Guyu Tian had spent a lot of effort gathering information and knew many forces like the back of his hand. "Tyrant Chu City?" Zhuowen muttered with narrowed eyes. Tyrant Chu City is one of the top forces among the super cities. Its foundation is even more terrifying than Broken Rock Cities. That red-haired youth is the captain of Tyrant Chu City's team. His name is Lu Che, and he's extremely talented. The gray-robed elder beside Lu Che is the city lord of Tyrant Chu City. His nickname is the Limitless Old Man. His strength is at the ultimate Emperor stage, and he's considered a famous expert in Muqing County. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze once again focused on the gray-robed elder. No wonder he gave off a threatening feeling. The Limitless Old Man's strength was just as he'd guessed. He was actually an ultimate Emperor stage expert. Guyu Tian glanced at the gray-robed elder with fear and continued. Tyrant Chu City and Broken Rock City are extremely close to each other. In the past 100 years, in order to compete for the surrounding resources, the two cities have frequently fought and killed each other. Their relationship can be said to be extremely bad. Hearing this, Zhuowen knew that Tyrant Chu City did not come with good intentions. However, Lu Nantian and the others were present in the training field. No matter how bold Tyrant Chu City was, he would not dare to make a move here. "Lu Che, what do you mean?" Ouyang Hanshuan's gaze immediately darkened as he stared coldly at the red-haired youth in front of him. "Hee, what do I mean? What I mean is that you're just a piece of trash. Can't you even understand that? You really have a pig's brain." The red-haired youth, Lu Che, laughed coldly. "What right do you have to talk about me? Do you think you can obtain the heaven-level imprint? Don't shoot yourself in the foot when the time comes." Ouyang Hanshin snorted coldly. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Che, will definitely obtain the heaven-level imprint. However, if you want to obtain the heaven-level imprint, I'm afraid it will be very difficult." As he spoke, the aura on Lu Che's body suddenly rose steadily, directly reaching a terrifying level. His head of red hair stood on end. Ultimate Emperor stage. Feeling the aura exploding from Lu Che's body, Ouyang Hanchuan's handsome and fair face suddenly revealed a trace of shock. Soon after, his expression became even more gloomy. To obtain the heaven-level imprint, one needed to be at least at the ultimate Emperor stage. Of course, there were some cultivators at the peak of the ultimate Emperor stage who were extremely powerful and talented, and had the qualifications to obtain the heaven-level imprint. However, such monstrous geniuses were extremely rare. Although Ouyang Hanchuan's talent was rather high, he was far from reaching the level of a monstrous genius. Therefore, even if he had the strength of a peak ultimate Emperor stage cultivator, it was still very difficult for him to obtain the heaven-level imprint. However, Lu Che was a genuine ultimate Emperor stage cultivator, so obtaining the heaven-level imprint was still relatively easy. Haha, Ouyang Hanxian, you'd better pray that you don't meet me in the training mountain. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't hold back at all. Lu Che sneered. Boom! A pressure as heavy as a mountain suddenly overturned. The originally cold smile on Lu Che's face instantly froze. With a muffled groan, he actually retreated more than 10 steps. His expression was extremely ugly as he looked at the figure in front of him. Limitless, old man, take care of your dog. Otherwise, this old man might not be able to resist breaking his dog's legs. Chiu Cho slowly stepped forward. His gaze was cold as the aura of an ultimate Emperor stage cultivator surged out from his body without reservation. The originally calm, limitless old man's expression changed slightly when he sensed this vast aura. He suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of Lu Che. A similarly powerful aura surged out from his body to resist Chiu Chao's powerful aura. Chiu Chou, the old man came when the young one couldn't do it? Is this the style of your Broken Rock City? The limitless old man's expression was gloomy as he mocked. Hee, it was clearly your dog who provoked me first. If this wasn't the training square, this old man would have already beaten your dog to the point that even an old dog like you wouldn't be able to recognize him. Chiu Chou wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. He coldly stared at the limitless old man as he spoke. Chiu Chao's mouth was extremely venomous. His words directly scolded the limitless old man and Lu Che, causing the limitless old man's expression to become extremely gloomy. Could Lu Che be wrong? The younger generation of your Broken Rock City isn't very good. Up until now, there hasn't been a single ultimate Emperor stage cultivator who has reached the second wheel. Even the most outstanding Ouyang Hanxian is only at the peak of the ultimate Emperor stage. TSK. As he spoke, the limitless old man's gaze shifted slightly and stared at Guyu Tian and Zhuowen. After a pause, he shook his head and mocked. Looks like your Broken Rock City really isn't going to make it. Not only is the younger generation so weak, you're even mixing with the lowly commoners of these low-level cities. I think you're really hopeless. Back when Lu Nantian had gathered 1,000 city lords, Guyu Tian had been the last to go up on stage. At that time, the former's performance had been extremely unusual and reserved. The other city, lords in the square, basically knew that Guyu Tian was the city lord of the only low-level city, Rot-Tan Armor City. When Chiu Chou heard this, his expression became even more unsightly. Just as he was about to retort, a figure walked out first. Zhuowen. Chiu Chou looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared with some surprise. Old dog, watch your words. Your King Chu city is a super city. That little dog, called Lu Che, that you've raised isn't much either. He's only at the early stage of the ultimate Emperor stage. What's there to be proud of? Zhouwen's gaze was calm as he stared at the limitless old man and spoke word by word. When Zhuowen said this, the square immediately fell silent. The people from King Chu City, including the limitless old man and Lu Che, all stared blankly at the youth in front of them. They never thought that this lowly commoner from a low-level city would actually dare to insult them to their faces. It was fine if Chiu Chou insulted them. After all, Chiu Chou was an ultimate emperor stage cultivator. Furthermore, his unruly character was well known. Being insulted by him was nothing. However, who was this Zhuowen? He was only a contestant from a low-level city. His status wasn't even comparable to a city lord. What right did he have to insult them in front of them? Little B****, do you dare to say that again? The limitless old man's gaze was extremely gloomy. In the depths of his eyes, there was even a hint of killing intent. This little brat who smelled of milk in front of him really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was clearly just a lowly commoner from a low-level city, but he actually dared to hoot in front of him. Who gave him the guts? Picking his ears, Zhuowen spread out his hands and said, "Can you lower your voice a little? You're already so old, yet you're still barking so loudly. Don't you feel tired? You little brat, see if this old man doesn't kill you." The limitless old man's eyes instantly became incomparably red. The aura on his body rose to the extreme. He stomped his foot and stretched out his right hand, directly rushing towards Zhuowen. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed toward Zhuowen's throat. Chapter 436. Everlasting old man, how dare you? Chiu Chou was enraged when he saw everlasting old man's shameless attack. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhuowen. He waved his right hand and slammed it against everlasting old man's claw. Rumble. As the palms and claws collided, a ring-shaped shockwave swept out. The ground within a radius of several feet cracked open and countless rocks floated up. The nearby cultivators were all affected by the shockwaves of the collision and were forced to retreat. Broken Rock City's Chiu Chou and Tyrant Chu City's Wuji, old man, have actually made a move. These two are bona fide ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. The shockwaves from their clash are already so powerful. How terrifying! Chuba City and Broken Rock City have never been on good terms. It's normal for them to fight when they meet, but this is the training grounds. These two actually dare to fight. Aren't they afraid of Marquis Lu's wrath? That's true. Look, Marquis Lu and the others seem to have noticed this. Waves of air swirled, and many cultivators in the surroundings hurriedly retreated. Their faces were filled with fear as they discussed. Lu Nantian, who was presiding over the test on the firmament tablet, frowned slightly. He had also noticed the fight between Chiu Chou and everlasting old man. He snorted coldly and waved his right hand. An invisible force spread out, and Chiu Chou and everlasting old man, who were originally fighting, immediately retreated. Private fights are not allowed in the training grounds. If the two of you want to continue fighting, don't blame me for killing the two of you. A mighty voice rolled out, sounding very solemn. Chiu Chou and everlasting old man lowered their heads and bowed respectfully to Lu Nantian. Then they returned to their own teams and did not dare to fight again. Little bastard, consider yourself lucky today. If this wasn't the training grounds, you wouldn't be able to pay for it, even if you had 10 dog lives. Everlasting old man stared coldly at Zhuowen. Then he led his team to a huge rock not far from the group from Broken Rock City. Brat, I'll let you jump around for a while. When you enter the training mountain, you better not meet me. Otherwise, I will let you know what it feels like to wish you were dead. Lu Che, who was standing behind the Wuji old man, glared coldly at Zhuowen as he snarled. Oh, don't worry. I don't care about what a dog does. If we meet on the training mountain, I will only break your dog's legs. I won't take your dog life. Spreading out his hands, Zhuowen laughed mockingly. Just you wait. Hearing Zhuowen calling him a dog's leg and a dog's life, Lu Che was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. In the end, he held back his desire to make a move. After leaving behind some harsh words, he directly followed behind the everlasting old man. Zhouwen's mouth was too poisonous. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, he would really not be able to hold back and directly attack. Zhouwen, you have to be careful of this, Lu Che. Although this guy isn't very smart and likes to show off, his strength is not bad. If you really meet this guy on the training mountain, you can just forfeit if you can't beat him. That way, you can at least save your life. Qiu Qiu cautioned Zhouwen. As Zhouwen had purposely concealed his aura, he only displayed the strength of an early-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. Therefore, everyone thought that Zhouwen's strength was not strong. Oh, I can still forfeit after entering the training mountain? Hearing this, Zhouwen asked in surprise. Yes, the mark of heaven and earth is the pass to the training mountain. If you voluntarily forfeit the mark of heaven and earth, the training mountain will directly send you out. Of course, once you are sent out, it means that you no longer have the qualifications to enter the third level. Qiu Qiu nodded. Hearing this, Zhouwen nodded in understanding. It seemed that the mark of heaven and earth was similar to the identity token on the first level of the Origin Qi Tower. Forfeiting could save one's life, but the price was being eliminated. It's our Broken Rock City's turn now. Han Xian, lead the team to the heaven and earth monolith. Also, you don't have to pay attention to that idiot Lu Che's words. As long as you work hard, it doesn't matter if you can obtain the heaven rank mark or not. Ouyang Yintu said seriously to Ouyang Yintu and the others. Ouyang Han Xian nodded, but his eyes were filled with determination. He led the 8 people from Broken Rock City to the heaven and earth monolith. Ouyang Han Xian didn't go up to take the test first. Instead, he let his team members take the test first. Fortunately, most of his team members were half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, so they were all able to obtain the human rank mark. Ouyang Ruoli's progress was also not bad. She had already reached the early stage Emperor Realm. During the test, the golden light formed by her directly entered the earth rank area like a hot knife through butter. Finally, it stopped at about 300 feet. Among the many names, it was rather unremarkable. However, to Ouyang Ruoli, this kind of result was already very good. After Ouyang Ruoli finished her test, Ouyang Hanxian slowly walked up to the heaven and earth monolith. He took a deep breath and gently placed his right palm on the surface of the monolith. The power of heaven and earth in his body silently entered the monolith. Ouyang Yintu, Qiu Qiu, Zhouwen, and the others in the plaza all stared unblinkingly at Ouyang Hanxian as he began his test. Ouyang Hanxuan's current cultivation level could actually break through to the second wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm at any time. If Ouyang Hanxian worked hard, there was still hope for him to obtain the heaven rank mark. Not far away, the everlasting old man and Lu Che also stared at the heaven and earth monolith. Their faces were full of ridicule. They didn't believe that Ouyang Hanxian, who hadn't even reached the second wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm, could obtain the heaven and earth mark. The golden light was like an arrow released from a bow. It shot directly towards the top of the monolith. In the blink of an eye, the golden light broke through 200 feet and entered the earth rank area. Moreover, after entering the earth rank area, its speed didn't decrease. It brazenly shot towards the heaven rank area. When the golden light reached 450 feet, its speed began to slow down. Moreover, with every 10 feet, its speed became even slower. When the golden light reached 490 feet, its speed was no different from that of a tortoise. It was still moving in place. There's only 10 feet left. I must cross this 10 feet. The veins on Ouyang Hanxuan's forehead bulged as he roared. This Ouyang Hanxian really is trash. It seems that he can only stop at 490 feet. Lu Che, who was beside the everlasting old man, crossed his arms, and laughed mockingly. He's just moaning for no reason. What's the use of shouting so loudly? No strength is no strength, Kiki. The everlasting old man sneered. Boom! As soon as the everlasting old man's voice fell, the golden light that had been hovering in the 490 feet above the heaven rank area grew even more vigorous. It suddenly shot up and actually reached 500 feet. It just so happened to cross the 500 feet mark and enter the heaven rank area with great difficulty. This brat actually entered the heaven rank area. The everlasting old man's smile froze as he frowned slightly. Lu Che narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What a lucky fellow. He actually crossed the 500 feet mark by just a little. However, Ouyang Hanchuan's strength is just that little. If he meets me, he'll still be instantly killed. However, you have to be careful. Broken Rock City's Chiu Cho is also an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. He might have given Ouyang Hanxian some powerful trump cards, so don't be careless." The everlasting old man said indifferently, "Sir, I will be careful." Lu Che nodded respectfully. "And that brat from Rot 10 Armor City. His cultivation is clearly only at the ultimate Emperor Realm, but he actually dares to be so arrogant in front of this old man. If you meet that brat in the Trial Mountain, kill him immediately. Don't give him a chance to forfeit." The everlasting old man stared coldly at the nearby Zhuowen. "Even if you didn't mention it, I would have done it. That brat thinks that he can be so arrogant just because he has the backing of Broken Rock City. When the time comes, I will let him know that even Broken Rock City won't have a good ending if they provoke our tyrant Chu City, let alone a lowly commoner from a low-level city." Lu Che grinned, revealing his white teeth. Compared to the gloomy atmosphere on the everlasting old man's side, Chiu Cho, Ouyang and Zhuowen were rather happy. They were obviously very happy that Ouyang Hanxian had obtained the heaven rank imprint. Beside the heaven and earth tablet, Ouyang Hanxian let out a light sigh. His eyes were filled with relief and excitement. He didn't expect that he would obtain the heaven rank imprint in the end. It was quite rare for an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator to obtain the heaven rank imprint. Therefore, after Ouyang Hanxian finished his test, Lu Nantian and the others nodded with praise. After Ouyang Hanxian returned to the group, he was naturally overjoyed. Even Zhuowen couldn't help but congratulate him, making Ouyang Hanxian unable to contain his joy. "Tyrant Chu, come forward and take the test." Not long after, Lu Nantian suddenly shouted from the front. "Lu Che, perform well. It's best if you show your full strength and let those old fellows from Broken Rock City see the strength of our tyrant Chu City." The everlasting old man crossed his arms and calmly instructed, "Sir, don't worry. With my strength, entering the heaven rank area is a simple matter. Surpassing Ouyang Hanchuan's ranking is inevitable." Lu Che nodded. Then he coldly stared at the group from Broken Rock City, not far away, and directly led them to the front of the heaven and earth tablet. It's that hateful Lu Che's turn. In the group from Broken Rock City, Ouyang Rolly frowned slightly and said with disgust, "Although this Lu Che's personality is hateful, he is indeed very strong. I'm afraid that this fellow's ranking will surpass mine." Ouyang Hanxian said with a helpless expression. Although he was lucky enough to obtain the heaven rank imprint, he was at the bottom of the heaven rank area. Those geniuses who were able to obtain the heaven rank imprint were all ranked above him. Lu Che's strength had already reached the ultimate Emperor Realm, so it was normal for him to surpass him in ranking. What's so great about him? This hateful fellow's cultivation is only one level higher than Big Brother's, but he's still so arrogant. With Big Brother's current cultivation, I'm afraid that you won't be far from advancing to the ultimate Emperor Realm. When you break through, let's see if Lu Che can still be so arrogant." Ouyang Ruoli said with a snort. Chapter 437. Limitless Startling Cloud. Art Lu Che led Chu Baching's team and walked in front of the heaven and earth monolith in high spirits. The corners of his mouth curled up and his face was filled with arrogance. Many people in the square frowned at the former's behavior. Lu Che's choice was the same as Ouyang Hanchuan's. He wanted to be the last to take the test. He wanted to let the other 10 people in his team take the test first. In an instant, the heaven and earth monolith flickered with golden light. Soon, the other 7 people from King Chu's team had finished their tests. However, King Chu's team was indeed stronger than Broken Rock City's team. 2 of his team members were at the first wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm, and both of them had obtained the Earth rank imprint. The other 5 were half-step ultimate Emperor realm and had obtained the human rank imprint. After the 7 of them finished their tests, Lu Che slowly walked towards the heaven and earth monolith. He raised his head and focused his gaze on Ouyang Hanchuan's name on the monolith, a disdainful sneer on his face. Ouyang Hanxian, so what if you're lucky enough to obtain the heaven rank imprint? In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash. With a cold smile, Lu Che placed his right hand on the heaven and earth monolith. Suddenly, a golden light flickered and shot up, instantly crossing the human rank region and entering the earth rank region. However, after entering the earth rank region, the golden light slowed down slightly. Whoosh! Soon, the golden light reached the 500-foot region. At this point, its speed was extremely slow, but it still shot up. In the end, it stopped at the 500-foot region. Its ranking was just below that of the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Yuanhua. Lu Che was clearly not satisfied with this result. He clapped his hands and left the heaven and earth monolith, leading King Chu's team back to the square. Looks like your King Chu's Lu Che isn't that strong after all. He's clearly an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator, but he only reached the 500-foot region. This performance is barely satisfactory. Chiu Cho suddenly mocked loudly. Hearing this, the old man's face darkened. He said coldly, "He's much better than your Broken Rock City's Ouyang Hanxian. At least Lu Che is an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. But what about Broken Rock City? Has anyone in the younger generation reached the ultimate Emperor realm? You only know how to hang out with the lowly commoners of some low-level cities. You're really dragging down the face of our super cities. Low-level city? Is Chu Ba Chung really that outstanding? I'm afraid that even your number 1 expert, Lu Che, is not as good as me." Zhuowen retorted coldly. Seeing that the Wuji old man was looking down on Rot 10 Armor City in every possible way, Zhuowen was a little angry. "Yo, you little rascal, you still have a temper? Did I say something wrong? What kind of genius could a low-level city like yours produce? Do you really think that a little brat at the first will extreme Emperor realm like you can compare to Lu Che?" The everlasting old man sneered. "Since you're so sure that the contestants from Vine Armor City are not as good as those from King Chu City, do you dare to bet with me?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. "Oh, how do you want to bet?" The everlasting old man asked with interest. "It's very simple. Let's compare the results of the Sky and Earth monolith. If my ranking is higher than Lu Che's, then Tanjia City wins. Otherwise, we'll lose. What do you think? Do you dare to bet?" Zhuowen took a step forward and challenged the everlasting old man. Hearing this, the everlasting old man couldn't help but be stunned. Then he began to laugh loudly. He stared at Zhuowen like he was looking at an idiot. "Little rascal, I think water has entered your brain? You want to compare rankings with Lu Che? With your strength? You're really making me laugh my head off. I'm just asking you if you dare or not. If you don't, then pretend I didn't say anything," Zhuowen said indifferently with a slight smirk. The everlasting old man narrowed his eyes and said with a darkened expression, "What an arrogant brat. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Since you insist on betting, then I'll keep you company. However, the stakes will be decided by me." "All right," Zhuowen nodded. At this moment, Guyu Tian, Chiu Cho, and Ouyang Yintu's expressions changed drastically. They never thought that Zhuowen would actually make a bet with the everlasting old man on his own accord. Moreover, it was a bet on rankings. Although Zhuowen's talent was decent and he had successfully reached the ultimate emperor realm, he was only at the early stage of the ultimate emperor realm. He could probably only reach around 300 feet on the sky and earth monolith. On the other hand, Lu Che's ranking was 550 feet high. It wasn't something an early stage ultimate emperor realm cultivator could reach. As a result, Zhuowen was bound to lose this bet. Zhuowen, that Lu Che is a second wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Trying to compete with him in terms of ranking is like trying to break a rock with an egg. Guyu Tian advised with an ugly expression. Ouyang Yun Tu, Cho Cho, and the others' expressions were rather unnatural. However, Zhuowen wasn't someone from Broken Rock City, so they couldn't persuade him otherwise. They could only shake their heads. Lord Gu, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zhuowen cautiously glanced at Guyu Tian and gave him a reassuring look. Guyu Tian sighed when he heard that. He knew Zhuowen's personality well, so even if he tried to persuade him now, he probably wouldn't be able to change his mind. Right now, Guyu Tian was only praying in his heart that Old Man Wuji's wager wasn't too expensive. Otherwise, with Rot-Tan Armor City's foundation, they wouldn't be able to take out a wager of the same value. Hee. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. You have to accept this bet even if you don't want to. The everlasting old man snickered. Cut the crap. Hurry up and take out the bet. Zhuowen impatiently waved his hand. Zhuowen's attitude immediately infuriated the everlasting old man. He thought to himself that he would definitely make Zhuowen go bankrupt this time. My bet is the low emperor tier armor skill, the limitless art of startling cloud. This is an armor skill that can be combined with palm techniques, fist techniques, or various weapons. It can be said to be extremely useful. Hee, kid, do you have anything comparable to the limitless art of startling cloud? The everlasting old man said proudly. When Guyu Tian, Cho Cho, and the others saw the everlasting old man take out an emperor tier armor skill as a bet, they were all shocked. Among them, Guyu Tian secretly complained. The value of this emperor tier armor skill far exceeded the entire territory of Rot-Tan Armor City. Even if the entire Rot-Tan Armor City was sold, it might not be worth as much as the limitless art of startling cloud. It's over. This bet is too big. It's not something our Rot-Tan Armor City can afford. Guyu Tian's face was extremely pale as he bitterly smiled to himself. Even Ouyang Yintu and Cho Cho shook their heads. Even their Broken Rock City would suffer great losses if they took out such a bet. The everlasting old man was clearly making things difficult for Zhuowen on purpose. Yes, why not? After Zhuowen glanced at the limitless art of startling cloud, a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. Until now, he had never owned an Emperor tier armor skill. Since an Emperor tier armor skill had been delivered to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't be polite. With that, Zhuowen patted his Chinquan bag and immediately took out a crystal that looked like a flame. Waves of blazing aura constantly emitted from the crystal. This is refined crystal jade? Heavens, Zhuowen, why do you have something like this on you? Cho Cho recognized the refined crystal jade at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim. When the surrounding people heard this, their faces immediately changed. Many people had heard of the refined crystal jade before. This item was extremely rare in the Qingxian Empire. It was basically a rare treasure that had a price but no market. Its value in the Qingxian Empire was extremely high. Just like an emperor tier armor skill, it was also something that money might not necessarily buy. Looking at the refined crystal jade in Zhuowen's hand, the everlasting old man's eyes involuntarily narrowed. He didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually have such a rare treasure on him. One had to know that even their Tyrant Chu city didn't have a single refined crystal jade. Haha, no wonder you're so confident. So you have a rare treasure like the refined crystal jade on you. But do you think the value of a single refined crystal jade is comparable to an Emperor tier armor skill? Humph, you'll need at least 10 of them, otherwise. Before the everlasting old man could finish his words, his voice came to an abrupt halt. He could only stare blankly at the young man in front of him. The young man patted his chinkuin bag again, and a fiery red aura swept out violently. Immediately after, refined crystal jades in the shape of flames suddenly floated around the young man's body. 10 should be enough, right? Zhuowen said indifferently. Guyu Tian, Cho Cho, Oyangyuntu, and the others who were watching from the side were also stunned. They looked at the 10 flame-like, refined crystal jades around the young man's body with some disbelief. They couldn't help but gasp lightly. The fact that Zhuowen was able to take out one refined crystal jade had already shocked them, but now he was able to take out 10 at once. Moreover, he did not even frown. This naturally caused them to be extremely shocked. Even the everlasting old man, who was full of himself, didn't say anything at this time. However, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes as he stared at the 10 refined crystal jades in front of Zhuowen. This kid clearly came from a low-level city. How could he have so many refined crystal jades on him? Moreover, looking at this kid's indifferent appearance, I'm afraid there should be a lot of refined crystal jades in his chinkuin bag. With this thought in mind, the everlasting old man nodded and sneered. 10 should be enough. Anyway, when your results are out, these 10 are destined to be our Chuba cities. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps the limitless art of startling cloud in your hands will be mine when the time comes. Zhuowen shook his head. At the same time, Lu Che had led Chuba City's group back. The everlasting old man naturally told them about Zhuowen's bet, causing Lu Che to look at Zhuowen in surprise. Soon after, his eyes were filled with mockery. What an ignorant brat. When it's his turn to take the test, he'll know how stupid the bet was. Lu Che shook his head and sneered. Chapter 438. The stakes the test continued in an orderly manner. After the teams from the superpowers were done, it was the turn of the high-ranked cities. There were far fewer Ultimate Emperor Realm experts in the high-ranked cities, but fortunately there were a lot of high-ranked cities, so there were quite a few who obtained the Heaven rank insignia. The teams from high-ranked cities spent a full 6 hours to complete the test. Next was the turn of the teams from the mid-ranked cities. Although the teams from these cities were quite strong, there wasn't a single Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator among them. The strongest among them was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. It was obvious that luck played a large part in why these teams had been able to make it to the second level. After an hour, all the teams from the mid-ranked cities had finished their tests. In the end, only the low-ranked city, Rot-10 Armor City, was left. Rot-10 Armor City, come forth! Lu Nantian cleared his throat and announced loudly. As soon as he said this, a trace of interest appeared in the eyes of everyone in the plaza. They also knew that the last team to take the test was the team from the only low-ranked city out of the 1,000. Let's see just what kind of divine being Rot-10 Armor City is. It's clearly just a low-ranked city, but they were able to advance to the second floor. I wonder how strong the team from Rot-10 Armor City is? They shouldn't be very strong. A low-ranked city is a low-ranked city, after all. How can they nurture true geniuses if their foundations are too weak? I'm afraid that they were only able to advance to the second floor by luck. Then their luck is too good. There has never been a record of a low-ranked city advancing to the second floor in the past. Countless gazes gathered on the worldly monolith. They were looking forward to seeing what kind of insignia the team from Rot-10 Armor City would obtain under the worldly monoliths test. When he saw Rot-10 Armor City's team, Guyu Tian's expression became even more worried. He asked with a troubled expression, Zhuowen, do you have the confidence to surpass Lu Che's results? Although Zhuowen had already placed his bet, the value of 10 refined crystal jades was too high. If he lost to Chu Ba-cheng just like that, his heart would ache. Lord Gu, You will know when the time comes. Zhuowen smiled mysteriously and nodded at Ouying Tu, Chiu Chou, and the others. Then he led Gu Exayan and Hu Wuying towards the heaven and earth monolith. Father, Senior Chiu, do you think Brother Zhuo can surpass Lu Che? After all, their bet this time is a bit too big. Ouyang Hanxian asked with some worry. I'm not sure, but I don't think Zhuowen is an impulsive person. Perhaps he's still hiding his true strength. Ouyang Yunta shook his head. I feel that Zhuowen has a chance of surpassing Lu Che. From the past until now, this old man has never seen this kid lose. Chiu Chou nodded. He couldn't help but recall the strange aura on Zhuowen's body. He felt that Zhuowen wasn't simple. You guys are really confident in that trash. Even your broken rock cities, Ouyang Hanxian, is ranked lower than me. You guys are so naive to think that a brat from a low-level city can surpass me. Hee, what a joke. Not far away, Lu Che seemed to have heard the conversation between Chiu Chou and the others. He suddenly grinned, revealing a row of cold teeth. The mockery on his face became even more intense. You, Ouyang Hanxian, was furious. Just as he was about to retort, Chiu Chou stopped him. Don't bother with him. Let's see how Zhuowen's test results are first, Chiu Chou said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Ouyang Hanxian could only give up. He no longer paid any attention to Lu Che, who was laughing wantonly. Instead, he stared straight at the three figures walking towards the heaven and earth monolith. In his heart, he prayed that Zhuowen wouldn't disappoint them. At this moment, the people in the plaza unconsciously opened up a path. They silently sized up Zhuowen's group of three as they slowly walked past. Among these gazes there was doubt, ridicule, curiosity, and disdain. The people from the 5 super factions at the front were also sizing up the 3 figures with interest. Each of them had a different expression on their faces. Third brother, Zhuowen's rate of improvement is really fast. The aura on his body has actually reached the ultimate emperor stage, although it's only at the initial stage of the first cycle. In the house of Marquis Qin's team, LV Yongxing narrowed his eyes and said, his rate of improvement is really fast. However, my rate of improvement is even faster than this bastard's. If I meet this brat in the trial mountain this time, I'll definitely be able to kill him in an instant. Lu Yuanhua's eyes were cold as he licked his lips. This brat should only be able to obtain an Earth rank imprint. I hope you're lucky enough to meet this brat. LV Yongxing nodded. Among the 5 super factions teams, only LV Yongxing and Lu Yuanhua from the house of Marquis Qin glanced at Zhuowen's group of 3. The elegant LV Tao, the domineering Qin Batian, the indifferent Zhu Qi, and the ridiculous-looking Su Tianliang didn't pay any attention to Zhuowen at all. They just stood in front of their teams with their eyes closed, resting as they waited for the trial mountain to open. After all, the difference between a low-level city and a province's super faction was too great. They couldn't be bothered to pay attention to such a small fry and lower their status. Even if Rot-Tan Armor City became the first low-level city in history to reach the 2nd level of the Yuan Qi Tower, it still wouldn't attract their attention. However, Luo Xing from Jade Maiden Star Court's beautiful eyes moved as she glanced at Zhuowen. This was the first time she had seen Zhuowen's true face. In the past, she had only heard about Zhuowen's deeds from Qing Lian. First wheel ultimate emperor stage? His cultivation isn't bad, but it's still not enough to reach the 3rd level. Luo Xing glanced meaningfully at Qing Lian behind her and said indifferently, Senior Sister Luo Xing, I believe in Zhuowen's potential. I believe in him. Qing Lian, who was standing behind Luo Xing, stared at the slender figure in the distance with her beautiful eyes and spoke resolutely. Since you believe in him so much, I'll take a good look and see what kind of results this fellow can achieve on the heaven and earth monolith. Luo Xing nodded slightly and spoke indifferently. Under the gaze of so many people, Zhuowen's group of 3 finally ascended the heaven and earth monolith. The three of them bowed slightly to Lu Nantian and walked straight to the heaven and earth monolith not far away. Gu Xian Wuing, you two go first. Zhuowen nodded to the two people beside him. Gu Xian and Hu Wuing had always followed Zhuowen's lead, so they naturally didn't object. They went straight to the heaven and earth monolith to take the test. With a flash of golden light, the results of their tests quickly came out. Without exception, the two of them were only able to obtain a human rank imprint. Gu Xian's golden light rose to 120 meters, while Hu Wuing's rose to 110 meters. The difference in strength between the two of them wasn't that great. The three contestants from Rot-Tan Armor City are quite strong. Apart from Zhuowen, the other two are actually half-step ultimate Emperor stage cultivators. This is extremely rare in a low-level city. Lu Nantian nodded after Gu Xian and Hu Wuing finished their tests. It's quite impressive for a low-level city to have two half-step ultimate Emperor stage cultivators. I'm afraid that Rot-Tan Armor City will be able to apply to become a mid-level city after this battle for the Origin Qi Tower. I wonder what rank of imprint Zhuowen will be able to obtain. Xian Yuanli nodded. Judging from Zhuowen's aura, he's only an early-stage ultimate Emperor stage cultivator. He should just barely be able to obtain an Earth rank imprint. It's already very difficult for a low-level city to obtain an Earth rank imprint. The master of the meteorite interjected at this moment. Let's take a look first. Lu Nantian didn't make any guesses. Instead, he stared at the heaven and earth monolith. He had a feeling that this young man wasn't simple. Perhaps something unexpected would happen when the time came. Zhuowen didn't rush to start the test when he arrived in front of the heaven and earth monolith. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and looked at the large golden words on the surface of the monolith. They were densely packed and extremely dazzling. Everyone in the trial square had finished their tests, so it was possible to see the approximate ranking of the cultivators on the heaven and earth monolith. Without a doubt, the mortal rank area had the most names. It was obvious that the majority of the names were half-step ultimate Emperor stage cultivators. Next was the Earth rank area, where there were slightly fewer golden names. The Heaven rank area had the fewest golden names. The Heaven rank area was 500 feet tall, taking up almost half of the entire Heaven and Earth monolith. However, the names on the Heaven rank area were extremely sparse. The distance between each name was several feet, and the higher one went, the more there would be a gap of more than 10 feet. There were about 200 names in the Heaven rank area. It was obvious that out of the 10,000 cultivators, only 200 had the strength of a second wheel ultimate Emperor stage cultivator. LVE Tao Luo Xing, and the other 5 were far above the rest of the names in the Heaven rank area. These 6 people's strength far exceeded that of a second wheel ultimate Emperor stage cultivator. I just need to surpass Lu Che. Zhuowen muttered to himself. Then he placed his right hand on the surface of the monolith. Instantly, a dazzling golden light shot up from the bottom of the monolith. It wasn't very fast, but it was extremely tough. 15 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, it passed through the mortal rank area and entered the earth rank area. In the plaza, the everlasting old man and Lu Che's gazes were focused on the golden light on the heaven and earth monolith. When the golden light entered the earth rank area, their expressions changed slightly, but they remained relatively calm. 25 feet, 30 feet, 35 feet, 40 feet, 450 feet. When the golden light reached 450 feet, the everlasting old man began to frown. He said in a low voice, "This Zhuowen is clearly only a first will ultimate Emperor stage cultivator. How can he reach 450 feet on the heaven and earth monolith?" However, the everlasting old man was slightly relieved to see that the golden light began to slow down when it reached 450 feet. However, it still continued to shoot up tenaciously. 460 feet, 470 feet, 480 feet, 490 feet. Although the speed of the golden light had slowed down, it still managed to reach 490 feet. The everlasting elder was starting to lose his composure. His brows were tightly knitted together. Zhuo Wen's result was somewhat out of his expectations. This piece of trash shouldn't be able to reach 500 feet, however, before the everlasting old man could finish speaking. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. The everlasting old man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he froze in place. Chapter 439. Zhuo Wen's result when the golden light broke through the 490 feet mark and entered the heaven stage area. The entire training field fell silent. Everyone's pupils shrank as they stared at the golden light, unable to speak for a long time. He entered the heaven stage area. This brat from a low-level city actually has the ability to obtain a heaven stage imprint? This is unbelievable. Out of the nearly 10,000 cultivators in the training field, only about 200 people can enter the heaven stage area and obtain a heaven stage imprint. Moreover, these 200 people are basically geniuses from the 5 superpowers and super cities. There are even very few geniuses from high-level cities. But this brat actually obtained a heaven stage imprint? How did this brat do it? His aura clearly isn't strong, but he actually entered the heaven stage area? This is too unbelievable. After a long period of silence, the field suddenly erupted into an uproar. Many cultivators rubbed their eyes and stared at the golden light on the heaven and earth monolith again, thinking that they had seen wrongly. However, reality proved that they hadn't. This brat is indeed extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, this Zhuo Wen has been hiding his strength all this time. Looking at the results of the heaven and earth monolith, I'm afraid that this brat has also advanced to the ultimate emperor realm. Lu Nantian nodded and smiled. The other 4 magnates behind him were also visibly moved. They had originally thought that Zhuo Wen would only be able to obtain the earthly rank imprint, but this result had undoubtedly overturned their previous guess. Ultimate Emperor Realm? This brat's spiritual force is quite strong. He even managed to deceive us. However, I remember that he was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator before entering the Origin Chi Tower. It's only been a little over a month, and he's already broken through consecutively? Xian Yuanli seemed to have thought of something and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, Qinya, and Su Chang realized that they had overlooked the most important point. It seemed that Zhuo Wen had only used a little more than a month to continuously break through to the second wheel of the ultimate Emperor Realm. This kind of advancement speed was truly terrifying. In the house of Marquis Qin's team, Lu Yuanhua and LV Yongxing's expressions froze when they saw the golden light enter the heaven stage area. Their pupils constricted as they stared at the golden light. They looked at each other and saw a trace of killing intent in each other's eyes. Zhuo Wen's speed of advancement had already somewhat exceeded their expectations. This kid couldn't be left alive. Otherwise, if he broke through to the ultimate Emperor Realm again, even they might not be able to kill him. Second brother, we must kill this Zhuo Wen in this trial mountain. Otherwise, with his advancement speed, it won't be easy to kill him in the future. LV Yongxing's gaze darkened as he transmitted his voice to Lu Yuanhua. I really didn't expect this Zhuo Wen's talent to be so abnormal. It's only been a little over a month, and he's already jumped 2 stages. This kid must be dealt with as soon as possible. Lu Yuanhua nodded and transmitted his voice in reply. At the same time, in the Jade Lady Star Court, after seeing the golden light enter the heaven stage area, the originally calm Luo Xing's starry eyes froze for a moment. Then she looked meaningfully at the figure on the heaven and earth tablet and muttered, "This is interesting. This Zhuo Wen's performance is indeed somewhat unexpected. Perhaps this kid might be able to enter the 3rd level." As for Qing Lian, who was behind Luo Xing, Her originally nervous face immediately let out a light sigh of relief when she saw the golden light enter the heaven stage area. An alluring crimson blush appeared on her fair face, causing Qing Lian to be beautiful and charming at this moment. Luo Xing also noticed Qing Lian's strange behavior behind her and thought to herself, "This little girl can't be interested in Zhouwen, right?" In the entire square, the most surprised people were the Wuji old man and Lu Che. At this moment, the two of them were staring at the golden light on the heaven and earth tablet in a daze. How did this guy do it? The aura on his body is clearly not strong. Lu Che muttered to himself in a daze. Lu Che, what are you afraid of? This Zhouwen hasn't surpassed you yet. What are you worried about? Look at the golden light. It seems to be a little weak. I'm afraid it's only a little more than 500 feet. It's not that easy to surpass your 500 feet. The Wuji old man was, after all, a city lord. He quickly calmed down and snorted coldly. Hearing this, Lu Che came back to his senses and said, "You're right, sir. This kid can't surpass me." Nodding slightly, the Wuji old man also stared at the heaven and earth tablet nervously. After all, the wager this time was an Emperor tier armor skill. Their Tyrant Chu city only had 2 Emperor tier armor skills. If they lost like this, even if their Tyrant Chu city had a deep foundation, it would still be a great loss. After all, Emperor tier armor skills couldn't even be bought. This kid definitely can't surpass 500 feet. Damn brat, the Wuji old man muttered fiercely. The golden light on the heaven and earth monolith stopped at the 500-foot mark for 3 breaths of time. Just as everyone thought that the golden light would not rise any further, the golden light became even brighter. It directly crossed 20 feet and reached 560 feet. This kid has reached 550 feet. This time, the Wuji old man could no longer remain calm. His pupils had shrunk to the size of needles, and he was extremely nervous. Lu Che's heartbeat sped up as well. He constantly muttered to himself that the golden light should stop advancing, and so on. Clearly, their hopes were quickly dashed as the golden light on the stone tablet did not show any signs of stopping. It wriggled for a while at the 52 zhang mark before rising to 53 zhang mark. Only then did the golden light collapse and turn into Zhuo Wen's name. It's over. This kid has actually surpassed Lu Che. At this moment, the Wuji old man's face became extremely pale. After all, the wager this time was an Emperor tier armor skill. It was one of the most precious things in their Tyrant Chu city. Losing it was like losing half of his life. That kind of loss was not something he could bear. Lu Che was extremely stunned as well. He stared blankly at Zhouwen's name without saying anything for a very long time. Compared to the despair of the Wuji old man and Lu Che, Zhouwen, Qiu Qiu, and Guyu Tian were excited and in disbelief. Even they did not think that Zhouwen's result would directly surpass Lu Che's. Although it was only 3 feet higher, they had undoubtedly won the bet earlier. Lord Gu, congratulations. Looks like your Vine Armor City is about to have another Emperor tier armor skill. Haha. Qiu Qiu hurriedly clasped his hands towards Guyu Tian and purposely said loudly. His voice was so loud that even the nearby Wuji old man and Lu Che could hear it clearly. This made their faces become even more gloomy. He withdrew his right hand from the monolith. At this moment, there was a Tian imprint on his palm. Clearly, this was a heaven imprint. Zhouwen sighed and calmly retreated to the side of Gu Xan and Hu Wuying. He bowed slightly towards Lu Nantian again and slowly returned to the square under the astonished gazes of the crowd. What an interesting fellow. He's clearly just a little brat from a low-level city, but he actually obtained a heaven imprint. Moreover, his ranking seems to be similar to the third prince's. Su Tianliang, who was playing with the 2 balls in his hands, glanced meaningfully at Lu Yuanhua, who had an unsightly expression, and said with a mocking expression, "Su Tianliang, what do you mean by this?" Lu Yuanhua said with a gloomy expression. Nothing? I just feel that the third prince is still the third son of Marquis Lu. His ranking on the monolith is similar to a nameless brat. Doesn't this seem a bit inappropriate? Su Tianliang said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Lu Yuanhua's lungs almost exploded from anger. He said in a deep voice, the ranking on the monolith doesn't represent strength. If I meet that Zhuowen on the training mountain, I, Lu Yuanhua, can still beat him to a pulp. Oh, so that's how it is. The third prince seems to be very confident. But why did I hear that the third prince was once defeated by a brat called Zhuowen? And it was a very ugly defeat. Aya, what a coincidence. The brat who was tested just now seems to be called Zhuowen. The mocking expression on Su Tianliang's face became even more intense. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua was so angry that his shoulders were constantly trembling. His eyes had even become somewhat red. Being defeated by Zhuowen in the ancient cave mansion had always been a disgrace in his heart. Now that Su Tianliang mentioned it to his face, how could Lu Yuanhua not be angry? Su Tianliang, have you had enough? Don't think that just because your ranking is higher than mine on the Green Emperor leaderboard, I won't dare to touch you. Lu Yongxing couldn't listen to it anymore. He took a step forward and was about to rush towards Su Tianliang. However, the moment Lu Yongxing took a step forward, a vast power suddenly swept over. Lu Yongxing's originally stepping figure suddenly stopped, and then he returned to the group. Big brother, why did you stop me? Lu Yongxing stared at Lu Yitao in front of him and said somewhat angrily. At this moment, Lu Yitao slowly opened his eyes and glanced indifferently at Lu Yongxing and Lu Yuanhua. He said, "Private fights are not allowed in the training square. This was set by father. Do you want to go against it?" Hearing this, Lu Yongxing's expression was full of unwillingness. He pointed at Su Tianliang and said, "This guy spoke without thinking in front of third brother. Do you want to just let it go like this?" Unexpectedly, Lu Yitao shook his head and said, "Second brother, do you know why you're still at the early stage of the ultimate emperor stage? It's because your Tao heart isn't firm, and at the same time, you're too tied down by emotions. Third brother was too arrogant in the past, and at the same time he didn't work hard. Suffering some setbacks will only benefit him." As he spoke, Lu Yitao stared at Lu Yuanhua and said, "Third brother, don't you realize that after you returned from the ancient cave mansion, your progress has become extremely fast? If it was in the past, it wouldn't be possible for you to reach the ultimate emperor stage so quickly, but now you've done it. I know you're very unwilling. Since you're unwilling, then rely on your own strength to defeat Zhuowen. Don't always rely on second brother's strength. Otherwise, you'll find that even if you kill Zhuowen, it will only harm your future cultivation and not benefit you at all." Chapter 440. Entering the Dark Forest. Zhuowen, good job! Well done, I thought you would lose. Looks like I was thinking too much. After Zhuowen and the other two returned, Guyu Tian excitedly went up to them and patted Zhuowen's shoulder. "Zhuowen, you've hidden your strength well. To be able to obtain the heaven-level imprint from the worldly monolith, you're probably at the peak of the ultimate emperor realm at the very least." Qiu Chou stared at Zhuowen with bright eyes. Apart from a second-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator, a peak first-wheel ultimate emperor realm cultivator could also do it, such as Ouyang Hanxian. However, since Zhuowen's ranking was higher than Lu Chei's, it was very likely that he was at the second-wheel ultimate emperor realm. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen smiled. "I was lucky enough to break through to the initial stage of the second-wheel ultimate emperor realm on the Sandstone Island." With that, Zhuowen stopped hiding his aura. The powerful aura of the second-wheel ultimate emperor realm slowly spread out from his body, attracting the attention of many people around him. Zhuowen knew that since he had obtained the heaven-level imprint from the worldly monolith, he naturally couldn't hide his strength from others. Thus, he decided to stop hiding it. Of course, if Zhuowen counted the many trump cards he had and the strange blood flames, His strength wouldn't just be at the initial stage of the second, will ultimate Emperor realm. He should be comparable to a peak second, will ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. That kind of strength would be at least 600 feet on the worldly monolith. As for how much it was exactly, Zhuowen wasn't too sure. Gu Yu Tian, Qiu Chou, and the others felt their hearts tremble when they sensed the powerful aura within Zhuowen's body. They were all amazed by Zhuowen's monstrous talent. Hee, it's time to take back what belongs to us. As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze swept past the group of people and landed on the everlasting old man who had an extremely gloomy expression not too far away. He chuckled loudly as he stepped forward. Everlasting old man, you must accept your loss. Hand over the everlasting cloud technique. Qiu Chou and Ouyang Yinta followed behind Zhuowen. When they arrived in front of Chu Bakang and the others, Qiu Chou stared at the everlasting old man maliciously and said, "Old ghost everlasting, do you want to go back on your word? If you do, I might directly report you to the Marquis. After all, there are many witnesses here. It's impossible that the Marquis doesn't believe us." The old man's face changed drastically when he heard that. Lu Nanqian's impartiality was renowned in the Muqin commandery. If Qiu Chou really called Lu Nantian over, he would have to hand it over even if he didn't want to. At that time, everyone would know about it and he would lose face. Good. Very good. Zhuowen, you little bastard, you've been scheming against me since the beginning, right? Humph. This old man is willing to accept his loss. Take this startling cloud, limitless art. The old man Wuji's face was cold. He patted his Qingquan bag and took out a jade slip, tossing it to Zhuowen. Then he left with Lu Che and the others. Clearly, he was too ashamed to stay. After receiving the jade slip, Zhuowen bluntly inserted his spiritual force into the jade slip and confirmed that the limitless startling cloud technique recorded within the jade slip was complete. Only then did he put it away into his cosmos bag with a smile on his face. Although Gu Yu Tian, Qiu Chou, and the rest were rather envious of the limitless shocking cloud art in Zhuowen's hands, they knew that this was something that Zhuowen had won himself. Naturally, they were embarrassed to ask for it, and could only look at Zhuowen with eyes full of envy. Dong! A distant and loud bell suddenly rang out in the square. Like a rolling wave, it reverberated in everyone's ears. The trial mountain is about to open. There are countless passageways around the trial mountain. In a moment, everyone will draw lots. The bamboo lots will guide you to the passageway. Lu Nantian spoke without hesitation. There were no excessive formalities. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand suddenly grabbed, and a bunch of bamboo, lots covered in light, appeared in his hand. Everyone who has obtained the world mark, draw your lots. As soon as Lu Nantian finished speaking, the bamboo lots in his hand turned into a rain of light and shot into the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. As the bamboo lots rose into the sky, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless sounds of people breaking through the air rang out one after another as they fought for the bamboo lots in the sky. Seeing this, Zhuowen stepped lightly and his whole body turned into an afterimage as he rushed into the sky. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he immediately drew one of the bamboo lots. Then he turned his palm over and wrote North 99. Obviously, it should be the 99th passageway in the north of the trial mountain. After returning to Gu Yu Tian and the others, Zhuowen found that Gu Exan, Hu Wuying, and the people from Broken Rock City had also obtained their own bamboo lots. He asked curiously, "Which passageway is marked on your bamboo lots?" "I'm Nan Wu." Gu Exan spread out her palm. "I'm Dong 32. Hu Wuying also took out his bamboo lot. It seems that our passageways are different. Mine is West 9 and Ruoli's is West 55. Ouyang Hanxian said with a wry smile. Yes, they are indeed different. When we enter the trial mountain, I'm afraid we will have to part ways. Zhuowen nodded. The drawing of lots is complete. Everyone, it's time. Go to the passageways marked on your bamboo lots. However, let me make it clear in advance. The trial square is thousands of miles away from the trial mountain. It's not that easy to reach the trial mountain. Seeing that all the bamboo lots had been assigned, Lu Nantian nodded and added, the trial square and the trial mountain are covered by a dark forest. So, if you want to enter the trial mountain, you have to pass through the dark forest. However, there are many terrifying meta beasts in the dark forest. It's best to be careful in the process. Otherwise, it'll be extremely unfortunate if you lose your life. Now, everyone, enter the trial mountain, Lu Nantian said as he waved his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Lu Nantian finished speaking, countless figures flashed out from the sky above the square. They broke through the sky according to the directions marked on their bamboo lots. For a moment, the entire square was like a swarm of locusts passing through. It was extremely spectacular. Brother Zhua, we're going in different directions, so we'll go first. Ouyang Hanxian smiled as he cupped his hands toward Zhuowen. Soon after, he led the group from Broken Rock City and followed the countless flashing figures into the dark forest. The three of you are going in different directions as well. Looks like we'll have to go our separate ways. Be careful along the way. The dark forest is filled with danger. Guyu Tian cautioned Zhuowen and the other two. Zhuowen, you have to be careful too. You just won the limitless art of Shocking Cloud from the limitless old man. I'm afraid that old man won't be satisfied, so you have to be careful of Lu Che and the others. Qiu Chou suddenly came to Zhuowen's side and pointed at the limitless old man in the distance, who had ill intentions. Following Qiu Chou's finger, Zhuowen also saw the limitless old man and Lu Che whispering to each other in an inconspicuous corner. The two of them even glanced at Zhuowen from time to time. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Qiu. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. In fact, he also knew that Lu Che and the others would not be satisfied. With his current strength, he was not afraid of Lu Che at all. Even if the entire King Chu city came, Zhuowen was not afraid at all. I'm just afraid that you won't follow. If you do, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he thought to himself. Zhuowen, Guexan, and Huwuying, the three of you should go as well. Try to be cautious in the dark forest. Guyu Tian waved his hand and said, Okay. Zhuowen and the other two looked at each other and nodded. With a step, the three of them flew in their own direction. At this moment, all the people in the square had moved. In a short few minutes, the originally crowded square had become somewhat deserted. In a corner of the square, the limitless old man looked coldly at Zhuowen's departing figure and said indifferently, Lu Che, it seems that Zhuowen is also heading north. It seems like he's the same as you. Bring a few more men and follow Zhuowen. It's best to kill him in the dark forest. Our King Chu city's limitless shocking cloud art is not that easy to take. Also, look at how Zhuowen casually took out the refined crystal jades. I'm afraid that there are many good things in his Qingkuan bag. If you kill that kid, I'll give you half of the things in his Qingkuan bag. Lu Che cupped his hand slightly and said with some hesitation, Sir, Zhuowen's ranking on the divine tablet is higher than mine. I'm afraid that his strength is above mine. Even if I bring a few men, it will still be difficult to kill that kid completely. So, don't worry. Since I've asked you to kill that little bastard, I naturally won't let you get away so easily. With that, the limitless old man waved his right hand and took out 3 golden talismans from his Qingkuan bag. He handed them to Lu Che and said, These 3 talismans were personally refined by me. They contain half of my attack and are comparable to the full strength of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. You only need to use 1 to kill that little bastard. As for the other 2, you can use them to save your life in the future. Lu Che's eyes immediately filled with joy when he heard this. He hadn't thought that the limitless old man would actually give him such a talisman in order to kill Zhuowen. After all, a single talisman was equivalent to the full strength attack of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. It was enough to kill any cultivator below that realm, although the value of a talisman like this couldn't compare to a royal tier armor skill. It was comparable to a refined crystal jade. It was extremely valuable. Don't worry, sir. With this talisman, Zhuowen is dead for sure. Lu Che's face was filled with joy as he cupped his hands. Let's go. Don't let Zhuowen get too far away. The limitless old man waved his hand. Lu Che nodded. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a bolt of black lightning and rushed in the direction Zhuowen had gone. Little bastard, I'm afraid you won't have the fortune to enjoy the limitless startling cloud art that you won from our Chu Bacheng. If it weren't for the fact that our city, Lord, couldn't leave the training grounds, I wouldn't have wasted those 3 talismans that I painstakingly refined. I hope that Lu Che won't screw this up. Chapter 441. Cultivating the Limitless Art of Startling Cloud. Everyone, follow me to the top of the mountain. We will wait there for the participants who have passed all the trials. Lu Nantian smiled. With a wave of his sleeve, a ball of blazing golden light shot out from his hand, transforming into a golden circle that was dozens of meters wide. The golden circle continuously rotated and enveloped everyone in the plaza. With a swoosh, everyone disappeared from the plaza. In an instant, the plaza that had been bustling with activity was completely empty. The only thing that remained was the gigantic heaven and earth tablet that stood in the center of the plaza. The dark forest stretched for thousands of miles and covered a vast area. Strange and twisted black trees grew within it. These black trees were extremely peculiar. The branches and leaves that grew from them were purplish-black in color. Moreover, these branches and leaves would emit a strange black mist from time to time. Therefore, the dark forest was always shrouded in a black mist that obscured one's vision. Even if an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator with extremely strong 5 senses entered the dark forest, they would not be able to see more than 10 meters away. Moreover, the dark forest was filled with danger. These dangers either came from the elusive origin beasts or from the traps that had already existed. Therefore, the numerous cultivators who entered the dark forest advanced cautiously. They only sought stability and did not seek speed. Only in this way would they be able to smoothly arrive at the training mountain. Swoosh! A figure that was as agile as a monkey quickly traversed through the forest. When this figure arrived at an empty space, he stopped and muttered in a low voice, "This dark forest really lives up to its name. The light inside is so weak, it's like walking at night." Zhuowen looked at the pitch-black environment around him and spread his hands helplessly. One had to know that the dark forest was thousands of miles long. Even if he traveled at full speed day and night, it would still take him a month's time. Of course, this was not very likely. After all, the dark forest was filled with danger. No one would be foolish enough to travel at full speed. If one exhausted all their strength in advance, it would be an act of suicide. Let's walk slowly. He could use this time to cultivate the limitless art of startling cloud that he had obtained from the everlasting old man. This way, he would be able to increase his strength by quite a bit. Xiao Hei, help me pay attention to the dangers around me at all times. I am preparing to practice the limitless shocking cloud art. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen said to Xiao Hei in his heart. Xiao Hei's divine sense had a much greater range than his spiritual energy. If he had Xiao Hei to help him detect the dangers around him, Zhuowen would undoubtedly have a much easier time. Don't worry. Leave everything to me. You just need to focus on your cultivation. With your current speed, you'll need at least 2 months to reach the training mountain. You can use these 2 months to improve your cultivation. When the time comes, you'll have a better chance of entering the training mountain. Xiao Hei replied lazily. Zhuowen nodded. With a flip of his right hand, he took out the jade scroll of the limitless shocking cloud art. He began to wholeheartedly comprehend the contents of the jade scroll. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Zhuowen spent most of his time comprehending the limitless shocking cloud art. Because of Xiao Hei's divine sense, Zhuowen's journey during these 3 days was extremely easy. As long as he followed the route that Xiao Hei provided, there would not be much danger. Of course, this so-called not much danger did not mean that there was no danger at all. Zhuowen also encountered many metabeasts. However, because Xiao Hei's divine sense avoided the overly powerful metabeasts in advance, the metabeasts that Zhuowen encountered were generally not very powerful. Basically, he could deal with them easily. In the depths of the dark forest, on the branch of a withered, towering tree, a slender figure sat cross-legged. Waves of surging aura constantly surged out from this figure, forming a substantial cloud of mist around this figure. Swoosh! Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. A strand of light flashed through the depths of his eyes. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen drifted down from the branch like he was riding a cloud. At the same time, Zhuowen clenched his right hand behind him and suddenly drew out his blood-red spear. With a gentle shake of his right hand, countless blood-red spear images immediately fell down like raindrops. The dense cloud of mist in the surroundings immediately began to surge. The spear images suddenly changed. The cloud of mist immediately transformed into surging auras that revolved around the blood-red spear, causing every single move of the blood-red spear to contain the might of a mountain. At that moment, it was as if the tiny blood-red spear contained a towering mountain. It was heavy and powerful. Subsequently, Zhuowen suddenly moved his fingers. The blood-red spear immediately began to revolve violently. The cloud of mist in the surroundings began to surge like a tempestuous wave. It actually formed a huge wave of clouds that raged and surged out in an area of several hundred meters, with Zhuowen at the center. Boom! 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 The powerful force was like countless intersecting hurricanes. It directly crushed the trees in an area of several hundred meters, turning them into fine powder that drifted in the air. Ha ha! This startling cloud, limitless art is really amazing. It's only at the initial level, but it already has such a powerful might. If it's at the advanced level, I'm afraid the cloud of mist in the surroundings will spread to several hundred meters away. Its might will be even more terrifying. Looking at the surrounding forest that had been razed to the ground, Zhuowen nodded with satisfaction. The might of this startling cloud, limitless art was still beyond his expectations. Although it was only a low-level Emperor-level armor skill, its might was already extraordinary. The startling cloud, limitless art was not a purely offensive Emperor-level armor skill. Instead, it was a kind of auxiliary armor skill that borrowed the power of the clouds in the air to support the martial artist's moves. Thus, the martial artist's moves could display an extraordinary might. Just now, Zhuowen had only waved the blood-red spear in an ordinary manner. With the support of the cloud power of the startling cloud, limitless art, the power of his casual moves was comparable to the power of the most violent move of the Moon Demon's secret codex. Blood-bursting style. If Zhuowen used the moves of the Moon Demon's secret codex, with the support of the cloud power of the startling cloud, limitless art, the power would be 20 to 30% stronger than before. Boy, you really lucked out. This kind of auxiliary Emperor-level armor skill can be said to be extremely rare. At that time, the Infinity Old Man didn't think that he would lose, so he boasted that he would use the startling cloud, limitless art as a wager. Now that he has lost to you, I'm afraid that the Infinity Old Man doesn't even know where to cry. Xiao Hei also clicked her tongue in amazement. Hee, you can only blame the Infinity Old Man for being too confident. At that time, I was only angry at the old man's attitude, so I proposed the wager. However, I didn't expect that the Infinity Old Man would use the Emperor-level armor skill as a wager. Who would have thought that he would end up overreaching himself in the end? Zhuowen said gloatingly, "The Infinity Old Man lost the Emperor-level armor skill, so he won't let it go so easily. I'm afraid that he has already sent Lu Che to make you stay in the dark forest forever." Xiao Hei said indifferently, "I'm not afraid of Lu Che. After all, the former only has the strength of an ultimate Emperor level 2 wheel. He's not much of a threat to me. What I'm afraid of is that the Infinity Old Man will give Lu Che some powerful treasure. After all, my ranking on the Heaven and Earth tablet is higher than Lu Che's. The Infinity Old Man won't be so stupid as to directly send Lu Che to kill me. That would simply be sending him to his death. Zhuowen secretly analyzed. The Infinity Old Man is a ruthless character. Since he dares to send Lu Che to kill you, he must have absolute confidence. So when the time comes and Lu Che catches up to you, it's best to be careful, Xiaohe said cautiously. Zhuowen nodded. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a blur and disappeared from the clearing. Half a day after Zhuowen left, 5 figures arrived at the clearing. The person in the lead had bare arms and short crimson hair. He gave off an arrogant aura. This person was Lu Che, who had chased after Zhuowen. Looking around at the messy clearing, Lu Che smiled coldly. It looks like that Zhuowen cultivated here for a period of time. Looking at the traces of destruction on the tree trunks, it's clear that they were destroyed not too long ago. That Zhuowen shouldn't be far from here. Let's chase after him. A trace of viciousness appeared in Lu Che's eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he immediately led the 4 people behind him into the depths of the dark forest. Whoosh! A figure suddenly flashed through the dark forest and stopped on top of a withered black tree trunk. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Xiaohe, are you sure there's someone chasing after us? Do you think this dragon lord would lie to you about something like this? There's a dense forest 500 meters behind you. There are 5 figures rushing towards you at high speed. It looks like it's Lu Che's group. Xiaohe's indifferent voice resounded in Chu Feng's mind. As expected, they followed. This time, I'll make sure that Lu Che doesn't return. Hearing this, a trace of killing intent flashed across Zhuowen's eyes. You'd better be careful. It's best if you don't face them head-on. I can feel that the auras of Lu Che's group aren't weak. They've probably brought along the other 2 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators from Chu Baqing's group. It's best if you ambush them. There's a small valley 50 meters ahead. You can set up an ambush there. Hee, Xiaohe said sinisterly. Nodding his head, Zhuowen took a step forward and flashed forward. Soon he arrived at the small valley that Xiaohe spoke of. The environment of the small valley was even darker than the forest. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers if one stretched out one's hand. Even with Zhuowen's powerful eyesight, he could only see things 50 meters away. He basically couldn't see anything further. Actually, Zhuowen was a little puzzled. The light in the dark forest was so weak that it was very difficult to track a person. What he couldn't understand was that Lu Che's group was clearly quite far away from him. How could they have been prepared to pinpoint his position? I'm afraid that old man Wuji did something to the jade strip of the limitless art of startling cloud. Otherwise, with the cultivation of Lu Che's group, it's not very likely that they would be able to pinpoint your exact location in the dark forest, Xiaohe reminded. Chapter 442. Counterattack Kid. Lu Che's group of 5 is already outside the valley. You'd best hide for now and catch them off guard, Xiaohe warned in his mind. I'd like to see how strong Lu Che's group is. It won't be that easy to kill me, Zhuowen. As he spoke, Zhuowen's figure flashed. He turned around and hid behind a huge rock on his left side. Soon after, countless mental energy enveloped his body in his mud pill palace, concealing his aura as much as possible. At the same time, he waved his right hand. An indifferent reverse spirit puppet appeared beside him. Zhuowen concealed his aura and silently waited for Lu Che's group to arrive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Around 10 breaths of time later, 5 figures suddenly appeared in the dark and narrow valley. The one in the lead was the red-haired youth, Lu Che. Apart from Lu Che, the other 4 were all members of King Chu's group. 2 of them had rather strong auras, so they should be the 2 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators from King Chu's group. The other 2 had weaker auras, but they were still half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. The 5 of them arrived in the valley and looked around the dark valley. They all frowned. What's going on? Zhouwen's aura actually disappeared from this valley? Lu Che frowned. Could it be that Zhouwen discovered us and hid his aura to escape? A blue-clothed youth beside Lu Che said. This youth was one of the ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. His strength was second only to Lu Che, and he was already at the late stage of the ultimate Emperor Realm. The other ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator was a young, white-clothed youth. He was slightly weaker than the blue-clothed youth, and was around the mid-stage of the ultimate Emperor Realm. That Zhouwen's cultivation is at most at the second stage of the ultimate Emperor Realm. Moreover, we've been following him from a distance of 500 meters. With that kid's cultivation, he shouldn't have discovered us. Lu Che's frown deepened as he spoke with displeasure. Could it be that Zhouwen discovered the abnormality in the jade slip of the limitless art of startling cloud? Thus, he threw the jade slip into the valley and ran away. The white-clothed youth suddenly interrupted. Lu Che shook his head when he heard that. He sneered. The limitless startling cloud technique is still a king-tier armor skill. Do you think Zhouwen would be willing to give it up? Even if I obtained that king-tier armor skill, I probably wouldn't give it up even if I died. What should we do now? Since we can't sense the aura on the jade slip, we can't find the direction. I don't know where to start now, the blue-clothed youth said helplessly as he spread his hands. Since Zhouwen's aura disappeared in this valley, it means that the little bastard should be hiding in some corner of this valley. Let's search. Search every corner of this valley. Lu Che coldly snorted. Yes, Lu Che was their captain, so the blue-clothed youth and the others naturally wouldn't disobey. They cupped their hands and turned into 4 blurs as they began to search the valley. Lu Che stood in the center of the valley and silently observed their actions. He knew that Zhouwen wasn't weak. If the blue-clothed youth and the others encountered Zhouwen, they would definitely suffer a great loss. They might even be killed in an instant. Thus, he was constantly observing their actions. He was waiting for Zhouwen to make a move so that he could reinforce them in time. Kid, the 4 of them have split up. Now's the best chance to take them down one by one. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in his head. Zhouwen, who was hiding behind the rock, nodded slightly. With a thought, a trace of red light appeared in the eyes of the stiff reverse spirit puppet beside him. Then, under Zhouwen's command, it suddenly leapt out and shot towards the nearest half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Something's happening. Lu Che's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately saw a brawny figure with scarlet eyes to his left. The figure shot out like a primordial beast and slammed a gigantic palm into the half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator's body with great force. The powerful force instantly tore the surrounding air apart, turning it into countless terrifying cyclones that spun endlessly. The half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator's face instantly turned ghastly pale when he sensed the monstrous force above him. He knew that this force wasn't something he could withstand at all. Due to the terror in his heart, he actually froze on the spot for a moment. Damn it! Get out of the way! Lu Che roared angrily. He took a step forward and shot towards the left. However, it was too late. He was 100 meters away from the reverse spirit puppet. Even if he used his movement technique at full speed, it would still take him a breath's worth of time. A breath's worth of time was enough for the reverse spirit puppet to kill the half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, who was so frightened that he couldn't move. Rumble. The tremendous force, accompanied by a powerful pressure, slammed into the cultivator with a loud rumble. With a muffled sound, the cultivator spat out a large mouthful of blood and turned into a bloody mist under the force of the force. Lu Che was already within 10 meters of the cultivator, but he could only watch helplessly as the cultivator turned into a cruel, bloody mist. The aftershock of the force spread along with the bloody mist onto Lu Che's body, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. His gaze was extremely gloomy. The other 3 people not far from here also noticed the movement here. When the 3 of them saw that the warrior had turned into a bloody mist, they were instantly enraged and rushed straight towards the reverse spirit puppet. Bastard! Zhuowen, I want you dead! Lu Che roared angrily. A powerful aura surged out from his body as he turned into a human-shaped whirlwind and blasted towards the reverse spirit puppet. The valley was extremely dark and narrow. Coupled with the fact that Lu Che was currently burning with rage, he didn't notice anything strange about the reverse spirit puppet. He only thought that the scarlet-eyed puppet was Zhuowen. Rumble! Lu Che threw out a punch, his face full of anger. He hadn't expected to lose a comrade so soon after arriving. Although Tyrant Chu City had a deep foundation, it wasn't easy to raise a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. The reverse spirit puppet wasn't afraid. Its scarlet-red eyes narrowed. Under Zhuowen's will, it punched out. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Countless forces of qi overflowed like a storm. The ground collapsed and shattered, gravel spiraling upwards. Thump! Thump! What surprised Lu Che was that the reverse spirit puppet was actually sent flying during the confrontation with him, and was finally embedded into the rock wall in front of him. Why is this Zhuowen so weak? With his strength, he shouldn't be so weak, right? Lu Che was puzzled when he saw the reverse spirit puppet in front of him in such a sorry state. However, he soon discovered that the figure embedded in the rock wall in front of him didn't look like the Zhuowen in the training square. To be precise, the figure was more muscular, and its eyes were like a wild beast's, filled with a scarlet-red color. It's not Zhuowen? Who is it? Lu Che exclaimed in a low voice when he saw the reverse spirit puppet's strange state. Lu Che, it's not that easy to kill me, Zhuowen. A loud laugh suddenly rang out from behind Lu Che. Lu Che's pupils constricted as he abruptly turned around. A youth wielding a blood-red spear with 2 pairs of lightning wings on his back had unknowingly arrived beside another half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Uft! The long spear was like a blood-red dragon, leaving behind strange traces in the void. A mournful bloody light flashed past the cultivator's head, and then a head with a ferocious face soared into the sky. Even in death, the cultivator didn't know when Zhuowen had appeared in front of him. Bastard Zhuowen, how dare you kill one of King Chu City's men? Do you believe that Master Wuji will directly destroy your Vine Armor City? Lu Che was furious. He took a step forward, wanting to stop Zhuowen. However, a muscular figure blocked his way once again. It was the reverse spirit puppet that Lu Che had just repelled. Although the reverse spirit puppet only had the strength of a peak ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, it was still created by the famous Wanyan sect in ancient times. Its material was as hard as iron and was indestructible. Even a third-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator might not necessarily be able to shatter the reverse spirit puppet's body. Lu Che was only a first-stage ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Naturally, he didn't have the ability to break the reverse spirit puppet's sturdy body. Bastard! Get out of my way! Lu Che was furious. He sent the reverse spirit puppet flying with a palm strike. However, under the control of Zhuowen, the reverse spirit puppet relied on its sturdy body to obstruct Lu Che again and again. It actually managed to stall Lu Che for a while. Destroy our Vine Armor City? Hee, that depends on whether you can walk out of the dark forest. Zhuowen laughed loudly, holding the blood-red spear in his hand. He took a step forward and turned into a ball of terrifying lightning. He directly shot towards the remaining 2 youths in blue and white. These 2 were the only ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators in Chuba City. They were geniuses, second only to Lu Che. If these 2 died, the Wuji elder would probably fly into a rage. The 2 youths not far away also saw Zhuowen rushing towards them. Their expressions changed drastically. They knew that Zhuowen's strength was on par with Lu Che's. They were both ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. If either of them encountered him, they would probably be instantly killed. However, if they worked together, even Zhuowen might not be able to do anything to them. Second brother, if we work together, so what if this Zhuowen is a second will ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? Zhuowen might not be able to gain the upper hand against our combined strength. The blue-clothed youth's face revealed a trace of ruthlessness as he hurriedly shouted to the white-clothed youth. Big brother is right. If the two of us work together, we might not be afraid of this Zhuowen. Last time, Master Wuji just gave us a combined armor skill. Although it's not an Emperor tier armor skill, it's still a superior Heaven tier armor skill. If the two of us work together, the power we can unleash is no weaker than an Emperor tier armor skill. Perhaps we might even be able to directly kill this Zhuowen. At that time, it would be a great merit. The white-clothed youth licked his lips. The fear in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by excitement. Chapter 443. Yin-yang primordial water in an instant. The yuan energy in the entire valley began to boil. The air vibrated and whistled. It was as if a storm was about to come. What a powerful aura! This is Zhuowen, who was originally in midair, felt the sudden surge of yuan qi in the valley. His body came to a halt as he stared at the blue-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man, who had extended their right hands at the same time. On the other side of the valley, Lu Che, who was entangled with the reverse spirit puppet, also felt the strange aura in the valley. He tilted his head and saw the actions of the young man in blue and the young man in white. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Oh, could this be the yin-yang primordial water technique? I really didn't expect that Sir would even pass on such a combined armor technique to these two brothers. It seems like my worries just now were unnecessary. After seeing the armor technique displayed by the two youths, Lu Che was relieved. Although the yin-yang primordial water technique was only a heaven-class armor technique, it was an extremely rare combined armor technique. Its power was comparable to that of an emperor-class armor technique. The yin-yang primordial water technique required two ancient martial art practitioners with yin and yang elemental yuan qi, respectively. It was an extremely powerful armor technique that could summon the yin-yang primordial water from the void once it was unleashed. The power of the yin-yang primordial water was extraordinary. It was a liquid energy that only existed in the vast void. Even a drop of the yin-yang primordial water weighed 1,000 pounds. If the boundless yin-yang primordial water was summoned, its power would be like a mountain crashing down. It was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Yin-yang primordial water overturned the world. The blue-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man made hand seals at the same time. Their movements were almost exactly the same. Suddenly, with a low shout, the void behind them actually made a tearing sound. It was like the sound of cloth being torn apart. A head-sized black hole was directly torn open. From the black hole in the void, a stream of black and white water gushed out. A strong aura was emitted from the yin-yang primordial water. What is this? Looking at the yin-yang primordial water that was left behind in the void, Zhuowen revealed a tinge of fear. Although he did not know what yin-yang primordial water was, he could feel the terrifying power within it. Kid, this is the yin-yang primordial water. It is a liquid form of energy that only exists in the void. It is said that a single drop of yin-yang primordial water weighs 500 kilograms. Although it is known as primordial water, its toughness is comparable to the toughest metal in the world. I never thought that those two fellows would be able to summon such a powerful primordial water. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his mind. After hearing Xiao Hei's explanation, Zhuowen revealed a tinge of astonishment. He did not expect the yin-yang primordial water to be so strange. A single drop of primordial water actually weighed 1,000 pounds. This was completely unimaginable to him. The yin-yang primordial water that was summoned by the two youths was only the size of a head. It was like a black and white ball that quietly floated in front of them. Kid, it seems like the two of them are not very powerful. They can only summon a drop of yin-yang primordial water that is the size of a head. If the two of them could summon a drop of yin-yang primordial water that is the size of a person, I'm afraid that even if you use all your trump cards, you will not be able to withstand it. However, you have to be careful. Even though it is only the size of a head, the yin-yang primordial water has the power to crush a mountain. At this moment, Xiao Hei's voice became rather serious. Zhuowen had no choice but to treat the yin-yang primordial water before him with caution. At this moment, the two youths were extremely pale and their eyes were dim. Evidently, the backlash from summoning the yin-yang primordial water was extremely severe. Zhuowen, the two of us know that you are very powerful. However, if you think that you can defeat the two of us, you are gravely mistaken. The yin-yang primordial water is extremely powerful. A drop of it weighs 1,000 pounds. Now that there is so much yin-yang primordial water, its power is no weaker than the weight of a mountain. Let's see if you can withstand it. The youth in blue stared at Zhuowen in front of him with hatred. The side effects of using the yin-yang primordial water technique were extremely severe. If it was not a critical moment, they would not use such an armor technique. Now that Zhuowen had forced them to use such an armor technique, he was naturally extremely displeased. I don't care about your yin-yang primordial water. Since you have offended me, Zhuowen, all of you have to die. Although Zhuowen was wary of the yin-yang primordial water, it did not mean that he was afraid. With a cold snort, Zhuowen took a step forward. His entire body turned into a streak of lightning and charged towards the two youths. Second brother, you take half of the yin-yang primordial water and focus on defense. I will be in charge of offense. If we work together, we will definitely be able to kill Zhuowen. As the blue-robed youth spoke, he conjured a spell with his right hand and waved it horizontally towards the black and white ball in front of him. Instantly, he took half of the yin-yang primordial water and charged toward Zhuowen without showing any signs of weakness. The youth in white nodded his head seriously and took the other half of the yin-yang primordial water. He followed closely behind the youth in blue. Boom! Zhuowen shook his right hand and the blood-red spear turned into a sky full of spear shadows. They engulfed the youth in blue and white. Yin-yang primordial water, prison drawing! The youth in white snorted and squeezed the yin-yang primordial water in his right hand. The sound of flowing water could be heard, and the black and white yin-yang primordial water revolved in front of the two youths, forming a black and white iron prison. Boom! The blood-red spear shadows landed heavily on the black and white prison. A crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard, and a strong, rebounding force could be felt. Zhuowen felt his right hand go numb, and he could not help but take a few steps back. He only managed to stabilize his body after taking a step in the air. It's so sturdy. Is this the power of the yin-yang primordial water? Looking at the immovable black and white prison, Zhuowen was moved. Brat, don't be fooled by the small amount of yin-yang primordial water summoned by the two youths. Just this small amount of yin-yang primordial water is as strong as 1,000 feet tall mountain. Therefore, you must not let your guard down. Otherwise, you might end up in a tragedy. Xiao Hei's serious voice could be heard. Seeing that Zhuowen had been forced back, a look of excitement flashed across the blue-robed youth's eyes. He suddenly took out the other half of the yin-yang primordial water with his right hand and pinched out a sword finger. He shouted, "Yin-yang primordial water, world's end." The sound of flowing water could be heard continuously. The yin-yang primordial water in the youth's hand changed shape and eventually turned into black and white swords. Swoosh, swoosh. Once the black and white swords were formed, they turned into two rays of black and white radiance and headed straight for Zhuowen. Humph. Zhuowen did not show any signs of weakness. He took a step forward and the crimson spear shook violently. Streams of bloody aura surged out and surrounded Zhuowen's body. The bloody aura spread out and made Zhuowen look like a god or a demon. Demon Moon's secret manual, blood rupture style. Break. Lin Fan swung his right hand, and countless streams of bloody aura gathered in the air and finally turned into a gigantic crimson spear shadow. The gigantic spear shadow was like a huge mountain, and it rumbled as it pressed down. The air pressure rose, and it was as if the air was about to explode. The gigantic spear shadow suddenly arrived and violently hit the black and white swords in the air. Compared to the gigantic spear shadow, the black and white swords seemed extremely small. Clang, clang! 2 black and white sword rays flashed by, causing Zhuo Wen's pupils to shrink. The 2 black and white swords sliced the huge blood-red spear into pieces, as if they were cutting tofu. In the end, the spear was reduced to dust. The black and white swords formed by the yin-yang primordial water are so sharp. The blood rupture style was broken so easily. Zhuo Wen frowned. The power of the yin-yang primordial water was beyond his expectations. The sharpness of the black and white swords was comparable to the power of an earthly soul treasure. Haha, Zhuo Wen, you are dead meat. Seeing that Zhuo Wen's blood rupture style was broken, the youth in blue laughed loudly. His face was filled with excitement, and there was even a tinge of greed in his eyes. He had heard from the Wuji old man that other than the royal armor skill, the limitless cloud shocking technique, Zhuo Wen also had a large reserve of quenching crystal jades. As long as he killed Zhuo Wen, half of the treasures in Zhuo Wen's blood rupture style would belong to him. He knew that since Zhuo Wen had a treasure like the quenching crystal jades, he must have had a fortuitous encounter, and there must be a lot of treasures in there. If he could get his hands on the Qiankuan bag, it would be extremely beneficial for him. With a pinch of his sword fingers, the black and white swords turned into 2 rays of sword radiance and went straight for Zhuo Wen's glabella. The crisp sound of the sword resonated and sounded extremely distant. Clang, clang! Zhuo Wen's face darkened when he saw the black and white swords flying towards him. His right hand trembled slightly, and the blood-red, great spear swept out like a door. A powerful force swept out like a hurricane, smashing against the black and white swords. So heavy! The moment he came into contact with the black and white swords, Zhuo Wen's expression changed slightly. He felt as if 2 large mountains were pressing down on him. His knees bent slightly and his entire body was pressed down. When he landed on the ground, the heavy pressure left a footprint dozens of inches deep in the ground. Haha, the black and white swords are formed from the yin-yang primordial water. Each sword is as heavy as a mountain. Even if you're a second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to block the black and white swords. So now, die. The young man in blue laughed wantonly. He knew that Zhuo Wen was about to die at his hands, which also meant that half of the treasures in Zhuo Wen's blood rupture style would belong to him. When he thought of this, the young man in blue's smile became even more radiant. Yin and yang fuse. 2 swords become 1. Zhuo Wen, go in peace. The young man in blue formed another seal with his hands. The black and white swords that had struck the crimson spear turned into 2 rays of sword radiance and shot into the sky. With a whoosh, they fused together. A huge black and white sword that was dozens of feet long shot out of the void. It was like a rolling mountain as it rapidly descended above Zhuo Wen. Rumble. Chapter 444. Strangle. The powerful explosion continued for dozens of feet. Some of the withered branches and withered leaves in the surrounding area were all turned into powder under such power. When the explosion was completely over, a huge pit of about 10 feet wide appeared in the valley. The huge pit was basically surrounded by decadent ruins. Smoke rose everywhere and dust obscured the eyes. Clang, clang! 2 black and white sword rays burst out from the bottom of the huge pit and returned to the blue-clothed youth like dazzling meteors. They playfully circled around the youth like children relying on their mother. Big brother, is Zhuo Wen dead? The white-clothed youth next to him asked tentatively. Hee, that Zhuo Wen is dead for sure. The fusion of yin and yang is the most powerful move of the yin-yang dual swords. Even if that Zhuowen is a second-will ultimate Emperor Realm Warrior, if he doesn't have the same powerful means, he can only die. The blue-clothed youth smiled excitedly. On the other side, Lu Che, who was entangled with the reverse spirit puppet, also saw the scene of the fusion of yin and yang displayed by the blue-clothed youth. A trace of fear burst out from his eyes. He didn't expect the yin-yang true water technique to be so powerful. If he were to face the two brothers, he would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. However, fortunately, that Zhuowen has been taken care of. The task handed over by Sir this time can be considered completed. Lu Che sighed softly. He originally thought that it would take some effort to deal with Zhuowen. The Wuji old man even gave him 3 life talismans, thinking that it would come in handy. Now it seemed that the Wuji old man's worries were superfluous. Zhuowen was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. With a wave of his right hand, Lu Che sent the reverse spirit puppet flying with a palm. He was about to join the two brothers in blue, but he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned his head and stared straight at the reverse spirit puppet in front of him, which was still lively as a dragon and a tiger. His pupils suddenly shrank. After fighting with the reverse spirit puppet many times, Lu Che also knew that the burly man in front of him was not a real person, but a puppet. Generally speaking, since the master had fallen, these controlled puppets should be unable to move because of the master's command. However, the reverse spirit puppet did not stop. Instead, it became even crazier. An ominous thought immediately appeared in Lu Che's head, causing him to jerk his head in the direction of the young man in blue. He called out, "Zhou Yi, Zhou Fan, the two of you be careful. Zhuowen is probably still alive." Not far away, Zhou Yi and his brother, who were originally feeling complacent about killing Zhuowen, could not help but be startled after hearing Lu Che's warning. Lu Che, stop joking around. The might of the fusion of yin and yang is already comparable to a monarch tier armor skill. Do you think that Zhuowen would still be alive after taking such a powerful attack head-on? The blue-clothed youth, Zhou Yi, shook his head. Zhou Yi, I'm not joking. This thing is a puppet controlled by Zhuowen. If Zhuowen is really dead, this puppet should stop. However, this puppet has not stopped. Instead, its attacks are even more violent. Lu Che's eyes were gloomy as he shouted in a low voice with some anger. Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan were startled when they heard this. They also saw the somewhat crazy reverse spirit puppet, and their faces immediately turned ugly. If what Lu Che said was true, then Zhuowen was really not dead. No way. The might of the fusion of yin and yang is comparable to an emperor tier armor technique. Zhuowen was struck head-on by it. Even if he's a second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, he'll probably die. It's almost impossible for him to survive. Zhou Yi frowned slightly and shifted his gaze slightly. His gaze converged on the huge pit not far away. He did not believe that Zhuowen was still alive. Whoosh! Just as Zhou Yi's gaze converged on the huge pit, a blood-red light swept out from the deep pit. Before Zhou Yi could react, it instantly reached his right chest. Puchi! Zhou Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying by a powerful force. He slammed into the rock wall behind him, and his entire body was embedded in the rock wall. Zhou Fan and Lu Che, who were still in shock, realized that the blood-red light was actually a huge blood-red spear. At this moment, the blood-red spear had pierced through Zhou Yi's right chest and pinned him to the rock wall like a lamb skewer. The yin-yang primordial water is really powerful. It actually forced me to use the jadestone body tempering technique. A clear voice slowly rang out. Immediately, Lu Che and Zhou Fan's pupils shrank when they saw a blood-red figure slowly walking out from the deep pit. It was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was surrounded by spiral-shaped blood flames. Terrifying bloodlines were engraved on the surface of his exposed skin. In an instant, the temperature of the entire valley soared to the extreme. With every step that Zhuowen took, the scorching heat from the soles of his feet melted the ground into magma. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was surrounded by blood flames, was like a demon from the depths of hell. A terrifying and vast aura swept out from his body like a hurricane. "Big brother!" Zhou Fan glanced at Zhuo when in fear. With a stomp of his foot, he hurriedly arrived at Zhou Yi, who had been pinned to the rock wall by the blood-colored great spear. With a pull of his right hand, he pulled out the blood-colored great spear that had sunk into Zhou Yi's chest. Cough, cough! After coughing out some blood, Zhou Yi looked at the blood-red figure in the distance. A tinge of fear finally appeared in his eyes. This Zhuowen was ridiculously powerful. He had clearly taken on the yin-yang fusion attack head-on. Now he did not seem to be injured at all. "Zhuowen, just now it must be your luck. Take another attack from me. Yin-yang fusion. Twin swords become one." Zhou Yi did not believe that Zhuowen could withstand the yin-yang twin swords. He pinched his sword fingers again, and the black and white swords in front of him fused into one again, transforming into a huge black and white sword that was dozens of feet long. Swoosh! Once the huge black and white sword was formed, it pierced through the void. The sword radiance that was suffused with cold light overflowed in all directions. Once again, it swept towards Zhuowen's head. "The same move does not have much of an effect on me." Zhuowen shook his head. He stretched his right hand upwards, and the terrifying blood-red flames transformed into a huge bloody hand. It grabbed the huge black and white sword that was flying towards him, following which, Zhuowen squeezed hard and the huge black and white sword was crushed into pieces by a huge force. The fragments of the huge sword were like black and white raindrops that fluttered down. What? This guy caught the huge black and white sword with his bare hands? And he crushed it directly? The valley suddenly became extremely quiet. Regardless of whether it was Lu Che, Zhou Yi, or Zhou Fan, they all stared blankly at the blood-red figure that was bathed in the black and white fragments. Swoosh! Zhuowen took a step forward, and a blood-red flame spread out. He was like a bloodthirsty demon god. In an instant, he appeared above Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan. The blood-red fist that was ready to strike tore through the air and blasted towards the two of them. Yin-yang primordial water. Prison drawing! Zhou Fan paled in fright and hurriedly shouted. The yin-yang primordial water in his hand transformed into a black and white cage that enveloped the two of them. Rumble! The blood-red fist brutally slammed into the black and white cage. The powerful force caused the rock-hard cage to shake violently. What a powerful force! Why is Zhuowen so much stronger than before? What is going on? This is not the strength that an initial stage Emperor Realm cultivator should have. Zhou Yi's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he looked at the black and white cage that was shaking around him in disbelief. Not far away, Lu Che, who was entangled with a reverse spirit puppet, also saw the ridiculously powerful Zhuowen. His face was also filled with disbelief. Zhuowen's current strength is far more than that of an early-stage, second-wheel, ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He's probably comparable to a peak second-wheel, ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. His body is also ridiculously strong. Did he not use his full strength during the Heaven and Earth Monoliths test? Lu Che muttered to himself in shock. Crack! Under the attack of the blood-red fist, the black cage only lasted for a breath's time before crumbling inch by inch. Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan were directly turned into a bloody mist by the force. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen unceremoniously took the two Qinquan bags. He tilted his head slightly and looked coldly at Lu Che, who was entangled with the reverse spirit puppet. Damn it! Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan are both dead. This Zhuowen is really ruthless. Lu Che felt his hair stand on end as Zhuowen stared at him. He slammed his right palm on the reverse spirit puppet's chest, causing it to retreat dozens of steps. Then he stomped his foot and retreated dozens of meters away. He stared at Zhuowen with a dark expression. Lu Che, haven't you been following me and trying to kill me? Why don't you dare to come forward now? With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen put the reverse spirit puppet into his Qinkuan bag. He stared straight at Lu Che in the distance. Zhuowen, you've really hidden your strength well. I originally thought you were only at the early stage of the second will extreme emperor realm. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I'm afraid you're already comparable to a peak second will extreme emperor realm warrior. Lu Che's expression was a little ugly. The aura of Zhuowen in front of him was clearly only at the early stage of the second wheel extreme emperor realm, but the strength he displayed actually made him feel a sense of despair. If it weren't for the 3 talismans given to him by the Wuji old man, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to face Zhuowen. Oh, are you afraid? Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, Afraid? If I was really afraid, do you think I would still be here talking nonsense with you? You killed 4 of our Tyrant Chu City's geniuses, and even Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan were killed by you. Tyrant Chu City has suffered heavy losses. However, as long as I kill you and take all the refined crystal jades from you, these losses can be completely offset. Lu Che laughed sinisterly. He took out a golden talisman from his Qinkuan bag and drew runes that looked like scribbles on it. However, what made Zhuowen's pupil shrink was that he actually felt a terrifying aura from the talisman. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying energy hidden within the talisman. Kid, the talisman in Lu Che's hand is extremely dangerous. I can feel that the energy contained within it is enough to kill any second wheel extreme Emperor Realm Warrior. Chapter 445. A Natal Talisman. What? It can kill any second wheel ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator? Xiaohei, are you joking? Is a tiny talisman really that powerful? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. His heart was filled with disbelief as he communicated with Xiaohei. Kid, you're ignorant. You should know that there are some cultivators who are proficient in talismans who can create all sorts of powerful talismans. Talismans may seem like tiny pieces of paper, but the process of creating them is extremely troublesome. Moreover, the talismans that are created are extremely terrifying. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that the talisman in Lu Che's hand is a natal talisman that the everlasting old man refined himself. A natal talisman like this requires the refinement of one's own essence, blood, into the talisman. A single talisman typically possesses 50% of the master's strength. If this really is the natal talisman of the everlasting old man, then we're in trouble. The everlasting old man is an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. 50% of his strength is comparable to the full-powered attack of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. That's naturally enough to kill any second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Even if your body is extraordinarily tough, you'll probably be heavily injured by the power of this talisman. Xiaohei's voice was extremely cautious. There was even a trace of fear in it. Xiaohei had seen many natal talismans like this in the ancient times. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying items. Zhuowen only became serious when he heard that. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the talisman in Lu Che's hand. He moved his feet slightly and stealthily took a few steps back. Lu Che, who was in front, also saw Zhuowen's strange behavior, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Could it be that Zhuowen recognized the talisman in his hand? Not many people know about natal talismans like this. Zhuowen only comes from a low-level city. It's impossible for him to recognize something like a natal talisman, Lu Che murmured to himself. Lu Che muttered in his heart. He no longer hesitated. His right hand suddenly took out the natal talisman, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Run. That natal talisman isn't something you can deal with. Xiaohei immediately shouted from within his sea of consciousness. Her voice was filled with urgency. Zhuowen was also aware of the urgency of the situation. His foot stamped on the air, and 2 pairs of lightning wings instantly sprouted out from his back. The lightning wings, which were several zhang in length, gently opened and closed. Next, Zhuowen's figure transformed into a lightning silhouette as he disappeared from the spot. Zhuowen, you can't escape. The life talisman was bestowed to me by Wuji. It's too late for you to escape now. Just obediently accept your death. At this time, Lu Che's hands had already formed a seal. The surface of his life source talisman emitted a blazing golden light, like the scorching noon sun, appearing extremely dazzling. The boundless golden light instantly turned into a rain of light that filled the sky, enveloping the entire valley. For a moment, the valley was enveloped by a layer of transparent golden barrier, and waves of powerful aura were constantly emitted from this barrier. Boom! At this moment, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of the golden barrier by relying on his 2 pairs of lightning wings. Caught off guard, he slammed into the barrier. In an instant, golden light spilled out in all directions, and a strong rebounding force surged towards him. Zhuowen could not help but retreat, and only stabilized himself after retreating more than 10 meters away. Damn it! This so-called natal talisman actually has such a trick. I was so close to leaving the valley completely. Staring at the golden barrier in front of him, Zhuowen's expression was gloomy as he whispered, "Let's see if I can blast open this golden barrier." His eyes flashing, Zhuowen stamped his foot and his right hand pinched the air. Waves of bloody flames burst out and turned into a huge bloody hand in the air. The bloody hand's 5 fingers clenched into a fist and suddenly blasted out, directly hitting the golden barrier. Rumble! A muffled thunder-like sound rolled over the ground. The air formed a terrifying spiral pressure, constantly tearing everything around it, as if the sky and earth had changed color. Thump! Thump! The golden barrier exploded into a golden rain of light. An enormous bloody hand that was like a mountain collapsed inch by inch. Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he retreated a dozen steps, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Zhuowen rubbed the area between his thumb and index finger that had become somewhat numb. He said in a bewildered and uncertain manner, "This golden barrier is actually so tough. Even when I used the blood flame, it was actually unable to cause any damage to it." "Ha! Zhuowen, don't waste your strength. The golden barrier around you is tough enough to withstand a full-powered attack from 3 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. With your current strength, it's like trying to break a rock with an egg." At this moment, Lu Che had already appeared outside the golden barrier. He faced Zhuowen with a face full of mockery. Zhuowen's expression was ugly as he stared at the complacent Lu Che. He said coldly, "What's the point of trapping me in this golden cage? If you have the ability, come in and spar with me." "Hee. Zhuowen, I know you're extremely strong. You're clearly only at the early stage of the 2nd Ultimate Emperor Realm, but you're as strong as a peak 2nd Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. With my strength, I'd be courting death if I went in. But don't worry, there are plenty of opponents in this golden cage. When the time comes, you'll have a good fight," said Lu Che. As soon as Lu Che finished speaking, countless rays of light immediately erupted around the golden barrier. The dense rain of light was like extremely sharp hidden weapons, all of them sweeping towards Zhuowen. "Damn it!" As he gazed at the dense rain of light, Zhuowen's expression changed greatly. He stomped his foot on the ground, and his entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning that vanished on the spot, causing the rain of light to instantly miss. However, the rain of light seemed to have a mind of its own. After missing, it actually turned around and continued chasing after Zhuowen. Moreover, it moved faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few meters away from Zhuowen. "So fast! Looks like I can't dodge. I can only take it head-on." Zhuowen knew that it was impossible to dodge when he saw that the rain of light was about to catch up to him. He gritted his teeth and immediately used the 3rd move of the Moon Fiend's secret codex, Blood Maple Dance. blood-red maple leaves covered his body. At the same time, Zhuowen summoned the infinite astral swords in the surroundings, forming an impenetrable wall. Afterwards, 2 pairs of lightning wings flapped inwards, forming a shield of lightning at the innermost layer. He instantly set up multiple layers of defense. The rain of light arrived in an instant as well, falling like countless hidden weapons. It slammed against Zhuowen's defenses, producing an ear-piercing screech of metal. Boom! In just an instant, the outermost layer of blood maple dance was reduced to dust by the rain of light. The rain of light smashed against the impenetrable wall formed by the infinite astral swords, like a hot knife through butter. The boundless sword aura was indeed worthy of being a Tier 4 origin array. Its degree of toughness had exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. It had actually blocked the bombardment of the light rain. When the light rain landed on the boundless sword aura, countless dazzling sparks immediately erupted. Lu Che, who was outside the golden barrier, also saw the infinite astral swords blocking the rain of light outside Zhuowen's body. His eyes immediately revealed a trace of greed as he muttered, "This should be a Tier 4 origin array. TSK, this is an item whose value is comparable to an earthly soul treasure. This Zhuowen actually has such a treasure. It seems like he's really rich." Thinking that after killing Zhuowen, he would be able to obtain the refined crystal jade and the Tier 4 origin array in his Qinquan bag, Lu Che's face immediately revealed a smile. He knew that if he had these, his strength would definitely rise to another level. When the time came to enter the training mountain, his chances of success would be even greater. The rain of light only lasted for 5 breaths of time before it disappeared. After coming out of the impenetrable wall, the corner of Zhuowen's eyes could not help but twitch as he looked at the infinite astral swords that had become extremely dim. The power of the rain of light was still somewhat beyond his expectations. If it had continued for a little longer, even the infinite astral swords would not have been able to block it. "Forget it. I'm not playing anymore. Let's directly get rid of this Zhuowen. Otherwise, there will be changes if we delay." Seeing that Zhuowen had blocked the rain of light, Lu Che was also a little surprised. He curled his lips and revealed an even more sinister expression. Both of his hands suddenly formed a seal, and his mind moved. Instantly, the golden barrier that had originally covered the entire valley disappeared. Countless rays of golden light gathered at a point in the sky. Finally, a golden figure stepped out of the void, majestic and dignified. "Zhuowen, this is the true power of the life talisman. This golden figure contains 50% of the power of the infinite astral swords. Its strength is comparable to an ultimate Emperor Realm third wheel, but it can only last for half an incense stick's worth of time. If you can last for half an incense stick's worth of time against this golden figure, perhaps you will still have a chance to live. Of course, this is not very likely, so you should just accept your death," Lu Che said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden figure that had stepped out of the void stomped his foot. Immediately, a ring of golden energy that was dozens of feet long erupted in the void and spread out in all directions. Zhuowen, who was not far away, could not help but groan under the influence of this golden energy. He spat out a trace of blood, and a look of horror appeared on his face. "This golden figure is very strong. It should be at the level of an ultimate Emperor Realm third wheel. You are no match for this fellow at all. Kid, hurry up and run." Xiao Hei's helpless voice rang out once more. Although Zhuowen's strength was not bad, it was still not enough to face an expert whose realm was higher than his. If they met, he could only run for his life. After speaking, Xiao Hei awkwardly discovered that Zhuowen had not moved at all. It was as if he had not heard it at all. He could not help but say angrily, "Kid, hurry up and run." The difference in strength between an ultimate Emperor Realm third wheel and an ultimate Emperor Realm second wheel is extremely great. Although you have all sorts of trump cards and your strength far surpasses cultivators of the same realm, your current realm is still too low. However, Your current cultivation is far too low. You're only at the early stage of the second wheel. If you were at the peak of the second wheel, you might be able to put up a fight against the golden figure with your powerful body. You're just courting death right now. Chapter 446. The Golden Figure. You brat, this is just a talisman. It's not LV Yongsheng at all. If you meet LV Yongsheng, I'm afraid you'll have to run even more. That LV Yongsheng has more trump cards than you do. He's much stronger than this golden figure. If you meet him, you'll die even if you don't run. Xiao He said in exasperation. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, Xiao He, you don't understand. Ever since I was forced to the brink of death by LV Yongsheng last time, I decided that I won't run away the next time I meet him. Even if I die, I won't run away in a sorry state. I have a feeling that I'll definitely meet LV Yongsheng again in the battle for the Vitality Tower. I don't want to lose again. That's why I want to see just how strong an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator is. Just how big is the gap between me and the former? You brat! Xiao He shook his head, not knowing what to say. After so many years of being together, he understood Zhuowen's character very well. This brat usually looked like he didn't care, but once he decided on something, even 10 horses couldn't pull him back. Even if he knew that he would die, this brat would still do what he had decided on without hesitation. Since this golden figure is an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, his speed will definitely be much faster than mine. Even if I run away with all my heart, I'll still be caught in the end. At that time, I'll have wasted all my energy. It's better to take advantage of the fact that my vitality is at its peak to fight for a chance at survival. As he spoke, Zhuowen pulled out the blood-red great spear in front of him. With a shake of his right hand, a dense cloud of mist immediately appeared around him. This cloud of mist slowly spread out until it covered an area of several dozen meters around Zhuowen. Limitless Startling Cloud Art? This brat has already cultivated the Limitless Startling Cloud Art and has even reached the small success stage? This speed is too fast. This brat has only obtained this armor technique for 3 days, and he's already reached the small success stage? Not far away, Lu Che also saw the cloud of mist that enveloped Zhuowen's body. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He had learned the Limitless Startling Cloud Art before. Being able to spread the cloud of mist for several dozen meters meant that it was at the small success stage. If the cloud of mist could spread out for several hundred meters, it meant that the Limitless Startling Cloud Art had reached the large success stage. If it could spread out for several thousand meters, it meant that it was at the large success stage. Once the limitless art of startling clouds reached perfection, its power would be extremely terrifying. Clouds and mist that stretched for thousands of feet would be able to be mobilized at will. Its power would be beyond imagination. When Lu Che had first learned the Limitless Startling Cloud Art, he had spent a full 2 months before barely reaching the initial mastery. Then he had spent nearly a year before reaching the advanced mastery. Now that he saw Zhuowen reach the initial mastery in just 3 days, Lu Che was naturally shocked. This Zhuowen's talent is really high. In a mere 3 days, he was able to comprehend the concept of the startling cloud limitless art. No wonder this brat can cultivate to the ultimate Emperor realm, even though he's from a low-level city. He really is a monstrous genius. But it's a pity that such a monstrous genius is about to die at my hands. Lu Che's face revealed a delighted smile. To Lu Che, there was nothing more exciting than seeing a monstrous genius fall with his own eyes. In the sky, the golden figure's facial features were blurry, but his golden eyes were extremely dazzling. He was staring coldly at Zhuowen. Without saying a word, he stepped lightly in the air and his entire body turned into a golden light. Like an arrow, he shot towards Zhuowen. He's coming. Zhuowen was not afraid. There was a trace of madness in his eyes. The blood veins on the surface of his body were like countless blood vessels. This was the sign that he had pushed the 7th level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique to its limit. With a shake of his right hand, the blood-red spear turned into a bloody light that filled the sky. It shot up into the sky and instantly enveloped the golden figure. Rumble! The golden figure waved his right hand and crushed the bloody light that filled the sky. Then, a blazing golden fist pierced through the air and blasted toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. He used the spear in his hand to display the various major moves of the Yaoyue secret codex. These moves were amplified by the clouds and mist, and their power had increased by several times. Blood maple dance, blood burst style, blood explosion style. A thick smell of blood swept through the entire valley. In an instant, Zhuo Wan had displayed the 3 strongest moves of the Yaoyue secret codex. At the same time, the clouds and mist within a radius of several tens of zhang around him roiled violently like a tsunami. The 3 moves were forcibly fused together to form a several hundred zhang long spear made of clouds and mist. The cloud spear that blotted out the sky pierced through the air and violently slammed into the golden figure's body. Boom! 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 Violent explosions constantly reverberated through the air. The golden figure did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the cloud spear in the air. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a vortex of energy appeared in his palm and crushed the cloud spear to dust. Spurt! Zhuo Wen involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he continuously retreated. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. He did not expect that under the amplification of the limitless startling cloud art, the cloud spear, which was formed from the fusion of the 3 great moves of the Demon Moon's secret manual, would be so weak in the hands of this golden human figure. Kid, do you understand the difference between you and an ultimate Emperor Realm expert? With your current strength, it's almost impossible for you to be a match for an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, the golden figure has only been using normal attacks the entire time. You can't do anything to him with just normal attacks. If he used an armor technique, you probably would be dead by now. Xiao Hei's sigh immediately rang out in his head. At this moment, Xiao Hei did not gloat like he usually did. Instead, he began to advise Zhuowen to get up. He really was afraid that Zhuowen would be so stubborn as to throw his life away. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "The golden figure is condensed from a natal talisman after all. He clearly can't use something as profound as an armor technique. At most, he can use normal attacks. His strength is far inferior to LV Yongxing's. If I run away from the golden figure in fear, wouldn't I lose the courage to face LV Yongxing in the future? That's why I won't run away." Xiao Hei suddenly fell silent when he heard that. Xiao Hei knew that Zhuowen was unwilling to back down even at this point. If he continued to advise him, it would be like casting pearls before swine. What a stubborn kid. If he really does end up in a life or death situation, I'll have no choice but to expend some of my origin energy to help this kid. Sigh, how troublesome. Xiao Hei helplessly shook his head as he sat in the center of the sea of consciousness. However, there was a sliver of appreciation and gratification on his face. Xiao Hei had watched Zhuowen grow up, step by step, when he was with the Zhuo family in Rattan Armor City. He had been an ordinary young man, but he had now grown to be a renowned expert even in Muqin province. Who would have thought that the disciple of a small clan in a low-level city would grow to such a level? He had even surpassed the peak geniuses of many super cities. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Zhuowen's current achievements were largely due to luck, endless opportunities, and fortuitous encounters. However, they failed to see that behind these opportunities and fortuitous encounters were often great dangers and dangers. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and no pie would fall out of nowhere. Everything needed to be fought for. Zhuowen's opportunities and fortuitous encounters had all come from risking his lifetime and time again. He had used his extraordinary willpower in exchange for them. They did not fall out of the sky for no reason. This was why Zhuowen had been able to rise up and overcome all the obstacles before him. In summary, luck also needed to be protected by strength. Otherwise, it would only be a pipe dream. Boom! Streams of blood-red flames surrounded Zhuowen's body. They were like the most loyal guards, constantly defending Zhuowen's body. At the same time, Zhuowen and the golden figure moved at the same time. The blood-red figure and the golden figure instantly intertwined in the void. The dull sounds of fists hitting flesh constantly reverberated in the void. Zhuowen actually fought the golden figure with no regard for his life. He was trading blows with the golden figure in a way that made him look like a desperate man. Boom! 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 Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Zhuowen did not even touch the corner of the golden figure's clothes. He was directly punched in the chest by the golden figure. Zhuowen fell like a meteor, smashing a deep pit in the ground. The ground around him cracked. This Zhuowen is really stupid. He actually fought the golden figure with his life on the line. That's just courting death. Lu Che, who was not far away, sneered and shook his head. The golden figure was expressionless. He stomped his foot in the void and, with the force of Mount Tai, directly dropped down on Zhuowen in the deep pit. Slowly climbing out of the deep pit, Zhuowen's expression changed slightly when he saw the golden figure rapidly descending from the sky. His feet stomped on the ground and his entire body miserably flipped to the side, coincidentally dodging the golden figure's 1,000-pound drop. Quickly retreating a dozen steps, Zhuowen's expression was extremely grave. He spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly muttered, "What a terrifying guy! Just an ordinary attack, and I'm already in such a sorry state. I wonder if the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron can deal with this golden figure." As he spoke, a trace of hesitation appeared on Zhuowen's face. In fact, he did not really want to reveal the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. After all, the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron was an earthly soul treasure. Moreover, it was an extremely high-grade, earthly soul treasure. If others were to know that he had such a treasure on him, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be attacked. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, Zhuowen couldn't care so much anymore. Patting his chinkuan bag, Zhuowen instantly summoned the exquisite 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. Soon after, he formed a seal, and the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron immediately grew to a size of several feet. The fire spouts at the bottom of the cauldron spewed out 4 types of blazing and terrifying flames. They were the 4 types of earth flames that Zhuowen had collected so far: the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame, the 3,000 jade lotus flame, the star inferno flame, and the blood flame. For different colored earth flames revolved around the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, appearing illusory and beautiful. This is an earthly soul treasure. Chapter 447. A bitter battle. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Che's eyes were filled with greed as he muttered to himself, "Zhuowen's wealth is beyond my imagination. Not only does he have a rare treasure like the refined crystal jade, he even has an earth rank soul treasure. On top of that, he has a strange secret technique." At this point, Lu Che stared at Zhuowen with a burning gaze. In his eyes, Zhuowen had become a moving treasure trove. As long as he killed Zhuowen, everything on him would belong to him. Zhuowen must die. I must kill him. Lu Che began to recklessly squander the energy of the world in his body, controlling the golden figure to attack Zhuowen with all his might. He had to kill Zhuowen as soon as possible. With the refined crystal jade and the earth rank soul treasure cauldron, as well as the life talisman that Lord gave me, I have absolute confidence in entering the top 100 in the Origin Chi Tower battle. At that time, I will have the qualifications to enter the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower to explore the ancient ruins. Haha. The more Lu Che thought about it, the more excited he became. In the end, he threw his head back and laughed. Form the 9 wheels burning heaven's array. At this moment, Zhuowen's expression was calm. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 wheels burning heaven's cauldron began to revolve. Four types of earth fire surged out of the cauldron's mouth, forming a huge firestorm. This firestorm was composed of 4 different colors. At first glance, it was extremely beautiful and dazzling. The firestorm was like a pillar that supported the heavens, instantly blocking the path of the golden figure. It was so hot that it could almost evaporate the air. Rumble! The golden figure suddenly punched out with his right fist. Golden light burst out like a scorching sun. With a bang, the golden figure collided with the firestorm. Thump! 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 To Zhuowen's delight, the golden figure actually retreated several dozen meters under the firestorm's attack. As expected, the might of the 9 wheels burning heaven's array composed of 4 types of earth fire is extraordinary. Even a 3 wheels ultimate Emperor Realm expert is at a disadvantage against this firestorm. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered with a hint of joy. The firestorm's might had exceeded his expectations. Strike while he's down. With one successful strike, Zhuo did not hesitate to activate the firestorm again. With an unstoppable force, it directly blasted towards the golden figure in the distance. Nearby, Lu Che, who had been observing, revealed a slightly gloomy expression when he saw the golden human figure being forced back. The might of the 9 wheel burning sky cauldron in Zhuo Wen's hand had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Zhuo Lord's origin talisman, Lu Che's heaven's array talisman. With a sinister laugh, Lu Che held the talisman in his left hand while his right hand formed a sword. He tapped the talisman with his finger and surged with the power of the world. For a moment, the golden light on the surface of the origin talisman became incomparably intense. At the same time, the golden figure that had been pushed back suddenly roared towards the sky. His body also emitted a dazzling golden light. Soon after, the golden figure gradually grew larger within the golden light. 3 meters, 6 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. In the end, the golden figure turned into a golden giant that was 50 feet tall. It was like a vast mountain. Every step it took caused the entire valley to shake. With a wave of its hand, the forest below was turned into dust. Its power was vast and mighty. The golden giant took a single step and crossed several dozen meters. He instantly arrived in front of the firestorm. He swung his 2 pillar-like arms and slammed them into the firestorm. Rumble! Countless air waves swirled. The air shook, the wind whistled, and the space was annihilated. With the golden giant as the center, the area of several hundred feet had turned into a vacuum. The surrounding space shattered inch by inch like glass. The golden giant's strength is still increasing? How is this possible? A trace of disbelief appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he stared at the golden giant that had directly blocked the firestorm. If the golden figure's strength was comparable to an early 3-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert, then the golden giant probably possessed the strength of a peak early 3-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert. It wasn't just a slight increase in strength. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, the golden giant's fists fell on the firestorm like raindrops. Every punch was able to produce blazing flame power, and the firestorm actually slowly retreated under such storm-like attacks. Furthermore, it also became dimmer and dimmer. With a flash of blazing light, the golden giant's fist landed on the surface of the firestorm. Immediately after, 4 colored flames scattered. The firestorm actually collapsed under the might of the fist, turning into countless sparks that scattered in all directions. Swoosh! The 9-wheel incineration cauldron turned into a streak of light and shot back into Zhuowen's palm. At this moment, the cauldron was dim and its aura was chaotic. Clearly, the cauldron had suffered some damage from the golden giant's attacks. Haha, Zhuo, I think you should just surrender. Perhaps I, Lu Che, might even leave your corpse intact later. Lu Che, who had been watching from afar, had arrived on the golden giant's shoulder at some point. He stared down at Zhuo savagely. "Leave me my corpse intact? Lu Che, are you so certain that you'll be the final victor?" Zhuo's face was sunken as he stared coldly at Lu Che on the golden giant's shoulder. Lu Che looked at Zhuo as if he was looking at an idiot when he heard this, and he sneered. "Zhuo, the outcome is already so obvious. You've even utilized an Earth-rank spirit treasure. Yet you're still unable to do anything to this golden giant formed from a natal talisman. Do you think you still have any ability? I advise you to surrender obediently and hand over your Qinkuan pouch. I promise to leave your corpse intact." Idiot. Zhuo couldn't be bothered with Lu Che. Instead, he stared at the golden giant with narrowed eyes. He knew that the golden giant was so powerful that he had no choice but to use the ice flame sacred talisman. The blood-red lotus he had created last time was extremely powerful. Even the Nether King had been reduced to dust by the blood-red lotus. Thus, Zhuo knew that the blood-red lotus was powerful enough to kill an ordinary second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. It could even threaten a third-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Zhuo, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Don't blame me when you reach the underworld. Lu Che's face turned cold. He suddenly waved his right hand, and the golden giant stomped its foot on the ground. The ground shook violently as it transformed into a streak of golden light and arrived before Zhuo in an instant. Rumble. 2 pairs of lightning wings unfurled. Zhuo stomped his foot and transformed into streaks of lightning in the air, instantly dodging the golden giant's attack. He said to Lu Che with a dark expression, "Lu Che, I didn't want to use this move, but since you forced my hand, don't blame me for being impolite." Haha. Zhuo, do you really think you're an expert? I even destroyed your Earth-tier soul treasure, yet you're still so arrogant. Lu Che crossed his arms and sneered. In Lu Che's opinion, the Earth-rank soul treasure should be Zhuo's strongest trump card. If even such a trump card had been broken by him, he really could not think of any other means. Zhuo had to deal with this terrifying golden giant. Ignoring Lu Che's mockery, Zhuo instantly retreated several hundred meters away with a flash of lightning. He raised his hands, and the runes on the back of Zhuo's hands began to emit a strange light. Soon after, a bloody flame and an extreme cold appeared between his hands. He suddenly put his hands together and merged the 2 extreme energies. With his previous experience, Zhuo was naturally more proficient in using the Ice-Fire Sacred Rune. In just an instant, a budding bloody lotus quietly lay in his palm. The strange, blood-colored flower bud was about to bloom, and the surrounding blood-colored petals had a terrifying temperature. Under the effect of this temperature, the surrounding space actually formed a small and terrifying vacuum. Lu Che, who originally had a mocking expression on his face, was stunned when he saw the blood-colored lotus in Zhuo's palm. Although he did not know what the blood-colored lotus was, he could clearly feel the terrifying aura within it. This aura actually made him feel a trace of fear, causing Lu Che's expression to be a little uncertain. What kind of armor technique is this? Lu Che frowned as he faintly felt a trace of ominous feeling in his heart. Won't you know if you try? Zhuo shook his head. Soon after, he tossed his right hand. The blood-red lotus turned into a streak of blood-red light and arrived before the golden giant with lightning speed. Before Lu Che could react, the blood-red lotus suddenly bloomed. A blood-colored lotus flower that was hundreds of feet long slowly bloomed in the void. Within the blood-colored lotus flowers area, there was a terrifying explosion of energy. Almost the entire dark forest was engulfed in the explosion. In an instant, the entire area had turned into a barren ruin. Boom! Boom! Intense explosions continued to explode in the sky. The figures that were originally flashing in the other regions of the dark forest came to a stop one after another after they sensed this terrifying explosion. Instead, they lifted their heads to look at the sky. Soon after, they were shocked to discover that 1,000 feet large blood-colored lotus was slowly blooming in the distance. What terrifying energy! It would take at least 3 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators to cause such a huge commotion, right? Sigh. It's only been 3 days since we entered the dark forest, and there are already 3 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators taking action. It looks like that expert must have encountered some extremely terrifying danger to unleash such a terrifying armor technique. Yes, we need to be even more careful. After stopping and observing for a while, the figures began to become even more cautious. In an open space several hundred kilometers away from the Bloody Lotus, a young man with an indifferent expression stared at the Bloody Lotus in the distance, his somewhat good-looking brows slightly furrowed as he muttered to himself, "What terrifying undulations! Could it be a battle between 3 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators?" However, there are no more than 20 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators participating in the Origin Chi Tower battle this time. I know all of them, but none of them have a technique like this. So who is this person? Chapter 448. Heavily injured when the blood-red lotus bloomed in the sky. Countless cultivators in the dark forest raised their heads to look at it. Their eyes were filled with awe. Although they had never personally experienced the power of the blood-red lotus, the terrifying aura emanating from the lotus alone was enough to make most cultivators tremble in fear. They knew that this move was not something an ordinary cultivator could use. It probably required a cultivator at the ultimate Emperor Realm or above to use such a terrifying move. In another part of the dark forest, 2 graceful figures were rapidly traversing through the forest. However, they quickly stopped and raised their heads to look at the distant horizon. The 2 graceful figures were extremely shocked when they saw the gigantic, blood-red lotus blooming in the sky. They were stunned for a moment. What terrifying power! I wonder which monster is fighting? Hong Lian, who was dressed in a red dress, covered her cherry lips with her jade-like hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. This aura is so familiar! Beside Hong Lian stood a beautiful woman dressed in a blue veil. She was Qing Lian from the Jade Maiden Star Court. At this moment, Qing Lian's brows were slightly furrowed. Her beautiful eyes were fixated on the blood-red lotus in the distance. There was a trace of surprise on her face. "Senior Sister Qing Lian, what's wrong? Do you know who's using this terrifying blood-red lotus?" Hong Lian asked curiously when she saw Qing Lian's astonished expression. Qing Lian shook her head and said, "No, I just feel that the aura of this blood-red lotus is somewhat familiar. However, I don't think it's him. After all, this blood-red lotus is too powerful. I'm afraid it's already at the ultimate Emperor Realm. He shouldn't have such strength." Hong Lian's cherry-red lips curled up slightly when she heard this. She slyly glanced at Qing Lian and said, "Senior Sister Qing Lian, the him you're talking about wouldn't be Zhuowen, right?" Qing Lian's delicate body trembled when she heard this. She rolled her eyes at Hong Lian and said, "You always like to make wild guesses. Why are you suddenly talking about Zhuowen?" "Hee. Senior apprentice sister, when you were in the Jade Lady Star Court, you always talked about Zhuowen. It should be pardonable for junior sister to have such a guess." Hong Lian rolled her eyes and giggled. A sliver of redness immediately appeared on Qing Lian's pale face when she heard that. She glared at Hong Lian and shook her head. "It's impossible for this person to be Zhuowen. The results of the test in the training square show that Zhuowen is only at the early second wheel of the King Realm. It's impossible for him to unleash such a terrifying attack. I only feel that the presence is familiar." Reaching the early stage of the second wheel of the ultimate Emperor Realm is already very impressive. Look at me, your junior sister. I'm about the same age as that Zhuowen, and I'm only at the initial stage of the first cycle of the ultimate Emperor Realm. I have to admit that Zhuowen is a freak. He's clearly just a kid from a low-level city, but his cultivation speed is actually so fast. Speaking of Zhuowen, a strange glint flashed in Han Lian's eyes. You little girl, it's all your fault for being too lazy. In fact, your talent is much greater than mine. Even senior apprentice sister, Luo Xing, once praised you. If you had been diligent in your cultivation, your strength would have surpassed mine by now. Qing Lian shook her head. All right. After this Vitality Tower battle, I plan to cultivate seriously. Senior apprentice sister, let's go. Let's hurry to the training mountain. I'm looking forward to seeing what's inside the training mountain. Han Lian curled her lips and immediately grabbed Qing Lian's jade-like hand and rushed into the depths of the dark forest. Qing Lian didn't refuse and allowed Han Lian to pull her along. However, before leaving, she took one last look at the blood-red lotus in the distant sky and muttered in her heart, Zhuowen, if this person is really you, then it's good. Perhaps you really might be able to enter the 3rd level of the tower. The blood-red lotus blossomed with an extremely mournful beauty. When it bloomed to the extreme, the entire blood-red lotus blossomed like a night-blooming epiphyllum. The blood-red petals on the edge withered one by one, leaving behind a terrifying ruin of several hundred feet. Whoosh! At the edge of the ruin, Zhuowen knelt on one knee on the ground, panting. His forehead was full of cold sweat, and his whole body was trembling and twitching. The backlash of the blood-red lotus is still so terrifying. Fortunately, I have the terrifying recovery ability of the Hell King's heart. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured by the backlash instead of just being exhausted. After resting for a while, Zhuowen made his way to the center of the ruins with great difficulty. There was a huge crater that was dozens of feet deep. The Golden Giant and Lu Che should be in that crater. In Zhuowen's opinion, with the terrifying destructive power of the Blood Lotus, it should be able to destroy the Golden Giant. Coming to the edge of the pit, Zhuowen saw the Golden Giant in the pit. At this time, the Golden Giant was supporting itself with both hands. Its body was almost broken. Because the Golden Giant was not made of flesh and blood, there was no blood flowing out. It was just that many parts of its body were damaged, making it look quite miserable. Creak! Suddenly, the Golden Giant's body moved slightly, causing Zhuowen's eyelids to twitch. He cursed in his heart. Even the blood-red lotus was used. Could it be that he still couldn't deal with the Golden Giant? Rumble! The Golden Giant only moved slightly before it fell to the side. Its huge body began to turn into dazzling golden light spots that floated in the air. They drifted away with the wind and turned into nothingness. Cough, cough! Zhuowen, I didn't expect you to hide such a move. I, Lu Che, have really underestimated you. A weak voice came from the pit. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Only then did he realize that the Golden Giant was actually Lu Che. When the blood-red lotus exploded, Lu Che must have controlled the Golden Giant to protect him. However, the blood-red lotus was too powerful. Even with the Golden Giant's protection, Lu Che still suffered serious injuries. At this moment, Lu Che was in a sorry state within the deep pit. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. Numerous hideous wounds covered Lu Che's body, causing him to appear as though he was a bloody man. Lu Che stood up with great difficulty and looked at Zhuowen in horror. He never expected that Zhuowen would be able to use such a terrifying move. When he thought of the blood-red lotus, Lu Che felt a chill run down his spine. He could imagine that if it weren't for the Golden Giant, he would have died a long time ago. Just how many trump cards does Zhuowen have? First, it had a body that was as strong as a peak two-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Then it had a terrifying Earth-rank spirit treasure. Now it was this blood-red lotus that was even more terrifying. Even the Golden Giant was annihilated by this blood-red lotus. The more Lu Che thought about it, the more shocked he became. At this time, Zhuowen was like a layer of fog that he couldn't see through. No, Zhuowen is too terrifying. I have to kill him. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble. After recovering from his shock, the killing intent in Lu Che's heart grew even stronger. Zhuo Wen was only a second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Lu Che had used the Origin Source Talisman of the Everlasting Immortal Emperor Realm, but he still hadn't been able to kill Zhuo Wen. Instead, he had been forced into such a sorry state. If Zhuo Wen's cultivation had advanced a little more, wouldn't that mean that even the everlasting immortal emperor might not have been able to kill him? When he thought of this, the killing intent in Lu Che's heart boiled. He reached into his clothes with his right hand and took out a golden talisman. He thought to himself, Zhuo Wen definitely won't expect me to have an origin talisman. I just need to secretly activate this talisman, and I'll be able to kill Zhuo Wen without anyone noticing. The power of the blood lotus just now was too terrifying. Lu Che didn't believe that Zhuo Wen didn't have to pay a price for using it. Looking at Zhuo Wen's pale face, the price of using the blood lotus was definitely not small. At this moment, Zhuo Wen, who was at the edge of the deep pit, didn't notice Lu Che's abnormal actions at all. Just as Lu Che had guessed, Zhuo Wen didn't think that Lu Che would have a second origin talisman. After all, the power of an origin talisman was a little too terrifying. It was already extremely lucky to have one. Having two was just too abnormal. What Zhuo Wen never expected was that the everlasting old man had given Lu Che 3. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have let his guard down. Lu Che's injuries are even more serious than mine. It's even difficult for him to move. He shouldn't be a threat anymore. Looking at the bloodied Lu Che in the pit, Zhuo Wen let out a sigh of relief. He didn't directly jump into the pit. It wasn't that Zhuo Wen didn't want to, but that he was really exhausted right now. He didn't have any extra energy to jump into the pit. Let's recover some Yuan Qi first before going down to deal with Lu Che. His eyes flashing, Zhuo Wen finally decided to heal his injuries first. His injuries were also quite serious. If he didn't heal them in time, there would be repercussions in the future. Kid, don't lay your guard down. That Lu Che seems to be touching something in his chest. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's alert voice sounded in his head. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. He immediately looked at Lu Che in the pit. He saw that Lu Che, who was covered in wounds, had a sinister smile on his face. He stared fiercely at him and said, Zhuo Wen, do you think you've won? Hee, I don't think so. Before I set out to kill you, the everlasting old man didn't give me one origin talisman, but 3. Haha. With a loud laugh, Lu Che took out a golden talisman from his bosom with great difficulty. The golden light was so dazzling and eye-catching at this moment. Zhuo Wen, you're dead. You're dead. After using the blood lotus, your injuries aren't any lighter than mine. Otherwise, you would have already come down to kill me. Why haven't you come yet? Raising his right hand high, Lu Che roared in delight. He knew he had won. Chapter 449. The Spoils of War. How is this possible? This fellow actually has a destiny talisman? Zhuo Wen's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he cried out in disbelief. One must know that the might of a single destiny talisman had already caused him to be reduced to such a sorry state. If Lu Che were to use a second destiny talisman, then Zhuo Wen would really have to give up his life here. No, I must stop Lu Che. Otherwise, even if I have 2 lives, they won't be enough. At this moment, Zhuo Wen's heart was filled with anxiety. Lu Che's actions had already exceeded his expectations. Sigh, kid, this is what you get for showing off. Now you're out of luck. Don't worry, Lu Che's injuries are even more serious than yours. Leave it to me. Just as Zhuo Wen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Xiao Hei's voice rang out. Soon after, a black light drilled out from between Zhuo Wen's brows and transformed into a Xiao Hei dog. Xiao Hei! Looking at the Xiao Hei dog in front of him, Zhuo Wen looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. After Xiao Hei appeared, it waved its little paw, and an ink-black energy shot out from its paw like an arrow leaving a bow. Pucci, Lu Che, who was originally holding the life talisman in his hand and laughing complacently, also did not expect this unforeseen event. When he saw the black light rushing towards him, he instinctively wanted to activate the life talisman in his hand. However, the black light was too fast. Before Lu Che could activate it, the black light directly entered between his eyebrows. A pool of blood shot out from between Lu Che's brows. Soon after, Lu Che's eyes widened as he stared at Xiao above him. Then he fell backwards, his furious eyes filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that the final outcome would be like this. He clearly had a powerful treasure like the destiny talisman on him, but he had ended up in such a state. I can't accept this. With a loud roar, Lu Che collapsed into the crater with his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. With a wave of her little claws, Xiao He immediately took Lu Che's Qiankuan bag and the life talisman from his hand. She then tossed them to Zhuowen and said, "It's a good thing that Lu Che's injuries are so severe that he doesn't have any strength to resist. Otherwise, with this dragon lord's current soul state, killing him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." "Hee. Xiao He, thank you so much this time," Zhuowen said with lingering fear. It had been too dangerous just now. If Lu Che had really activated his destiny talisman, even with Xiao He, it would have been difficult to fight against him. Brat, don't let your emotions affect your decisions in the future. Once a cultivator reaches the ultimate Emperor realm, the gap between each cycle is enormous. You're only at the early stage of the second wheel, but you're already comparable to a peak second wheel ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. That's already extremely abnormal. But you should know that the gap between a peak second wheel ultimate Emperor realm cultivator and an early second wheel ultimate Emperor realm cultivator is like heaven and earth. The only reason you were able to break through Lu Che's destiny talisman was because he was careless. If Lu Che had known that you had such a powerful technique as the Blood Lotus, he probably wouldn't have stayed by the Golden Giant's side and would have hidden far, far away. The result of that was that you would be completely exhausted after using the Blood Lotus, while Lu Che would be completely unharmed. At this moment, Xiao He's expression had become extremely solemn. Her sharp eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen. She knew that if she didn't say it out loud, Zhuowen probably wouldn't have realized just how dangerous the situation had been. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Xiao He was right. If Lu Che hadn't been so careless, he probably would have been the one to die this time. I was too impulsive just now. Zhuowen smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's good that you know. It's best if you don't act so impulsively in the future. With your potential and talent, it's only a matter of time before you catch up to LV Yongsheng. Right now, all you need to do is cultivate properly and work hard to improve yourself. As long as you reach the peak of the second wheel ultimate Emperor realm, your strength will truly be comparable to an early third wheel ultimate Emperor realm cultivator. Even if you face LV Yongsheng, you won't have to fear him in the slightest. Xiao He nodded approvingly. Clearly, she was quite satisfied with Zhuowen's current performance. As she spoke, Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly and landed on the Qinkuan pouch and the shining golden destiny talisman at the side. A trace of passion immediately appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, I didn't lose out this time. Although I narrowly escaped death, I gained quite a lot. Zhuowen said happily as he grabbed the shining golden destiny talisman with a wave of his hand. The destiny talisman was only the size of a palm and was rectangular in shape. Complicated and strange runes were drawn on the surface of the destiny talisman. Upon closer inspection, Zhuowen discovered that the strange runes on the surface of the destiny talisman were very similar to the golden figure that Lu Che had summoned at the beginning. It's indeed not bad. The might of this destiny talisman is probably comparable to the might of the 9-wheeled burning sky cauldron at its peak state. Its value is comparable to an Emperor realm armor skill. If it weren't for the fact that this destiny talisman is a consumable item, Its value would probably be even higher than an ordinary Emperor Realm armor skill. Xiao Hei's gaze was also focused on the Destiny Talisman as she clicked her tongue in wonder. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. In terms of might, this Destiny Talisman was actually on the same level as the Blood Lotus. However, because the Destiny Talisman was a consumable item, it didn't have any side effects on Zhuowen at all. The backlash from the Blood Lotus was just too terrifying. Even with the current quality of Zhuowen's body, he actually didn't have the slightest ability to fight against such a backlash. Kid, the backlash from the Blood Lotus is just too great. Even if you've cultivated the Jadestone body tempering method to the peak, making your body comparable to a peak two-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, it's still completely useless against the backlash from the Blood Lotus. It's best if you use it sparingly in the future, Xiao Hei suddenly said. Zhuowen couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. The Blood Lotus was extremely powerful. When he first created this move on the Sandstone Isle, he didn't feel anything at all. At the time, his technique was still extremely immature and unpracticed. The Blood Lotus he created was only comparable to the full-powered attack of an early two-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, as Zhuowen continued to delve deeper into the principles of the blood-colored lotus, he became increasingly proficient at mixing them together. In the end, the blood-colored lotus formed from the mixture reached its most perfect state. The might of this perfect blood-colored lotus far exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. It could actually threaten a three-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Of course, the backlash from the perfect state of the Blood Lotus was also extremely great. After using it once, Zhuowen directly lost all ability to fight. If the Blood Lotus couldn't completely destroy the enemy, then Zhuowen would definitely be destroyed. This move was already extremely extreme. Why is the difference between the Blood Lotus and the Ice and Fire Lotus so great? The backlash from the Ice and Fire Lotus is almost negligible to me, but the backlash from the Blood Lotus makes me wish I was dead. The difference between the two is really too great. Shaking his head, Zhuowen rather missed the Ice and Fire Lotus of the past. With his current physical quality, the backlash from the Ice and Fire Lotus was just child's play. Can the Ice and Fire Lotus be compared to the Blood Lotus? The two aren't even on the same level in terms of power. The Ice and Fire Lotus you created back then could only threaten a one-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. But the Blood Lotus can kill a two-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator and threaten a three-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Xiao Hei sneered. Zhuowen nodded. He also knew that the two weren't on the same level in terms of power, but he was depressed and wanted to complain a little. Xiao Hei, do you think that if my physical body was a little stronger, I would be able to completely resist the backlash from the Blood Lotus? Zhuowen seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up. Of course. The backlash from the explosion created by the Ice and Fire sacred symbol is mainly directed at the physical body. If your physical body is strong enough, you will naturally be able to withstand the backlash from the Blood Lotus. Actually, if you had the complete Ice and Fire sacred symbol, then you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The sacred symbol would automatically eliminate the backlash from the explosion for you. Xiao Hei stroked his chin and smiled. The complete Ice and Fire sacred symbol? I can only go to Naga Divine Academy for this matter. After all, the complete Ice and Fire sacred symbol is still there. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. Kid, you might not be risking your life to go to Naga Divine Academy for the Ice and Fire sacred symbol. I'm afraid it's for Mu Qinxue. Xiao Hei suddenly said somewhat mischievously. Zhuowen rubbed his nose when he heard this and was slightly embarrassed. However, he couldn't help but recall that figure that was like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world and that charming kiss in the ancient abode. Perhaps this was the first time in so many years that Zhuowen had felt his heartbeat speed up. Shaking his head and wiping away the thoughts in his mind, Zhuowen knew that it was useless to think about it now. He had to use his actions to prove himself Let's not talk about this anymore. Xiao Hei, I've already practiced the jade stone body tempering technique to the peak. I don't know how I can improve my physical body next. Zhuowen came back to his senses and timely changed the topic. If you use the proper method, it will be very slow to improve your physical body. However, if you have a high-level body tempering technique, then your physical body will improve very quickly, just like the jade stone body tempering technique you obtained previously. Xiao Hei pondered and said, high-level body tempering technique. Hearing this, Zhuowen shook his head and there was a touch of bitterness on his face. Body tempering techniques were rarer than armor skills. The jade stone body tempering technique that Zhuowen obtained last time was a heaven-level body tempering technique. Therefore, if Zhuowen wanted to quickly improve his physical body, he would need at least an emperor-level body tempering technique. However, the rarity of an emperor-level body tempering technique was comparable to a superior emperor-level armor skill. It could be said that it was extremely rare. Perhaps even in the house of Marquis Qin, which had a rich heritage, there were not more than 5 emperor-level body tempering techniques. Didn't that Lu Nantian say that there are many treasures in the Training Mountain? Perhaps in the Training Mountain, you may be able to find a suitable emperor-level body tempering technique. Xiao Hei suddenly said, Chapter 450. LV Tao's. Guess after about an hour, Zhuowen finally recovered some of the yuan qi in his body. He could finally move freely, but he was still far from fully recovered. At the very least, he could stand up. Kid, let's leave this place first. The commotion caused by your battle earlier was too great. It has already alerted many meta beasts in the dark forest, as well as some ancient warriors nearby. Xiao Hei suddenly said solemnly after moving around for a while. Looks like we shouldn't stay here for long. With that, Zhuowen quickly put away the destiny talisman on the ground and stuffed Lu Che's Qinquan bag into his waist. With a stomp of his foot, countless bolts of lightning spread out and turned into 2 huge lightning wings on his back. He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from where he was. About an hour after Zhuowen left, the roars of beasts resounded in the depths of the dark forest. Following that, a violent earthquake rumbled, and an exotic beast the size of a small mountain quickly swept out from the forest. The exotic beast's aura was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, the surrounding meta beasts would scatter like birds and beasts. In an instant, the entire dark forest was emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! The earthquake stopped, and the exotic beast that was the size of a small mountain finally stopped in the small valley that had turned into ruins. Its red eyes swept across the ruins and finally focused on a huge deep pit not far away. It smelled an extremely strong smell of blood. Oh! The mutated beast roared and took a huge step forward. It arrived at the huge pit in an instant. When it saw Lu Che lying in the huge pit with his eyes wide open, its breathing became heavier. It roared excitedly and opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow Lu Che's body whole. Boom! A transparent barrier immediately enveloped Lu Che's corpse. The exotic beast that was originally pouncing towards Lu Che's corpse crashed into the barrier, causing the ground to shake violently. What surprised everyone was that after the exotic beast the size of a small mountain crashed into the barrier, it actually let out a mournful cry and was directly sent flying. In the end, it landed on the ground a dozen or so meters away, cracking the ground and creating a small crater. Oh! The exotic beast struggled to get up. Its red eyes stared fixedly at an elegant figure floating in the air above the huge pit. It was a young man in white robes. There was always a trace of indifference on his face. A mature, green nether beast? You're pretty strong. If an ordinary ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator encountered you, they might find you extremely troublesome. Unfortunately, you encountered me. If you don't want to die, leave now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you next time. The young man in white robes stood in the air and shook his head. The blue nether beast, was a gigantic origin beast that resembled a black panther. It was known for its speed. A young blue nether beast was extremely weak. Perhaps an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would be able to kill it. However, once the blue nether beast matured, its strength would increase by several times. It would be comparable to an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Even a third-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would choose to retreat if they encountered a green nether beast. They wouldn't fight it because it was a strenuous and unrewarding task. The green nether beast seemed to understand the young man in white's words. It roared in a low voice. Although its intelligence was low, it could still sense that this human cultivator was not to be trifled with. However, it didn't want to let go of a piece of meat that was already in its mouth. After a moment of hesitation, the green nether beast roared angrily. It stomped its huge feet on the ground and pounced towards the young man in white. What a reckless beast! Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. The young man in white's eyelids drooped slightly. His arm that was as slender as a woman's reached out into the air. The space several dozen meters in front of him actually began to distort. The green nether beast that was pouncing towards the young man in white completely stopped 3 meters in front of him. It was as if time had stopped. Break! A faint voice rang out. The space several dozen meters around the green nether beast that was stopped in midair shattered. The scene was like a transparent glass shattering. The green nether beast that was in this shattered space didn't even make a sound before it turned into a bloody mist. The green nether beast was a meta beast that was comparable to an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, it couldn't resist the young man in white at all. It was instantly killed. What kind of strength did this require? Whoosh! After the young man in white annihilated the green nether beast, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind him. The white-clothed young man furrowed his eyebrows as he turned his head to look. When he saw the graceful and pretty figure behind him, his furrowed eyebrows immediately relaxed. The corners of his mouth even revealed a slight smile as he said, "I really didn't expect younger sister Luo Xing to be nearby. Looks like Yi Tao has been a little rude." The graceful figure was graceful and elegant. From afar, she looked like a fairy wrapped in a sky full of stars. Wherever she passed, the stars were bright and dazzling. Wasn't she the #1 genius of the Jade Lady Star Court, Luo Xing? The young man in white was naturally the #1 genius of the house of Marquis Qin, LV Yitao. Young Master LV, what a coincidence! Luo Xing replied in an indifferent manner. Immediately, her pretty eyes turned slightly, and her attention was focused on the ruins below. A trace of interest surfaced in her pretty eyes as she faintly asked, "Does young Master Lu know what happened here?" Hearing this, LV Tao shook his head and said, "I was a few 100 kilometers away from this place. Because I saw that enormous blood red lotus, I hurried over here. However, when I arrived here, the battle here had already ended. I also rushed here because of the blooming blood lotus. The ruins within a few 100 meters should be caused by the unknown blood lotus. I'm quite curious about the guy who can release such a terrifying move." Luo Xing nodded. LV Yitao nodded and said doubtfully, "The blood lotus is indeed terrifying. If I'm not wrong, the one who released the blood lotus must be an ultimate Emperor stage expert. However, I know all the ultimate Emperor stage experts in the Vitality Tower battle, but none of them have a similar move." Oh, Luo Xing's beautiful face revealed a trace of surprise when she heard this. She chuckled and said, "Maybe it's a genius who is hiding his strength. After all, if a cultivator wants to, he can hide part of his strength during the heavenly monolith test." That's possible. Moreover, this hidden expert is most likely not a cultivator from our province capital. It seems that Lord Father was right. This year's Essence Tower battle is indeed the most prosperous. There are quite a few dark horses in it. LV Yitao nodded in agreement. Moreover, there's a corpse in the deep pit below. It should be the one who lost the battle just now. Let's go down and see who this person is. As long as we recognize this person, we might be able to deduce the identity of the cultivator who killed him." As he spoke, LVE Tao's figure flashed, and he instantly arrived beside the corpse in the deep pit. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flashed. She stepped lightly on the void and slowly landed behind LVE Tao. At this moment, LVE Tao's expression was solemn. He flipped over the corpse and carefully examined its appearance. After a moment of silence, he said, "If I remember correctly, this person should be the #1 genius of Tyrant Chu City, Lu Che. He's an early-stage, ultimate emperor stage expert." Tyrant Chu City's Lu Che? He's only an early-stage, ultimate emperor stage expert? This kind of strength doesn't seem to be enough to cause such a huge commotion, right? Luo Xing frowned slightly and said doubtfully, "That's true. However, I heard that the city lord of Tyrant Chu City is obsessed with talismans. The talismans he creates are all very powerful, especially his natal talisman. Its power is comparable to an ultimate emperor stage expert. This Lu Che is considered the #1 genius of Tyrant Chu City. I'm afraid that the old man would give him a natal talisman to save his life. With a natal talisman, Lu Che's strength should be comparable to an ultimate emperor stage expert. However, from the looks of it, even with a natal talisman, Lu Che still lost in the end." LVE Tao smiled faintly. "So it's a natal talisman. The old man's natal talisman is indeed quite powerful. If Lu Che had a natal talisman, he would indeed have the qualifications to fight against an ultimate emperor stage expert. However, with the power of a natal talisman, Lu Che should have been able to easily escape from an ultimate emperor stage expert. Why did he die so miserably instead?" Luo Xing's heart grew more and more doubtful. She looked at Lu Che, who had died with his eyes open. LVE Tao's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He said in surprise, "Little sister Luo Xing is right. With a natal talisman, Lu Che should have been able to escape from an ultimate emperor stage expert. However, he died. I'm afraid that the person who killed him is extremely powerful. Perhaps it's at least at the peak of the ultimate emperor stage." Luo Xing's eyes flickered when she heard LVE Tao's words. She was also surprised. A peak 3-wheel emperor was enough to rank in the top 100 of the Azure Emperor rankings. Qin Batian and Su Tianliang were only at the peak of the 3-wheel emperor realm. But now there was actually a nameless person who actually possessed such strength. How could Luo Xing not be surprised? It looks like there are quite a few low-key experts in the Origin Qi Tower this time. I've never heard of them before. LVE Tao frowned slightly and shook his head. Their guesses were naturally far from the truth. Zhou strength was at most comparable to a peak Emperor stage expert. If a true ultimate Emperor stage expert had come, he would definitely be no match for them. Killing Lu Che was completely due to Zhou luck. If Lu Che had stood far away, he wouldn't have been affected by the power of the Blood Lotus. Unfortunately, Lu Che had been too confident. He thought that he had defeated Zhou for sure. Thus, standing on the golden giant's shoulder, he had become a live target for Zhou. It looks like this Origin Qi Tower battle will be much more exciting than the previous ones. I'm looking forward to it. Young Master LV, I still have to rush to the training mountain. I'll be leaving first. Luo Xing nodded slightly. She didn't wait for LV Tao to speak. Her elegant figure turned into starlight and disappeared from the valley. Chapter 451. Tattered, cloth-dark clouds descended, like a black dragon wreaking havoc in the sky, covering the stars in the sky. The night in the dark forest was especially desolate. The deep darkness was accompanied by the roars of beasts. In this lonely forest, a tragic and terrifying atmosphere converged. In the depths of the forest, in a remote cliff, there was an extremely inconspicuous, small cave. Wisps of dim yellow light seeped out from the cracks of the cave entrance, making it seem misty and mysterious. A faintly discernible figure, under the illumination of the dim yellow light, appeared to be a flickering shadow. This cave is extremely well hidden. Ordinary martial artists or meta beasts would not be able to discover it. It just so happens that I can stay in the cave for 3 days and recover from my injuries first. Inside the cave, a slender young man with black hair and black eyes sat on a knee-high rock. The young man carried a blood-red spear on his back, and his clothes were somewhat tattered. At this moment, he was throwing dry wood into the bonfire beside him. Opposite the bonfire floated a palm-sized Shaohei dog. At this moment, this Shaohei dog rubbed its chin with its paws and laughed. This cave is really not bad. If the cave entrance is hidden, no one will be able to discover it. Kid, you can take a look at Lu Che's Qiankuan bag. With Chu Ba Cheng's background, the things in Lu Che's Qiankuan bag should be quite valuable. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and took out a blood-stained Qiankuan bag from his waist. His Niwen palace moved, and his mental strength entered the Qiankuan bag. After a while, Zhuowen's face suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. He stuttered a little and said, "Shaohei, there seems to be a natal talisman in Lu Che's Qiankuan bag." Shaohei, who was originally leisurely and contented, almost fell to the ground after hearing this. His little black eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, "What? There's another natal talisman? Could it be that the Wuji old man actually gave Lu Che 3 natal talismans? It should be." As he said this, Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and directly took out a golden talisman with strange symbols on it. It was the natal talisman. It really is a natal talisman. This everlasting old man was truly generous. He actually gave Lu Che 3 life talismans at once. However, if that limitless old man were to know that 2 of his life talismans had fallen into your hands, I wonder if that old man would be so angry that he would vomit blood? After recovering from his shock, Shaohei suddenly laughed coldly. His face was filled with a gloating expression. Zhuowen also smiled. He was also looking forward to it. If the limitless old man knew that the natal talisman that he had painstakingly refined had fallen into the hands of Zhuowen, who he wanted to kill, what kind of expression would he show? Zhuowen solemnly put away this life source talisman. He knew that these 2 life source talismans would become his sharpest trump card. At the very least, by relying on these 2 life source talismans, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to reach the 3rd floor of the Essence Qi Tower. Zhuowen once again probed Zhuowen's Qiankuan bag. He discovered that apart from the most precious natal talismans, the other items were basically not of much use to him. For example, some high-grade spirit treasures and heaven-tier armor skills were of little use to him. Therefore, Zhuowen only gave them a cursory glance before stuffing them all into his Qiankuan bag. Although these items were of little use to him, after the battle for the Origin Qi Tower was over, he could bring them back to Zhuo family. After all, the development of Zhuo family also required a considerable amount of resources. These things were no different from priceless treasures to the Zhuo family. Suddenly, Zhuowen's gaze converged on a remote corner of the Qiankuan bag. There was a somewhat tattered piece of cloth lying quietly in that corner. For some reason, Zhuowen actually felt a taboo aura from this tattered piece of cloth. A piece of cloth can actually give me a taboo aura. This piece of cloth isn't simple. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen faintly felt that this tattered piece of cloth wasn't simple. Thinking of this, Zhuowen waved his right hand and immediately caught the piece of cloth in his palm. The cloth was extremely small, only the size of Zhuowen's palm. At first glance, it simply looked like an ordinary item. However, Zhuowen's mental power was extremely powerful and sharp. He could feel the strange fluctuations within the cloth. These fluctuations were very special. If it weren't for Zhuowen's sharp senses, he would definitely have thought that this piece of cloth was an ordinary item and wouldn't have paid much attention to it. "Shaohei, this piece of cloth is a little strange." Can you recognize what it is? After racking his brains to no avail, Zhuowen finally asked Xiaohei for help. At this moment, Xiaohei's brows were slightly furrowed. A pair of small, black eyes stared straight at the cloth in Zhuowen's palm. A rare trace of seriousness appeared on his face. When Zhuowen took out the cloth, Xiaohei had already focused his attention on it. "Kid, the fluctuation on this cloth is extremely powerful. Furthermore, it's a mental fluctuation. The strength of this fluctuation is probably far beyond the level of a 4th or even 5th tier Arcana Master. If this Dragon Lord's guess is correct, the previous owner of this cloth was very likely a 6th tier Arcana Master," Xiaohei said with a serious expression. "Hiss, a 6th tier Arcana Master?" Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After all, the status of Arcana Masters in the Qingxian Empire was extremely high. It had already exceeded Zhuowen's imagination. A mere 4th tier Arcana Master was someone that even Lu Nantian, Marquis Mu Qin, didn't dare to offend too much. If it was a 5th tier Arcana Master, Lu Nantian would even have to be respectful. Even the Azure Emperor of the Qingxian Empire wouldn't dare to be presumptuous towards a 5th tier Arcana Master. However, there wasn't a single 6th tier Arcana Master in the entire Qingxian Empire. Perhaps only a few superpowers in the Eastern lands had 6th tier Arcana Masters, such as the Blue Dragon Hall and the Excellent Gods Academy and so on. Very soon, Zhuowen's gaze became extremely heated. He stared at the cloth in his palm and said, "It's actually something that belonged to a 6th tier Arcana Master. That's a legendary existence. Something left behind by someone like that definitely isn't simple. However, this cloth looks so tattered. Even if it's something that belonged to a 6th tier Arcana Master, it probably isn't some kind of treasure, right?" Xiaohei said somewhat doubtfully as she looked at the ordinary cloth in front of her. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Arcana Masters have many different methods. You can't tell what's special about this cloth, but I can." Zhuowen cultivated the Myriad Evolution scripture of the Myriad Evolution sect. His mental strength was much stronger than that of ordinary 3rd tier Arcana Masters. The current Zhuowen's mental strength was probably no weaker than that of a 4th tier Arcana Master. However, the quality of his mental strength was much weaker than that of a 4th tier Arcana Master. Even so, Zhuowen's mental strength far exceeded that of a 3rd tier Arcana Master at the consummation of the 3rd tier. That makes sense. Try using your mental strength to sense this cloth. Perhaps you might be able to tell what's different about it. Xiaohei nodded and said seriously, "All right." As he spoke, Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace moved. His mental energy, which was as vast as the sea, surged out and entered the cloth in his palm. There's resistance. When Zhuowen's mental strength came into contact with the cloth, he immediately sensed a strange ripple on the surface of the cloth. It seemed to have become an iron wall, directly blocking out Zhuowen's mental strength. "Break through!" His eyes narrowed as the Naiwen Palace in his sea of consciousness buzzed gently. An even greater amount of mental strength immediately surged out, turning into a sharp blade. It immediately pierced through the obstruction on the surface of the cloth and successfully entered it. After breaking through the obstruction of the ripples around the cloth, Zhuowen felt like the stars in front of him had shifted, as if he had traveled through space. The scene before him had turned into a spiral-like black hole, and his mind was directly sucked in by this black hole. When Zhuowen opened his eyes, he saw that the scene before him was actually a vast starry sky. Below the starry sky was an endless void of darkness. Zhuowen hovered in the void as he stared at the starry sky in confusion. Boom! Suddenly, the star closest to Zhuowen suddenly exploded. The blazing light almost caused Zhuowen to cover his eyes involuntarily. When Zhuowen opened his eyes again, he was surprised to discover a figure with fluttering clothes slowly walking over from the exploding star. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His beard was spotlessly white, and he actually covered a distance of thousands of meters with just a casual walk. A sage-like aura emanated from the old man. The old man held a horsetail whisk in his hand. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he suddenly stared at Joan. A scorching light flickered in the depths of his eyes as he laughed aloud. "Young friend, I really never thought that you would actually be able to obtain the cloth I left behind. Even more so, I never thought that you would actually be an arcana master as well." As he spoke, the old man once again carefully scrutinized Joan, repeatedly nodding his head as he said, "Little friend, your fortune is not shallow. You actually possess the 10,000 expansion sex, 10,000 expansion scripture. There's actually the presence of Saint Talismans as well. It's the Icy Fire Saint Talisman and the Wind Lightning Saint Talisman. It's a pity that they're both incomplete." Joan's heart churned like a storm when he heard that. Just who was the old man before him? He had even discovered his greatest secrets, the Wind Lightning Saint Talisman and the Icy Fire Saint Talisman. Moreover, he had even pointed out that the two Saint Talismans were incomplete. Who is this old man? How does he know my secrets? Xiaohei, do you know who this old man is? Joan's face was filled with shock as he hurriedly sent a message to Xiaohei. However, what shocked Joan was that no matter how he called out to Xiaohei, he did not receive any response. There's no need to try calling out to the spirit in your sea of consciousness. The place you're currently in is the spiritual world that I created. There's no way for you to make any contact with the outside world, the old man smiled. There was an unfathomable expression on his face. It can't be. This old man even knows about Xiaohei's existence. After calling out to Xiaohei to no avail, Joan knew that the old man was probably telling the truth. The place he was currently in should be the spiritual world that the old man had created. Chapter 452. The Mysterious Old Man. Young friend, there is no need to be so nervous. The fact that you are able to enter the spiritual world within the cloth means that your spiritual force talent has already reached the required level. Otherwise, even if you obtain the cloth, you would not be able to enter the spiritual world. The white-haired old man smiled as he changed the topic. My spiritual force talent has reached the required level. Joan stared solemnly at the old man in front of him. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that the old man before him was not simple. The old man's every move gave off a strange fluctuation. Joan knew that if the old man wanted to, he could annihilate him at any time. Hee, that's right, this old man has set up a restriction on this cloth. Only when one's spiritual force talent has reached the required level can one enter the spiritual world through the cloth. And you, young fellow, are not simple at all. You have actually cultivated such a powerful secret skill like the myriad evolution scripture. In the future, young fellow, your future is limitless. Naturally, you have the qualifications to obtain the inheritance within the cloth. The white-haired old man said. The cloth contains a spiritual force secret skill that this old man has created. Just now, this old man has inspected your body and found that you actually have 4 types of earth fire. It seems that your opportunity is not small. Then this old man's spiritual force secret skill is even more suitable for you. The white-haired old man's eyes flashed as he said, "Oh, a spiritual force secret skill that is suitable for me? What kind of spiritual force secret skill is it?" Hearing this, Joan said energetically, "Once you leave the spiritual world, the spiritual force secret skill will naturally appear within the cloth. Because you have cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, this old man is also very interested in the spiritual world. Thus, this old man pulled you into the spiritual world to meet you." At this point, the white-haired old man suddenly rubbed his hands together in a wretched manner. He shamelessly approached Joan and said, "Young fellow, what is it? Can you lend this old man the myriad evolution scripture?" Seeing the old man, who originally had a sage-like demeanor, actually reveal a wretched expression, Zhuowen immediately felt a trace of strangeness in his heart. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Zhuowen had obtained the myriad derivation scripture by chance. Zhuowen was hesitant to hand it over to this white-haired old man whom he had met for the first time. Nonetheless, Zhuowen knew that the elder in front of him was already being very polite to him. After all, someone who could construct such a massive spiritual world was definitely not an ordinary person. A powerhouse like that could kill him with a wave of his hand. The white-haired old man also saw the hesitant expression on Zhuowen's face. He slapped his forehead and said, "Looks like this old man is a little too direct. Kid, this old man will not borrow your 10,000 yen true scripture for free. I will exchange it with you on equal terms. How about this? I can see that your spiritual power has already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. You're only one step away from becoming a 4th rank Arcana Master." As he spoke, the white-haired old man wretchedly rubbed his hands and shamelessly approached Zhuowen. "If you can lend this old man the 10,000 yen true scripture, this old man will help you raise your spiritual power to the 4th rank Arcana Master. What do you think?" Hearing this, the hesitation on Zhuowen's face instantly vanished. His eyes flickered with a bright light as he hurriedly nodded and said, "If you can help me break through to become a 4th rank Arcana Master, then I can lend you the myriad derivation scripture. However, can you really help me break through to the 4th rank Arcana Master?" Ever since his spiritual power reached the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, Zhuowen felt that the spiritual power in his Naiwen Palace was progressing at an extremely slow pace. He had heard that an Arcana Master who reached the 4th rank would undergo an earth-shattering change, a true metamorphosis. In the past, Arcana Masters were thought to be extremely weak in battle. If a fighter of the same rank were to fight an Arcana Master, the fighter would completely crush the Arcana Master. However, once an Arcana Master reached the 4th rank, an earth-shattering change would occur. This was because once an Arcana Master reached the 4th rank, their spiritual power would become extremely condensed and resilient. It was precisely because a 4th rank Arcana Master's spiritual power was simply too powerful that a 4th rank Arcana Master could rely on their spiritual power to attack and defend. Their spiritual power could completely resist an earth-tier spirit treasure. Because Zhuowen cultivated the 10,000 yen true scripture, his Naiwen Palace had a total of 81 strands of spiritual power. If Zhuowen's spiritual power really did reach the 4th rank, his spiritual power alone would probably be on par with an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. If Zhuowen's spiritual power broke through to the 4th rank, Zhuowen would no longer need to fear LV Yongsheng. Seeing that Zhuowen was doubting him, the white-haired old man immediately glared at him and snorted. "I'm just helping you forcefully break through to the 4th rank. What's so difficult about that? It's as easy as lifting a finger for me." With that, an extremely terrifying presence erupted from the white-haired old man's body. The presence was as vast as the ocean, as vast as the starry sky. Before this presence, Zhuowen was like a small boat that could capsize at any time in a storm. He was insignificant and insignificant. What a powerful presence! How can it be so powerful? A sliver of shock finally appeared on Zhuowen's face. The white-haired old man's presence was so vast that he could not resist it at all. Zhuowen could sense that even the Qin Marquis Lu Nanshan's presence was not even 1,000th of the white-haired old man's. This old man was just too terrifying. Who is this old man? Why is his presence so terrifying? At this moment, Zhuowen's body actually began to show signs of collapsing under the presence. Strands of red blood flowed from his exposed body, making him appear miserable and savage. The white-haired old man also saw Zhuowen's strange appearance and hurriedly withdrew his aura. He glanced at Zhuowen apologetically and said, "Now you know how powerful this old man is. Come here. I'll help you with the enlightenment right now and help you break through to the 4th rank." With that, the white-haired old man waved his right hand, and a powerful force immediately pulled Zhuowen in front of him. He extended a skinny arm and gently tapped Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen only felt a cool sensation between his brows. Soon after, dense spiritual power flowed from the old man's hand into Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace. Rumble! The Naiwen Palace was like a sudden clap of thunder. The spiritual power within it transformed into a whirlpool. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it sucked in all the spiritual power that the white-haired old man poured into the Naiwen Palace without any resistance. As the spiritual power continued to enter, the whirlpool of spiritual power in the Naiwen Palace rapidly expanded. Finally, it enveloped the entire Naiwen Palace. When the whirlpool expanded to its maximum size, it exploded with a bang, and the whirlpool of spiritual power turned into a rain of light. Countless rain of light gathered in the Naiwen Palace. Finally, the capacity of the spiritual power in the Naiwen Palace became much smaller than before. However, Zhuowen could feel that this spiritual power was much more resilient than before. If the spiritual power in the Naiwen Palace was described as a weak thread in the past, then the current spiritual power in the Naiwen Palace was like a steel wire that was as strong as steel. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light suddenly burst out from his eyes. His face was filled with excitement. At the same time, countless spiritual storms rose around Zhuowen and wreaked havoc in the air. The space around him was directly torn to shreds by these spiritual storms. Is this the power of a grade 4 spiritual power? Feeling the terrifying, destructive spiritual storms in the air, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy. The destructive power of a grade 4 spiritual power had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Kid, since this old man has already enlightened you and helped you break through, then you should let this old man borrow the myriad evolution scripture. The white-haired old man rubbed his hands and approached Zhuowen once again. Thank you, Senior. This time, you have really helped me a lot. It is natural for me to let you borrow the myriad evolution scripture. If it were not for the fact that I have not completely mastered the myriad evolution scripture, I would have directly given it to you. Zhuowen gratefully clasped his hands. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a piece of metal from his chinquan bag and handed it to the white-haired old man. Senior, this piece of metal contains the myriad evolution scripture. The white-haired old man hurriedly took the piece of metal and said with a smile, Kid, you are quite straightforward. This old man likes your character. However, you can rest assured that this old man is only looking at it. After looking at it, I will naturally return it to you. I will not take advantage of you. Hearing this, Zhuowen lightly sighed in his heart. What he was most afraid of was that this terrifying old man in front of him would directly take the myriad evolution scripture and not return it. With this old man's terrifying strength, Zhuowen simply did not have the ability to take back the myriad evolution scripture from the white-haired old man. After saying this, the white-haired old man no longer paid attention to Zhuowen. Instead, he began to concentrate on looking at the myriad evolution scripture in the piece of metal. With the passage of time, the old man's brows would occasionally relax and frown. Sometimes he would curse loudly. Sometimes he would slap the table and shout. His behavior was similar to that of a madman. After about an hour, the white-haired old man took a deep breath. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. He laughed heartily and said, So that's how it is. No wonder the myriad evolution scripture has the effect of dividing spiritual power. It turns out that this is the principle. Why didn't this old man expect it? It's really wonderful. Ha. The white-haired old man looked up to the sky and laughed crazily. With a stomp of his foot, he actually disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he was thousands of miles away, almost turning into a Xiaohei dat. Whoosh! The piece of metal turned into a black light and gently fell into Zhuowen's palm. At the same time, the white-haired old man's laughter was like rolling thunder, reverberating through the entire void. Little guy, This time, I really have to thank you. This old man has searched for the myriad evolution scripture for thousands of years, but I have not found any clues. I did not expect that the cloth I casually left behind would actually bring you to this old man. Moreover, you have the myriad evolution scripture with you. It seems that the heavens are really helping me. Haha. Little guy, your talent is very good. Perhaps in the near future, we will meet again. Now, this old man will take his leave first. The white-haired old man's wild laughter rang in his ears. Zhuan's eyes were also filled with surprise. Just looking for the myriad evolution scripture had taken thousands of years. What kind of old monster was this? After all, a cultivator who could live for thousands of years would at least be in the Emperor realm. This old man is at least an Imperial Power Realm expert, isn't he? How terrifying. I am actually lucky enough to meet a legendary Emperor Realm cultivator. Moreover, it seems that this old man's spiritual power cultivation is also extremely terrifying. He is at least a 6th grade Arcana Master. What an old monster. Chapter 453. Fire Fusion Technique. Kid, hurry up and wake up. In the cave, Xiaohei stared solemnly at Zhuan, who had suddenly become sluggish in front of the campfire. After Zhuan had tried to examine the cloth in his hand, he had instantly become like this. What's going on with this cloth? After this kid's mental energy came into contact with the cloth, he became so dispirited. Just as Xiaohei was at a loss of what to do, an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged out of Zhuan's body. The surging mental energy was like a vast ocean that spread throughout the entire cave. What a powerful mental energy. How can this mental energy be so powerful? It's almost comparable to a grade 4 Arcana Master. Seeing the sudden surge of mental energy from Zhuan's body, Xiaohei was stunned at first, but soon after, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He said, "This kid can't have broken through, right? He broke through just like that after being in a daze for a while. This is really..." Xiaohei did not know what to say, and could only curse to express the pain in his heart. However, he also knew that Zhuan's sudden breakthrough had something to do with the cloth. The powerful aura came and went quickly. When the aura in Zhuan's body had completely disappeared, Zhuan's eyelids moved slightly and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with surprise. "Kid, what happened? Why did your mental energy suddenly break through to grade 4? Xiaohei's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Zhuan, his face full of confusion. Looking at the confused Xiaohei in front of him, Zhuan did not hide anything and told him everything that had happened in the spiritual world. Xiaohei had been with him for many years, and he was not an outsider to him. There was no need to hide such things from Xiaohei. After listening to Zhuan's story, Xiaohei's face was filled with astonishment. He repeatedly praised Zhuan's luck for being able to meet an Imperial Realm powerhouse and obtain such a great opportunity. That old man once said that the cloth contained a secret spiritual technique that he had created. I wonder what this secret spiritual technique is. Zhuan seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze immediately converged on the cloth in his palm. He saw that the originally empty cloth was actually filled with dense ink black characters. Fire Fusion Technique. At the top of the dense black ink, there were 3 large words, Fire Fusion Technique. The strokes were like dragons and snakes, and the tip of each stroke was 3 feet long. After seeing the name of this secret spiritual technique, Zhuan faintly felt that this fire fusion technique should be of great help to him. When he was in the spiritual world, the white-haired old man had said that this secret spiritual technique was extremely suitable for Zhuan. After about an hour, Zhuan had basically finished reading the words on the cloth. When his gaze swept across the last word, Zhuan let out a sigh of relief, and his face revealed a trace of ecstasy. This fire fusion technique was too suitable for him, as if it was a secret spiritual technique that was tailor-made for him. The fire fusion technique as the name suggested, was a secret spiritual technique that used one's mental energy to fuse different flames. Moreover, it was a secret spiritual technique that specialized in fusing the extremely powerful earth fire. According to the introduction, the highest level of the fire fusion technique was that as long as 9 different earth fires were fused, one would be able to create a brand new flame. This flame's power was comparable to the heavenly fire, and it was called 9-colored refining flame. This fire fusion technique can actually artificially create heavenly fire? Isn't this a little too unbelievable? After reading all the contents of the fire fusion technique, Zhuowen couldn't help but gasp. Zhuowen naturally knew about heavenly fire. It was the ultimate flame whose power surpassed that of earth fire. It was said that every heavenly fire on the heavenly armor continent possessed extremely high intelligence. Some had even cultivated to become spirits and could transform into human form to cultivate. It was extremely abnormal. Heavenly fire was a flame bestowed by the heavens, the king of all flames. Of course, in the boundless heavenly armor continent, heavenly fire was extremely rare. In the tens of thousands of years of heavenly armor continent's history, the number of heavenly fire that had appeared had never exceeded 2 digits. This was enough to prove how rare heavenly fire was. Kid, this fire fusion technique is amazing. When cultivated to the highest level, it can actually fuse 9 different earth fires and create a heavenly fire called 9-colored refining flame. Xiao He also browsed through the contents of the cloth and said with wide eyes, "Haha, the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron originally needed to gather 9 different earth fire origins to successfully activate its full power. However, the fire fusion technique can fuse 9 different earth fires. Both of these required me to gather earth fires. It seems like the will of the heavens wants me to gather earth fires." Zhuowen said in a good mood, "Hee, the power of earth fire isn't something that an ordinary person can withstand. Moreover, without a corresponding container to contain the earth fire origin, no matter how strong one is, one may not be able to successfully tame earth fire. Kid, you're extremely lucky. Not only do you have a treasure like the ice fire sacred charm that can suppress earth fire, you also have a container like the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron that can contain earth fire. It can be said that collecting earth fire is a lot easier for you. The only thing you lack is clues about earth fire." Xiao He rolled her eyes. That's true. However, I already have 4 types of earth flames in my body. I wonder, after cultivating this fire-fusing art and fusing all 4 types of earth flames, what level of power would it reach? Zhuowen grinned. If you fuse all 4 earth fires together, its power shouldn't be as strong as the blood lotus. However, the difference shouldn't be too great. It shouldn't be a problem to kill a second-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Xiao He quietly analyzed. As if thinking of something, Zhuowen suddenly had an idea and said, "If I fuse the 4 earth fires together to create a new flame, and then use this new flame to fuse with the extreme frost, how powerful will the ice and fire energy created be?" Xiao He couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He nodded and said, "That's a good idea. If the 4 types of earth flames were to create a new flame and fuse it with the extreme cold ice, the ice and fire energy created would definitely far surpass the blood-colored lotus. However, are you sure you can endure the backlash?" "The backlash from the blood lotus is already enough for me to withstand. There's no need to even talk about the even more powerful ice and fire energy created by the fusion of the new flame." Zhuowen bitterly shook his head. "That's why, right now, your most important task is to obtain a powerful Emperor Tear Body Tempering Technique. Only an Emperor Tear Body Tempering Technique can quickly increase the quality of your current body," Xiao He said. "If it's an Emperor Tear Body Tempering Technique, then I can only hope that the training mountain has such a body tempering technique." Zhuowen nodded and said, "There's no need to rush. Right now, if you want to cross the dark forest to reach the training mountain, you'll need at least a month. That Lu Nantian once said that the training mountain will begin in 2 months. You don't need to rush to the training mountain. You can practice the fire fusion technique as you hurry. The power of the fire fusion technique is pretty good. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Zhuowen nodded in agreement. Now that Zhuowen's mental strength had reached the initial 4th level, his strength had more than doubled. Perhaps even an initial stage Emperor stage expert would be unable to do anything to Zhuowen. I'll try to comprehend the fire fusion technique first. It's best if I can completely comprehend it before entering the training mountain. This way, I'll have one more trump card. After saying that, Zhuowen didn't say anything else. Instead, he silently sat cross-legged in front of the bonfire and began to comprehend the fire fusion technique within the cloth thousands of miles away from the dark forest. The majestic training mountain quietly stood between the heavens and the earth. At the peak of the mountain, which reached into the clouds, was an extremely large platform. At this moment, close to 1,000 people were standing on the platform, silently observing a stone tablet in the center of the platform. This stone tablet was hundreds of feet tall, and its appearance was exactly the same as the worldly tablet in the training plaza. Clearly, there was also a worldly tablet at the peak of the training mountain. Moreover, the names on this worldly tablet were neatly arranged, and it was much simpler than the one in the training plaza. In front of the 1,000 people stood 5 transcendent figures. Naturally, there were the Lu Nantian, the master of the meteorite, and the other 2 giants. The dark forest is indeed full of danger. It's only been 3 days, and more than 50 people have already been eliminated. Guyu Tian stared intently at the heaven and earth tablet in an inconspicuous spot in the group. At this moment, there were already over 50 names on the heaven and earth tablet that had dimmed. This meant that these people had already been eliminated and died. Brother Gu, there's no need to be too worried. I can see that the 3 contestants from Vine Armor City aren't simple. They probably won't die in the dark forest. Cho Cho, who was standing beside Guyu Tian, smiled faintly. I'm not too worried about Zhuowen. He's extremely strong. I'm worried about Gu Xian and Hu Wuying. They're both slightly weaker. Only half-step ultimate Emperor realm. In the dark forest, which is full of danger, this kind of strength isn't enough. Guyu Tian shook his head. You're all that confident that Zhuowen won't be in danger? However, this old man thinks that Zhuowen is dead for sure. Hee hee. A cold laugh suddenly came from the side, causing Guyu Tian, Cho Cho, and Ouyang to frown. They stared at the sneering old man. Old man Wuji, you're so sure that Zhuowen is dead for sure? You're too sure. Cho Cho retorted. Hee hee. Do you think that little bastard will still be alive after offending our Tyrant Chu city? Old man Wuji laughed sinisterly. So you're saying that you sent Lu Che to kill Zhuowen? Hee hee. Although Lu Che is strong, his ranking on the worldly tablet is lower than Zhuowen's. I'm afraid that he'll be killed after catching up to Zhuowen. At that time, your Tyrant Chu city will lose a monstrous genius. Cho Cho sneered. Hee hee. Lu Che won't fail because this old man gave Lu Che a natal talisman. No matter how heaven-defying that Zhuowen is, he won't be able to resist the power of a natal talisman. Old man Wuji laughed proudly. What? Natal talisman? Old man Wuji, you're truly despicable. Cho Cho, Guyu Tian, and Ouyang Yunta's expressions changed greatly. They naturally knew that old man Wuji was proficient in talismans. Chapter 454. Everyone was taken aback. Old man Wuji sure is generous. He's even given his natal talisman to Lu Che. Old man Wuji's natal talisman is extremely powerful. If one hasn't reached the ultimate emperor stage, they'll basically die a horrible death under the natal talisman. Zhuowen's talent is indeed great, but he's only at the ultimate emperor stage. He's no match for Lu Che, who has a natal talisman. The confrontation between old man Wuji and Cho attracted the attention of a few cultivators in the surroundings. In particular, when they heard about the natal talisman, they all became visibly moved. Old Man Wuji revealed a trace of complacency when he sensed the fearful gazes from the surroundings. The natal talisman was the work of his blood, sweat, and tears. It was extremely famous in Muqing County. He didn't believe that Lu Che, who had a natal talisman, couldn't kill Zhuowen. Cho, do you still think Zhuowen will make it through the dark forest unscathed? Haha, but don't worry. Once we reach the Training Mountain, Ouyang Hanxian, and the others from Broken Rock City will be eliminated very quickly. The everlasting elder glanced at Cho provocatively. Their Tyrant Chu City and Broken Rock City were originally like fire and water, and the everlasting elder and Cho had already fought many times. Seeing Cho suffer, the everlasting elder was naturally pleased. Chow's eyes darkened when he heard that. He had experienced the might of Old Man Wuji's natal talisman before. It was indeed very powerful. Although he was rather confident in Zhuowen, he still didn't believe that Zhuowen could withstand the might of the natal talisman with his strength. Old Man Wuji, don't be so smug. The dark forest is shrouded in inky black mist all year round. Visibility is extremely low. It's not that easy to track someone down. Cho snorted coldly. Hee, I've already planned to get rid of that little bastard. Do you think I wouldn't think of that? To tell you the truth, I've placed a tracking presence in the jade slip of the Startling Cloud Limitless Manual. As long as that little bastard doesn't throw the jade slip away, Lu Che and the others will definitely be able to catch up, Old Man Wuji said proudly. What? Cho, Guyu Tian, and Ouyang Yinta finally revealed looks of shock. Originally, they had thought that Zhuowen could rely on the inky black fog to escape from Lu Che and the others due to the extremely low visibility in the dark forest. But now the everlasting old man had actually made full preparations. Limitless old devil, you're really ruthless. Cho said coldly. He no longer paid any attention to the old man. Instead, he stared worriedly at Zhuowen's name on the monolith. Fortunately, Zhuowen's name was still bright and had not dimmed. This meant that Zhuowen had not been eliminated yet. Zhuowen, don't die so easily, Cho muttered. Seeing that Cho did not reply, the Wuji old man felt a little bored. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the heaven and earth tablet. He was looking forward to seeing Zhuowen being eliminated. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the heaven and earth tablet. Then, like a falling meteor, the light gradually dimmed. Another person has been eliminated. The golden light quickly dimmed. Everyone's eyes flickered as they stared fixedly at the name that was about to dim. Every time this happened, they knew that someone had been eliminated. Very soon, they found an unremarkable name in the human category. The person who had been eliminated was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Everyone only glanced at him briefly before ignoring him. After all, he was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. There was no need for them to pay too much attention to him. However, the everlasting old man in the crowd frowned slightly. This was because the half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator who had fallen was from Tyrant Chu City. Moreover, he was one of the 5 people who had pursued Zhuowen with Lu Che. It looks like that Zhuowen has some strength. Lu Che and the other 4 surrounded him, but he still managed to kill one of them. The everlasting old man was slightly displeased. Although Tyrant Chu City had a deep foundation, it still took a lot of effort to raise a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Originally, he thought that Lu Che should be able to kill Zhuowen without suffering any injuries, since he possessed 3 destiny talismans and was besieged by 5 people. However, now that he had lost one of his people, it naturally made Old Man Wuji unhappy. I'm afraid that Lu Che was reluctant to use his natal talismans, which is why he allowed Zhuowen to kill one of his people. I'll have to give Lu Che a good scolding after he passes the trial the everlasting old man, thought to himself. Whoosh! Another blazing golden light lit up, and yet another person's name in the human steel dimmed. However, it still didn't cause too much of a commotion. The human steel was filled with half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators, so they weren't worth paying too much attention to. After all, half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were the lowest level of existence in the steel of heaven and earth. Crack! However, the everlasting old man clenched his right hand as he stared at the name that had dimmed again. This person was also a genius from Tyrant Chu City. He was also the other half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator in Lu Che's group of 5. Lu Che, that brat. If he doesn't give me an explanation after the trial, I won't forgive him. The everlasting old man muttered to himself coldly as his expression darkened. The everlasting old man could still accept the loss of one half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, he had lost two at once. No matter how rich the everlasting old man was, he still felt some pain in his heart. After all, there are no more than 10 half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators in Tyrant Chu City. However, it's about time that Zhuowen was dealt with by Lu Che. He died a worthy death for having 2 half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators from Tyrant Chu City die with him. As he spoke, the everlasting old man stared coldly at Zhuowen's name in the sky category. The 2 half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were the weakest among Lu Che's group of 5, so it was possible that they'd be killed by Zhuowen before he died. However, the remaining Lu Che, Zhou Yi, and Zhou Fan were no pushovers. They were more than capable of killing Zhuowen. Qiu Chou and the others, who were standing not too far away from the everlasting old man, also noticed that the 2 half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators who'd been eliminated seemed to be from Tyrant Chu City. It looks like Zhuowen and Tyrant Chu City's teams have started fighting. Qiu Chou frowned as he spoke worriedly. The everlasting old man is too despicable. He didn't have any good intentions when he took out the art of startling cloud. Ouyang Yunta shook his head helplessly. Then what should we do? That Lu Che has a natal talisman on him. Even if Zhuo Wenyu has already killed 2 geniuses from the Tyrant Chu City, if Lu Che were to make a move, how could Zhuo Wenyu possibly be his match? Gu Yutian's face was filled with worry. Zhuowen was the most monstrous genius in the history of Rot 10 Armor City, and a key figure in the rise of Rot 10 Armor City. If Zhuowen died, then Rot 10 Armor City would have no hope of rising again. It might even decline forever. Lord Gu, don't worry too much. Zhuowen isn't dead yet, is he? Perhaps the heavens will help the worthy and he'll be able to escape from Lu Che's pursuit. Qiu Chao's face revealed a trace of bitterness. Even he couldn't believe this. He's still lying to himself. Qiu Chou, that old bastard, still hasn't given up. Let's see what kind of expression he'll have when the results come out. The everlasting old man chuckled to himself. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light flashed from the worldly monolith. They were like 2 blazing suns on the monolith, extremely dazzling and eye-catching. However, this resplendent scene was short-lived. Look, the golden light is coming from the Earth stage area. This means that the eliminated geniuses are at the ultimate Emperor Realm. Moreover, 2 of them were eliminated at the same time. It looks like the 2 of them were from the same team. They must have encountered some big trouble in the dark forest, so they died together. This is the first time in 3 days that I've seen ultimate Emperor Realm geniuses being eliminated. I originally thought that the geniuses in the Earth stage area would be able to make it to the Mountain of Trials. I didn't expect them to be eliminated in just 3 days. This speed is a bit fast. When the golden light rose from the Earth stage area, it immediately caused an uproar on the platform. Many people even shook their heads emotionally. Creak! The everlasting old man clenched his fists tightly. Terrifying veins bulged on the back of his hand. His cold little eyes widened as he stared blankly at the 2 names that were gradually dimming in the Earth stage area. He muttered in disbelief. Zhou Yi, Zhou Fan, they've been eliminated as well? How is this possible? Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan were geniuses, second only to Lu Che in Tyrant Chu City. Although they were only at the first wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm, the two of them had cultivated the yin-yang true water technique. If the two of them worked together, their strength would be comparable to an early stage second wheel of the ultimate Emperor realm. In the eyes of the Wuji elder, it was impossible for Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan to be eliminated. However, they had now appeared before him. Qiu Chou, Gu Tian, and Ouyang to also noticed the dimming names of Zhou Yi and Zhou Fan in the Earth stage area. They naturally recognized these two geniuses, who were quite famous in Tyrant Chu City. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. Zhouwen's strength seemed to have exceeded their expectations. Lu Che had clearly led 5 people to chase after Zhouwen, but now 4 of them had been killed by Zhouwen. One of them was a peak ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, while the other was a mid-ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, the commotion on the platform hadn't ended yet. A terrifying, blazing golden light suddenly erupted from the disk of heaven and earth. The dazzling golden light practically enveloped the entire platform. Many people couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands. After their eyes adjusted to the light, they slowly opened their eyes. Soon after, they were shocked to discover that this light was coming from the heaven stage area. What? Could it be that an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator at the second will has been eliminated? In an instant, an uproar rose and fell on the platform. The geniuses in the heaven stage area could be considered the seeded contestants of the trial mountain. Now, there were already seeded contestants who had fallen before they even entered the mountain. This was simply too exaggerated.